The following program is a collection of stooges talking about happenings in the sports world. It is meant to be comedic informative. The opinions expressed on this show do not necessarily reflect the beliefs of their peers, their boss, or ESPN. There may be some cuss words because that's how humans in the real world talk. If you are young, please seek permission before watching any further.
Hey.
Why?
Let's go!
This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for.
Ah!
The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers.
You pig! Stop! Damn it!
Be a friend, tell a friend something nice could change their life.
Sport!
Ready? Okay, great. All right, I'm Bill Belichick.
Roger Goodell.
It's a pleasure to be here with you on draft day and my first media interview.
On this side.
Yeah, it's an honor to interview you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Coach. It's an honor to be with you always.
Thank you.
I hear Pat drew up some fan questions and a little bit of Pat questions for us. So
See what Pat's got up his sleeve.
let's see what we got. We'll go one at a time and pop it off. What are your thoughts on the growth of the NFL draft? I'm amazed at the interest in our game, and I think the draft is a great example of that. As you know, we made changes to shorten rounds. We took it in prime time. We did some things to make it more friendly. But the way the fans wrap their arms around us, and it's that day of hope where everybody sort of renews their hope, the fans, the teams, and we start over. It's really officially the start of the new season for us. So.
It really does kick the season off. It's gonna be fun for me. You know, I've been in those rooms for many years, worrying about the picks and what's gonna happen in trades and all that. I'm just gonna sit back and have some fun up here today. It's an amazing
No one can
event.
second guess what you're doing today, huh? All right, that's that one.
and the players in the black are the guys who have filled out their eligibility. So, for example, the quarterback position, Daniels, 5 years from Arizona State, Bo Nix transfer from Auburn, Penix transfer from Indiana. Those guys have had full NFL careers. Williams, Maye are much younger. McCarthy's a little younger, but he had the extra year at in prep school. So, again, it just gives you a visual, a little bit of an idea of where the players. What their history has been, very quickly, just a quick look. And you can see in the best available here, all right, how many in the top 25 are in red compared to in black. And so with each player, height, weight, speed, school, and then for some players there are special tags on them where they have an additional thing that, just as a quick visual you can look at. So special teams returner, for example, players like Leggett, Worthy, Cooper, or where is he? Dahn. All right, Cooper Dahn would be returners, guys who are just good, solid special team players that projected probably a four-phase player, guys like Latu, Verse, Brock Bowers would be another one. And then you have players who are have a medical question. And we're not doctors in here. We're not,
We haven't seen the scans either.
We're not going to evaluate that. But guys who have been questioned, in the media and by Field, Peyton Wilson would be one. Penix has had the couple of knee surgeries, so he's tagged here.
Latu, obviously.
Latu. Not saying those guys can or can't play. It's just when you come to draft them, it's just a reminder of what that guy's situation is.
Coach, this purple one, character. Okay, there's only one guy on the board. It's Joe Blow out of Duquesne. He's 7'1", 320, and runs a 4.4, but his name's upside down. He's got 2 purple stars. What's going on?
This guy sucks, Duquesne. This guy sucks.
No, he's a really good player, but he's got the character issues.
Got it.
Multiple arrests, a couple felonies.
Felonies?
Yeah,
Joe Blow's in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise. But as the draft goes on, the reason why you have to have that is because as first-round talent goes on, second round goes on, third round goes on your board, Joe Blow, you have to start weighing risk-reward in this entire
At some point, you might want to say, we'll take a shot at this guy. That's right.
And that's a real deal happening all around the NFL. Now, about the board and the numbers, the man that we will be ridiculing if he gets it wrong, friend of the program.
Yeah.
Field Yates is here.
Hey, Field.
Field, you look like a 12-year-old. Field, you look good.
All
right,
ready?
Phil.
Great.
Awesome.
On this side, huh? This is your Super Bowl, huh?
Oh, it is.
The best weekend of the year.
I'm glad you could tell.
Hey, you
But
too.
how great is this, by the way?
Okay, it's phenomenal.
It's
And
unbelievable.
As we started laying it out and kind of looking at it, it was like the picture starts becoming clearer for our board, let alone everybody else's board. How did you find the ratings? Are we watching film? Are we talking to them? How did we get to these top 50 here?
Say the process always starts with the film, right? But the stuff like the character and the medical and some of those things come a little bit later on in the process. Over the past 10 days or so, especially the medicals, as players are getting their final reports and teams are assessing their level of risk, acknowledging that not every team's going to see the medicals the exact same way. There might be a team that says, we got no problem with Laiatu, Latu. Others may say, hey, we can't use a first-round pick on a guy who 3 years ago was medically retired due to a neck injury. So that's part of the the last piece of the jigsaw puzzle. But for the past, basically 11 months, we've been watching the tape on these guys. And, those quarterbacks always really are the driving force behind the draft, but there are a lot of damn good football players in this board.
Hey, these guys love putting out mock drafts, 2 months ago, 3 months ago.
I know Bill likes those.
With the medical and everything else. And when do the teams start to really get a picture of, is this within the last week, 2 weeks? What do you think from
I'd say the last 2 weeks. All the scouts are out in March and early April doing pro workouts, getting follow-up information, bringing them in for physicals, doing the 30 visits. And then you need a little bit of time, that last 2 weeks to 10 days, to compile all that information from a dozen scouts, from the coaches. I mean, it's just a ton of volume to figure it all out and put it into place. So
because shit's starting to leak out a little bit, right? We're starting to hear a little bit over the last couple of days. There's always rumors and stuff. What are we hearing right now?
I think these last couple of days, this is where we get, the teams that are being deceptive, right? You start to hear about a guy, this guy might be sliding a little. I'm not sure the character's as clean as we thought it was a week and a half ago.
Flip
right,
the name
put the big
upside
star
down.
on him, right? You sure about that medical there? This is where the teams, a little lower in the order, are trying to get the great players to drop a little bit. So a lot of that,
kind of happened
the
to
number of
Stroud last
rumors.
year.
Yeah, it almost did, right? People were thinking they're not taking
did
him,
not.
and then they did. They obviously resisted, any sort of deceptive information that was out there, and it worked out very well.
Field, what
for
are you on
Houston.
tonight? You're dressed very sharply.
Game day. Heading over to game day right now. We got a tip-off in, 15 minutes or something like that?
ABC all night?
ABC.
Oh,
yeah.
look at you. Hey,
Over in the green room, so I'll send some of these guys your way. I mean, they don't talk to me.
Yeah.
Do you know
right?
Field?
Oh, yeah, Field, I go all the way back.
Oh, yeah.
When he was born.
This guy taught me how to scout.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So pretty good, right?
Did the world know? I don't think the world knew that. Whenever I found that out from you, when we were putting this draft board idea together, and he was like, we'll just use Fields. I was like, we like Field? And he's like, I know Field since the day he was born, pretty much. That's
pretty
awesome
lucky.
to hear. And thank you for doing all this. Now, if you're wrong, though, we are going to motherfuck you.
Yeah.
That is going to happen.
So we got the next 3 days to do, right?
Yeah. No, Field worked for me at the Patriots. He's a ball boy and broke down a film and wrote reports and all that. And then he went and worked for Scott Pioli in Kansas City. And then he jumped into the media.
Dark side, baby.
Well, we're lucky to have you.
Thanks for having me,
Good luck
guys.
on
I
ABC.
appreciate it.
Thank you for all
got
this.
it. Have a
Here's
great
the
night.
good news. This guy's going to kill it. No one's going to hear what I have to say.
Thank you,
They're
Field.
to be
No.
listening to listen. Hey, I'd be listening to Coach over me too, right?
No, Field, we'll be listening to you. We're going to have it on another TV. We appreciate you so much.
All right,
Thank you
guys.
for doing
Enjoy the
this.
show. It should be great.
Hell
Thank
yeah.
you, Field.
You got it, Field.
All righty.
Okay, so his top 50 is a big deal for our board.
Yeah.
Right? We're relying on his eyes and ears. I'm happy he worked for you back in the day because what if down here starts getting picked and then all of a sudden we got to expose Field for not knowing shit?
No, again, Field scouting for all 32 teams.
Not easy.
You're saying, yeah, not easy.
I mean, how can you predict what some other random team is going to like some guy that,
So are we too harsh on maybe the mock drafters? Do we think maybe that we should be less harsh on them?
Well, at least the mock drafters are trying to put a player with a team.
Yeah.
Field's just trying to provide players for everybody.
We
some
have a
guys
mock
like fast
drafter.
receivers,
Yeah.
some guys like big receivers.
We have a mock drafter. I know you're
We
going to
do.
be working
Yeah.
with him all night.
Yeah.
Mad Mel is here. Mad Mel, I don't know if you got a chance. Hey, good to see you.
Pat?
This great purple suit tonight.
No, good to see you, man.
Coach?
Great to see you.
Mad?
Tony, how you doing?
Hey, hair looks phenomenal tonight.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Hey, listen, all the stars are out. I got to show up, too.
I heard you had some good Hungarian sausage last night.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, a restaurant, pretty good, but I threw up about 8 times this morning to the point where, you take a sip of water, 5 minutes later, you're hugging the toilet, puking yellow bile. So it was a great morning, exactly what I wanted to be doing, getting ready for the draft. I couldn't put finishing touches on, my big board, stuff like that. Let's just say I won't be going to, yeah, I'll say it. I'm not going to be going to Sexy Steak ever again.
Sexy Steak was great.
I apologize. Hey, great ambiance, great room. It was unbelievable. Had a great time, but I lost about, I'm not kidding, 12 to 15 pounds.
Okay, all right. Sorry to hear that on draft day, obviously.
But Mel being sick, if you don't remember, last year he was, I believe, battling a
Had an ear infection in both ears.
This is a tradition, Mad Mel battling something on draft night.
It is
a tradition unlike any other.
Are you worried, though, that there's somebody that's been there, done that, that's going to be on the set with you all night or what?
Yeah, a lot of experience here.
Yeah, well, 41 years. Obviously, this is your first year, in a long time not doing it. But like I mentioned a couple weeks ago on your show, Pat, Bill's the GOAT, okay? I'm the king of this shit, okay?
Right.
So you can listen, goats and kings can, they can coexist. They can agree. Now, just looking at his big board, I'll just say, I understand, the Bill taught Field quite a bit. A little point of contention there. I think I basically taught Field everything he knows about covering the game, doing all that kind of stuff. But, just looking at the big board, a couple, things where I'd maybe move this guy here, move him up a little bit. Maybe, this guy has a character issue that I've heard of that maybe Bill hasn't heard about. Or, medical issue, that kind of stuff. But no, I think Bill and I are going to have a great dialogue tonight. I'm not really worried about that.
All right, well, we're all excited for it. As the Bears get on the clock, we're going to move upstairs to our set to do the entire first round of the draft with I cannot believe you're here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's going to be a blast. All right, we'll be back in about a minute or two as the draft spectacular from Detroit City kicks off next. Let's go.
Please welcome from West
McAfee.
Virginia University, 2014 Colts Man of the Year and
He is.
two-time Pro
Do we have a
Bowler
7-second
Pat
delay?
McAfee.
He's Man of America, not Man of the Year. He's Man of
Hello,
America.
Nashville. I'm not going to say a single word about the Tennessee Titans record against the Indianapolis Colts because I was a punter, and there's no reason for me to talk about that. With that being said, we did not punt much against the Tennessee Titans, so you probably have no clue who I am to begin. 2 years ago, when I retired from the Colts, I retired alongside two greats, Robert Mathis and Joe Wrights. A couple months later, I watched the draft. Robert Mathis announced the pick, Joe Wrights announced the pick, and then an orangutan announced the fourth-round draft pick. I was replaced by a zoo animal. I was not upset about it because the orangutan was terrible at his job. With that being said, the Indianapolis Colts are the hottest team, not only in the AFC South, but the entire NFL. A young nucleus surrounding the Stanford nerd, Andrew Luck. 2 All-Pros were drafted last year, 10 this year. And with the 89th pick of the 2019 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts, Jim Irsay and Chris Ballard select future Hall of Famer, linebacker from Stanford, Bobby Okereke.
Pat McAfee, everybody.
Nicely done, Pat.
I mean, that's 10 out of 10 right there. Fake Dungy loves it.
Hello, Mountaineerland. I'm Pat McAfee, your kicker and punter.
Pat McAfee made a superb open field tackle near midfield. Pick up the Bulldogs' drive on a 2nd and 6.
Nice fight. We have the wheels. The kicker did it again. The 2nd week in a row, Pat McAfee saves further damage. And look at that, Pat McAfee getting major props on the sideline.
Iglesias turns the corner across midfield. McAfee in his way. And Iglesias is wrapped up by the kicker at the 33.
Hey, let's go. This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for. The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers, you pig! Damn it! Be a friend, tell a friend something nice could change their life. Sport! Hello, beautiful people, and welcome to Detroit, Michigan, the home of the 2024 NFL Draft. Our program starts right now. Football is wonderful as we have the incredible opportunity to be in front of what they're going to say is hundreds of thousands of people here to watch 32 dreams come true as a life's length worth of work comes to fruition as somebody will change a program. Somebody will go on to be a Hall of Famer. Somebody will go on to be a bust, and we will enjoy the hell out of this 10-hour evening. Now, I'm not alone as a face creeps into the lower corner of this with his computer. The toxic table is here at Boston Connor and at Mad Mel Kiper. Now, Con Man, the bow tie looks fantastic. What a big night in Detroit, pal.
Yeah, massive night in Detroit. I'll be honest, my mic was off to start. It's great. Massive night in Detroit. I mean, it's nice to be in a city that no one has ever told you to go to, you know, and that's exactly what Detroit is. What do you mean? I got more hairspray in my hair than, you know, the entire cast of Jersey Shore, but I feel great about tonight. I feel great about New England. I feel great about what this production's about to be.
Well, I want to let you know your hair looks fantastic, and as a person that's been in Detroit now for the last 24 hours, I'd like to say the energy is magnetic around here. It is palpable. It is beautiful. You got fans from every single team surrounding us, and every single team is inevitably going to either hate their pick or have a ridiculous expectation of whoever gets drafted. Now, Mad Mel, you've been doing this for 41 years. We're live at the site of the draft. I know it's the first time you've got to do that. What are you expecting this evening in that purple suit looking sharp, pal?
Well, I think we're going to see some fireworks, Pat. You know, a lot of people saying, hey, you know, we've never had 4 quarterbacks go in the top 5 in the common draft area. You know, so I think a big part of this is going to be – a lot of stars are out here, okay? Years past, you know, maybe you don't know where a guy's going to go. You know where a guy's going to go. I think we have a pretty good idea of how the first couple picks are going to play out, but then I think there's a good chance that we're going to get a lot of fireworks and we're going to have trades popping off. We're going to have a lot of things happen that maybe we couldn't have expected.
Marijuana is floating through the sky here in Michigan.
Ooh, very pungent.
Wow. Since we landed all the way through, I assume, the rest of the evening, Big Sean was just out here crushing it, and joining us is a man who's incredibly handsome, former number 5 overall pick in the old CBA. You're talking about generational wealth before playing a single down in the NFL. He would go on to be the all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers. AJ, great to see you. What are some thoughts on draft night that you have each year?
I mean, I'm wondering what's going on. That's why I'm happy to have Coach here, because I want to know, like, what are these guys thinking in their war rooms back wherever their cities are. I know the Rams have their sweet house set up again.
Sick.
I guess it looks amazing. I want to know what they're doing. I want to know if they know. Like, we think that they know everything already. They have a plan in place. Here we go. This is what we're doing. But they're reacting a lot to what is happening in front of them, I believe. So that's why it's going to be fun to have Coach here.
Appreciate it.
There we go. These guys hate me. Are you kidding me? They've been yelling about Michigan.
I was about to say, there was a fuck Ohio chant loud during game day.
Loved it.
Because we're just 35 miles away from Ann Arbor, obviously the home of the national champions. Now, there's a chance that they have more players drafted than anybody else in the history in one draft. I think the record's at 15. If you do recall, they had 18 players at the Combine. So Michigan and national champions could do it. Yep. Joining us also, looking incredibly clean tonight, 9-year NFL vet, a man who's drafted at the beginning of the second round for the New England Patriots, Darius J. Butler. What a time to be here.
Oh, yeah, man, it's awesome. The city's awesome. Contrary to what Connor's saying, I love it out here. The energy has been great. It's kind of a full circle moment for me. You got to go here, Bill, who called me on draft night. Yeah. And I'm thinking about the kids. You think about the coaches. I'm thinking about these 32 kids whose life will change. It'll never be the same. And they've been working their whole lives for this moment. I remember that call like it was yesterday. I'm sure you do. I'm sure AJ does as well. So I'm excited tonight for those guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting for the guys. And you mentioned it's a full circle moment for you. I mean, anybody that's watched football for the last 30 years would say that this is one of the coolest things we've ever been able to do.
For sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, the greatest of all time, not only head coach but also GM, Bill Belichick's about to be here.
Yeah, go!
We've gotten to hang out. I mean, they just found it. Yeah, it's Detroit.
Wow.
Detroit. I mean, that's awesome. I'm happy you're getting your flowers.
Bill.
You deserve those flowers, and hopefully they'll continue to come no matter what you choose to do in the future. This is the first time in 48 years you won't be in a war room for draft night. Wow. The fact you're joining us, we're very thankful. What are the teams thinking at this exact moment right now? Are they going through kind of situations that could pop up? Are they planning? Are they talking? What do you think's happening right now around the NFL?
Well, I think in the first couple picks, it's pretty straightforward. There's only 1 or 2, 3, whatever teams ahead of you, and you have a better idea of what you're doing. I think the teams below that, in the late, 8 to in the mid-teens, they're all thinking about if this player slides a little bit, would we move up and get him? Which player that slips 2 or 3 spots, maybe a little bit closer to us, because it's unrealistic for a team to move from 24 to 3. That's just not going to happen. Yeah. But if you package some stuff together in the teens, you can get up in the top 10 and so forth. I think it's what players could slide, would they be interested in moving up for? And I think the teams at the top of the draft, if they get into a situation where if this guy goes, I don't really like what's there, I could get a player that I like a little bit later, I think they're going to be open to moving down.
Yeah, there's a lot of 6 quarterbacks potentially going in the first round, a lot of people have, and then you got a lot of wide receivers, a plethora of them. Mm-hmm. You got an offensive lineman discussion now kind of taking place at the tackle position and maybe center and guard. It's like tonight could be absolutely electrifying. This could be the greatest draft of all time. We assume it will be because we'll be with Bill. Of course. He and NFL Films came together to create film packages on everybody that's getting drafted tonight. So we're all going to school while also, I assume, poking the bear a little bit. Can't wait to do that.
Have to.
Yep. Buckle up, Bill. It's a 7-hour night. I know you won't piss one time. I've hung out with this guy 2 times.
Yeah.
Back rooms, about 8 hours in total. Mm-hmm. Not one bathroom trip.
Dog, really? Old school.
Mentally tough. Alphaing everybody.
No pisses.
Bladder.
You've been cool through this whole process. Thank you for doing this.
And then AJ have scouted out every porta potty within the mile radius. So, you know where we are.
Yeah, we'll take a 3-minute break for sure at some time because you can't be pissing all over a Canadian tuxedo. Thanks for dressing up tonight, boys. It is a big night. We're not the only ones you're going to see on camera. We'll be down in our war room with an Italian man named Tone Diggs, who is going to be kind of operating the Yeah, baby, Tone.
Yeah, Tony.
Tone.
Welcome to my dojo, gentlemen.
Yeah, you're the warrior down the war room. It is your dojo. You currently are wearing a maroon belt, not a black belt, but he'll be moving the players from the best available and the team needs and off the board. And the picture will come together for us, don't we think, Tone?
Yeah, we do. And being down here and operating the board through Bill's eyes with the vertical and the horizontal and the best available and the team needs, we're going to take a look at it all night and potentially get a chance to see where the team on the clock is thinking about going based on needs and who's been taken so far and then the best available potentially.
Tone, are we going to be able to predict some shit tonight?
Well, me personally, maybe. Bill, the guy that's sitting next to you, most definitely.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be signing up for that game. I think he even said, I'm not worried about what other people are taking.
Fair.
But we can provide enough information and maybe we all come to an agreement.
Sure.
We're the 33rd team tonight. Joining us is a demon.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
It's real deal.
Hybrid.
This guy was fucking around before we got started. Blew everybody's mind already.
Don't like this guy.
We'll see him multiple times this evening, and we can't thank him enough. Ladies and gentlemen, Oz the Mentalist will be joining us.
All right, Oz.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Okay, Oz.
I showed up to play, everybody.
Be careful around this guy.
Yeah,
People
he's
said
a freak.
to me, what's the pick? What are the picks? Well, I'm not giving them away for free. You know what? Here's what I want to do. Bill, what time is it right now? What's the time on the clock, my friend?
7:57.
Write it as big as you can. 7:57. Big. Right across here, please.
Wow. Great sevens.
That's good sevens. Those
Wow.
are good sevens.
Unbelievable time.
Sign it. Sign it. Sign it for me, Pat. Sign the
yeah,
front
autographs
big.
now. Autographs now, yeah.
Autographs, baby.
Okay.
Who wants in? AJ, you want to sign this thing?
Oh, yeah.
Come on
Yeah,
over.
yeah.
AJ,
Flip
do
it
the
over.
Hawk. Hancock.
Do the Hawk stamp.
Hey, pass it over, Darius.
Flip it
Maybe a
over.
little
Other
racist
side.
from O's.
Yeah.
Not
Oh,
good.
yeah. He
Not
might
good.
sign, huh?
Not good. I got
What's
something
that
for Darius.
about?
Darius is on deck. I'm getting
D-Bucky
his
go
head first.
Then I'll go.
You sure?
Sign it.
Let's do the same time.
I was going to read Darius' mind.
Well, you already
not
went to his
again.
phone earlier.
Not again.
Who else wants an autograph? Mad Mel? But Boston, you're not signing it. I got one better for you.
Okay, O's.
This dude, man.
You freak.
M-A-D-M-E.
I don't usually say this to other men, but I need your jacket off.
Oh, no. This guy.
It's about to get
This guy.
weird. Is this thing signed everywhere? From this point on, I never touch this bad boy. Not
Okay.
once.
All right,
We're
thank
going to
God.
revisit later in the draft.
Oh,
Boston, put this right against your chest. Make sure it's not dirty. I don't want to get messed up your shirt.
It is
all
Detroit,
right.
so we got a little bit of a bulletproof proof vest going on here. That's good news.
Might need it later.
Tuck in.
That's
lift up
old
the
school
arms.
Detroit. That's not new Detroit.
Well, you know, it's an old school town, if you will.
I do like that you're getting something saran wrapped to you, Raider.
It's going to help with the cold. All right, O's, get in here, you sick son of a
weird.
bitch.
It's
Get in here. Huh? You sicko.
O's, how long does he keep this on?
I don't care if he pees, poops, he's doing nothing. Keeps this on all night till I come back.
Oh, you like being in control, huh? Look at you. You're bossing this guy around.
Jeez Louise, O's.
Good enough. Good enough for me.
I have
Now,
parents.
to be clear, we hired O's to come here. Like, won't tell us what he's doing.
No, he won't.
Okay, so that's
That
good.
goes nowhere. The rest of the night,
All right.
we revisit later, Boston.
Thank you, O's.
More to come. Thank you, Bill.
O's.
Thank you, Pat.
Appreciate you, O's.
Appreciate you, O's.
See ya, O's.
All right, if O's could now, if it's the first three picks, if he's predicting something and it's the first three picks, we don't give a shit, right? We're assuming those are kind of slate right now at this standpoint.
I think so.
A lot of people are just basically saying we got Caleb Williams going Chicago, Jayden Daniels going Commanders, and then Drake Maye going third to the Patriots. Now, the Patriots have been tempted, I guess, a few different times, depending upon what insiders you're listening to trade out of there, but everybody assumes they're going to steadfast. The quarterbacks are the story of the draft leading up to it, and there's 6 that could potentially go. Bill Belichick in NFL Films made a film seeing, the traits of the greatest of all time, Tom Brady and Peyton Manning, versus some of these guys and what they're maybe going to have to work on to become into that status. Let's run that now, Foxy. And Bill, what do we see from the greats, and then what are we looking at these young guys who are going to steal the night?
Well, I think one of the main things you see here is how fundamentally sound Peyton and Tom are. If you watch this clip on Brady, his feet in the pocket, he's on good balance, he slides, he resets, delivers the ball, shoulders, hips pointed towards the target.
Perfect.
Great job. Yeah, it's what you want a quarterback to do in the pocket. Here's Peyton. Same thing, play action, feet are set, goes to the other side. You see him shift his feet around, deliver the ball right on the money. That's what a good quarterback does. It's a good job right here by Brady, getting his eyes downfield, steps up in the pocket, not looking to run, looking to find a receiver first, then run if he has to. Puts the ball right on Gronkowski.
1,000-yard rusher, people forget.
Yep. Same thing, Manning here. Steps up, 2 hands on the ball, good ball security, really good ball security. All right, and another touch throw, touchdown.
We won this game, though.
Yeah, we did. War of 1812. Ball security.
2 hands on the ball, 2 hands on the ball. Eyes downfield, slide, reset his feet, touchdown. A 2-man.
Oh, man.
A 2-man.
Huma now Nui, dog.
Dog.
It's an example of Caleb Williams here. It's a missed opportunity. Wide open, poor mechanics, delivers the ball kind of his feet sideways. He's got to work on this. These are the kind of things that these guys got to improve on to be the player that they're capable of. Daniels, this is a play at the end of the game against Missouri. Gets the ball stripped here with a minute to go in the game, almost costs him the game. Yep. There's nothing more important than ball security in the National Football League. McCarthy, generally mechanics are pretty good, but they could definitely be better here. He's got a relatively easy throw and puts it out of bounds. Drake Maye, his footwork needs a lot of work. You can see here he's just all over the place, never resets his feet, never really gets in position to throw, gets strip sacked.
Drake.
Too much
Drake,
hopping around, step up and throw. Penix, Good example here of just where he needs to hit the open man, right? He's got a, here's a back checking out of the backfield. He's got some pressure. Just give it to him. But he extends the play, runs around, and the back gets killed for a 2-yard gain. So these guys are all really talented, but they all have things they need to work on. And when you look at Manning, Brady, Mahomes, guys like that, the elite quarterbacks in the league, you see a gap between where these kids are and where they need to go. Not saying they can't get there, they just got some work to do.
But Peyton, Tom, Patrick Mahomes' his first year, vastly different than whenever they become the fully shaped product. And I think your big messaging to me and to us through this entire process is like, yeah, they all could be good players. And I don't think that's the normal outlook. Like, yeah, they all could be good. They all have talent. But it's like everybody's got to get better at a lot of shit, right? Isn't that kind of the story of the first round?
They got a lot of work to do. They all do. As far as consistency, anybody can go out there, these guys can go out there and make some flash plays, and we'll see more of them as the night goes on. It's the consistency over and over that makes them the championship quarterbacks that everybody's looking for in this league.
Anybody of them now? Caleb Williams has been the #1 overall pick for like 2 years now, Mad Bell?
Yeah, give or take, yeah. But basically ever since he first stepped on the field at Oklahoma, we said this is going to be a guy. This is going to be a generational talent. And, not really much has changed, winning a Heisman Trophy. And then, obviously, last year wasn't great. But, yeah, he's been the guy for several years now.
I know we just pointed out some things that obviously they can all work on. But all these guys could be franchise quarterbacks, you think? Is that why it's being talked about as 6 in the first round?
Well, I think with Maye and Williams, you have two guys who are really talented. As Mel said, Caleb had a good year a year ago when he won the Heisman Trophy. Not as good this year. Dre was, ACC Player of the Year 2 years ago. Had less of a year this year. I think you see guys who are young that need a lot of development. You look at Penix, he's had a whole career in Indiana and then Washington. Bo Nix, Auburn, and Oregon.
Jayden Daniels,
has Arizona State. He went back to school, had a great year this year, won the Heisman Trophy. So those guys that have had a full career, McCarthy coming out a little bit early, but he had the year in prep school. Like those guys have had, good full college careers, and I think they're just ahead of these kids who have a lot of talent, but they really need a couple more years. They're not going to get it in college. They're going to get it in the NFL.
This is the upside conversation, right? Which is a scout versus coach discussion on who's getting drafted when and where.
Yeah, I mean, you always want talent, but at that position, you've got to have decision-making, accuracy, and ultimately a lot of mental toughness.
Hey, quarterback going to New England.
Yeah, huge. How important is the veteran backup quarterback then, as far as getting all those things out of those guys' games that they need to kind of evolve at the next level?
Yeah, well, I think you look at players like Tom, like Mahomes, Jordan Love in Green Bay, guys that have sat for a couple of years and then get an opportunity to play, are probably a little bit more ready to play. The problem is with the salary cap situation now, when you draft those guys early, you really got to play them. I mean, or you're just down to, only having a year or two with a player that you spent a high pick on. So it's a little bit of it's good to have a veteran quarterback for sure. Always good to have a veteran quarterback in that room.
I think Tom was a great mentor in the room. Had successful guys, and Jacoby's back up there right now.
Jimmy G.
And
Jacoby's great. Jacoby will be great.
Hoyer had a long career. My draft class, late draft pick or undrafted?
Free agent.
Yeah, free agent. He had over a decade.
You had pretty good free agents every once in a while.
Not bad.
The crowd is booing. I'm not sure why. Barry Sanders was shown. Then Roger Goodell. Okay, they're booing Roger Goodell.
He's on the stage.
There's currently 260,000 people. What are you doing? What are you doing, folks? Great to have you. We'll be here for the next 10 hours talking about the NFL draft. We just broke down the quarterbacks, especially the big-name quarterbacks. And I saw Kirk Herbstreit on the Game Day show. He's like, let's not forget about Spencer Rattler, too, potentially going over the next few days. Obviously, not just today. There's a lot of quarterbacks that aren't being hyped up as first-rounders because you got Mr. Irrelevant starter. Russell Wilson, middle of the draft. There's a lot. Tom Brady, 199. Dak Prescott. There's a lot of quarterbacks that can be found. A lot of wide receivers being talked about. Now, D-Butch, the wide receiver percentage of success rate, we found out this from Hembo this week, over the last 20 years, is the lowest hit rate. Is that because DBs are getting better, or why do you think the wide receiver numbers are hit or miss?
I feel like you can mix up them stats and tell any story you want.
I agree.
Football I've been watching, most of the guys that go into decent situations in the first round, they are successful. They go in the league, and almost day one, they can go in there and produce. Nabers, Worthy, I think he'll sneak in his first round. When you run a 4-2-1, you have a special trait like that, you're going to get in the first round. Obviously, Marvin Harrison Jr., Odunze, all those top three guys I think will be legit number ones the first day they step in the NFL. Obviously, they'll have to learn just like these talented quarterbacks. But these guys are talented. All the 7-on-7 they're playing from the time they're 5 years old. They know how to run routes. They know how to create separation and be, a quarterback's best friend.
I believe Eminem just stepped foot onto the stage.
What?
There's a guy that was able to create separation to the tune of like $1 billion. Good beard. Good beard on Eminem. Him and Roger were acting. Let's hear what Roger has to say.
Whoa.
Let's go, Big D.
Oh, is that, Raj?
No, Roger knows.
Everyone gets it.
Do we have audio on that or no?
The pride of Detroit
There we go.
has got a little some surprise for you and bringing out a few other surprises for you. So,
Oh, Raj.
here you go.
No way.
Raj, like you like
What
this?
can it be? My name is.
Detroit!
What up? You gonna do a full set, you think?
What if he puts the hood up and just goes?
here, make some noise for the Detroit Lions. Let's go!
Yeah. All right, Em.
Trey Marshall.
See you, Marshall.
Eminem's fucking jacked up.
There he is. Oh, Detroit's jacked up.
That kid?
Is Foxy about to pop up?
Tell me, kid.
Jared Goff just showed up.
Goof.
Oh, hell yeah. Foxy, take it easy. Jared Goff chants have been ringing through the streets of Detroit over the last 4 days.
Here we go.
He's expected to get paid next.
Big money right there.
Amon-Ra, Aiden Hutchinson, Calvin Johnson. Detroit royalty.
Just missing Barry.
Bring Jack Campbell out.
You know who's
Where's
coming.
Penix?
There he
There's
goes.
Barry Sanders.
There
Got
he
it.
goes. Proud of Cheetah.
Wichita.
Yep, that too.
Aiden Hutchinson has a billboard over our shoulder.
Yeah.
Sick.
Detroit. Look at that suit. Hey, this is crazy. I can't believe it. But before we get off the stage, I need to hear one thing. Jared Goff. Jared Goff. Jared Goff.
Oh, my God.
There's so many people here chanting this.
What's up, Detroit? Let's go, baby.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Bill boost up.
That's a king.
Did you hear that, Bill?
King of
Hey,
Detroit.
Detroit! Let's turn up tonight, baby! Let's get it!
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Aiden
Hutch.
Hutchinson having a
That's,
time.
that's a Michigan man.
He's a sweet suit up there.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah.
Aiden Hutchinson has a billboard literally right over. Oh, Barry Sanders. We gotta wait.
Okay.
Where's Bob?
What's up, Detroit? What's up, football fans? Thank you for showing the world how we do it here in Detroit. Great job, guys.
That's right, Barry.
All right, Barry.
Well stated, Barry.
Thank you, Barry. And then Megatron.
Wow.
I just got one thing to say. What up, though?
Nailed it.
Yes.
So you guys don't have a give take chant. That's what I just heard, Foxy.
Not at all.
No, what up, though, is supposed to be that give take chant.
Whoa.
Roger Goodell just got his ass booed.
Stop hating him. Stop hating him.
Tradition like no other.
He's got Jared Goff over his shoulder.
Fans from 32
Jared
teams
6'9"?
right down here, and of course all the Detroit faithful in the back. Welcome to all of you, and most importantly, thank you to Detroit. You guys have been awesome.
Cheer for that, right?
No, they said we still hate
What
you,
up,
pal.
though?
All right,
If Raj does it.
you ready to get this show on the road?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay, the 2024 NFL Draft is now underway.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Strap in.
Hell yeah.
The Chicago Bears are now on the clock.
All right, the Chicago Bears. This will be the first time that they are officially number one overall in the common draft era, which is 1967 and on. Okay?
Damn.
So obviously a lot of Detroit legends there. The fans are in abundance. I was talking about this Aiden Hutchinson thing because literally he's on the side of this wall and it says where dreams are dreams get made here, Rocket Mortgage, and there it is. Please, yep. Like that is what they're hoping to find. Every team is hoping to find a guy that they can put on the side of a 30-story building and say this is what our city is about. It has worked out perfectly here in Detroit. Chicago now is looking to figure it out. Now, Eberflus's defense kind of caught up last year at the end of the season. They won a lot of games late. The culture's there. They get this number 1 pick from Carolina. So it wasn't that Chicago sucked the most that they got the number 1 overall pick. They did that last year.
Yep.
This time it's Carolina. They're in a good spot. AJ, obviously Green Bay Packer legend. Chicago Bears have a chance to get real good with picks 1 and 9 here tonight.
Yeah, I think when you think of them having the first pick, we're all thinking, yeah, Caleb's going, but what do you do with number 9? Do you trade back, Bill? I wonder what you would do if you were sitting there at 9. Like,
only 4 picks in the draft.
Only
right?
4 picks. You need more picks. What are you going to do if you have 2 picks inside the top 10? Are you likely to use both of those?
Depends on who's there.
Yeah.
Depends on who's there. If you like the guy and you think he's going to really help your football team, then I'd say you take him. If you feel I can move back and get a similar player to similar grade at a position I need, then you think about moving back.
How far out might you know?
Have remember, you have to have somebody to trade with.
Yeah.
I've been there before. I'd love to trade out. Get on the phone, see if we can call somebody, see if we can generate some interest. They're looking sometimes at the same board you are and saying, like, no,
you want
we're
them
not
to call
trading
you,
up.
right? You want them to call you, say, hey, we want to get up to.
We'll call them and say, hey, will you take it? And sometimes, you got no traders. You got to pick. So
what
you always have to be ready to pick.
Yeah, you never trade up in the draft, Coach.
Ever.
Come on.
95.
Jeez.
What?
That's the most, by the way.
95.
That is the most in the history of the NFL for a GM. How many draft trades? 95 of them.
Jeez.
Now, that could potentially be because you're towards 28, 29.
Always.
30, 31, 32.
There's some trade backs and there's some trade ups.
No, I've only heard about you getting out.
No. Does it happen when you're on the clock? Does it happen when you're on the clock, or do you ever get it nailed down before that?
It's an interesting process. It could come in a lot of different forms. But if you're trying to move up, especially in the later rounds, like the 3rd, 4th round, then you just shop it up the line. So I'd say, okay, well, D-Butt will give you, a fourth, 2 fourths for your 3rd.
Yep.
All right, AJ, you're picking 1 ahead of Butt. Hey, we're going to give you 2 fourths for a 3rd.
Yep.
You take it, you're out.
Yeah.
You don't take it, then I go to you. Hey, Mel, will you get it? Well, then I can keep going up and get 1 or 2 extra picks ahead of where you guys are if he takes the deal.
Coach, when you're on the clock, how quickly do you know whether or not you're going to take a certain guy? Because every year, we get this happy bullshit. Hey, someone's on the clock. They take the full fucking 10 minutes.
Yeah, right now.
Exactly.
Are they being told they have to take the amount of time?
Yeah, we understand. You're taking Caleb Williams. Quit wasting our fucking time. Make the pick and let's move on. How quickly do you know who you're taking?
It depends. It depends. Again, if you know who you're taking, a lot of times you just sit there and turn it in. Some teams kind of want to wait the whole time out and just see if somebody comes in with anything. But I'd say if you know you want the guy, there isn't too much conversation. It's when maybe there's 2 guys you like. If I move back a little bit, can I get one of them? Is it worth it to get the extra pick? Do I need extra picks? You look at teams like Miami last year. I don't even think they had a rookie play for them. They already have their players. If there's 1 guy you like, take him. You don't need 2. You just need 1.
Yep.
So you think about the Chicago Bears. I said this on the game day broadcast, and obviously I don't say many things that are enlightening, but I'm looking at this pick with the way the defense is built. They've added weapons.
Ton.
They have a culture being in stadium ever since they brought in Sweat, right? They traded for Sweat.
From the Commanders.
And they pay him a shit ton of money.
Right away.
It's like, whoa, that might be a bad decision to do that. He was like a pillar for their culture, I think is what they wanted. So now Caleb Williams is walking into a place with weapons, with a defense, with an offensive line, tough division, but that's like around a rookie quarterback. That's what we're looking for, right? Doesn't this seem like a good position for a rookie QB?
Well, as you guys know, you walk into whatever situation it is, you guys got to learn how to make the best of it. You got to learn the system. You got to learn how to compete against a better level of competition. And that's what all these guys are going to have to do. There's no cakewalk in the NFL. I don't care what position you play or how good you are, because there's other guys there just, as good as you are, and they have more experience. So it's a tough climb.
Yeah, but Coach, we're giving draft grades tomorrow on how teams did tonight. We're crowning Super Bowl champions probably middle of the night tonight.
Ordering next year's draft, knowing who is picking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, because remember
last year the Cardinals and the Bears had picks 1, 2, 3, and 4 because of the fact that the Texans traded out.
So the Texans, the Browns, and the Panthers don't have first-round picks tonight. There are 3 teams that have 11 picks in the entirety of the draft. Chicago Bears have the lowest with 4, which was mentioned earlier. You're talking about the 9 position. A lot of people are saying Odunze potentially is going to fall to 9, and they're going to partner Caleb and Rome together. a little bit ridiculous to kind of give that projection, but you can bundle that, maybe get some more picks and continue to build in Chicago, D-Bucks.
I mean, yeah, like Bill said, if your guy's there or a guy in that position that you want is there, pair him up with DJ Moore. You say it is Rome. DJ Moore's coming off a career year. You got Cole Kmet there, who's a good tight end.
Keenan.
Decent run game. Keenan Allen, obviously, who's one of the best move the sticks type of receiver in the NFL. I think they are set up for success right now. You mentioned Sweat. Jalen Johnson, one of my favorite young corners in the league with that system that they play. Vision, can play the ball.
Oh, yeah, 5 straight weeks with picks last
year. Yeah, he's a dog out of Utah.
AJ, not a lot of defenders getting drafted tonight, but the Chicago Bears defense is what's going to carry them this upcoming year. You scared as a Packers guy? AJ, you got to be scared. You turned your thing off.
You turned your mic off, Jack.
You turned your mic off.
Classic Hawk.
There it is, yeah. I think the division as a whole is getting much better. I mean, think of the NFC North, how good they are when you look from top to bottom. But no, I mean, the Packers aren't too worried about it, I would imagine. They know they have Jordan Love in like the youngest roster in the NFL, it feels like right now. So, but yeah, I'd like to see some defenders go off the board. I'm curious to see who the first defensive player will be off the board.
Okay, so I do believe in the, if we're looking at the stage behind us there, the pick is in, and we have something sweet. Shout out to Nationwide.
Ooh, look at that thing. Huh? A little dove. Is that a dove?
Yeah. Ooh. Hammer jingle.
Music.
All night we're going to hear that. We're going to hear that in the 12:30, 12:45 a.m. We even have like a trade is in from Nationwide little that popped up.
Curveball, same sound, or do they
different sound?
Oh, throw some flair.
Yeah, because the ears, are the first thing to lead you to a memory.
Right.
They say you smell.
Thought it was smell, yeah.
Yeah, but I got a closed septum, so the ears are the next. The sound is the thing.
Okay.
The trade sound will make some noise. It'll be there, but shout out to Nationwide jumping on board this particular year, and shout out to Chicago not taking the entire 10 minutes. That felt like there was about 5 minutes left. So
look at the strut.
Here we go.
Wow.
3 weeks out of back surgery.
Back surgery, yeah.
You think he's been doing cycling or something? You think he's Pelotoning? He looks good.
For sure. Body weight squats, maybe?
2024 NFL Draft. The Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams.
Hell yeah.
What?
Quarterback, Southern California.
Congratulations to Caleb Williams, number 1 overall pick, as has been projected for the last 2 years. Matt Mel, there was a little chatter for about a half a second or two that this wasn't going to take place about a month ago, but pretty matter of fact for the last 2 years or so.
Yeah, a lot of people killed this guy, basically saying, hey, we don't know about his character. His dad basically saying, hey, this guy wants to own an NFL team the day he gets drafted. Turns out that was all bullshit. We saw him at his pro day, wrestling around, playing grab ass with his teammates. They seem to love him, but this kid has everything you'd want in a franchise quarterback. He's got the escapability, the elusiveness, the big rocket arm. Chicago, now you finally got your guy. Now let's see what they can do.
Coach Belichick, Caleb Williams is now going to be tasked with being a number 1 overall pick quarterback for a city that hasn't had a really prolific quarterback ever. How do you feel about Caleb and the pick for Chicago?
Well, again, Caleb's a really talented guy. He's kind of like a Russell Wilson. Really good lower body, strong, pretty fast, and has a tremendous arm. He can make all the throws. He's got a lot of different motions and all that. Sometimes that helps him, sometimes not so much. But the kid's really talented. I think if he can, be more dependable, not turn the ball over, be more dependable with his reads and more consistent and help the team, that he's got a chance to be a really good player, obviously.
All right, well, let's expand on that a little bit. Let's go to Bill Belichick's big breakdown.
Whoa!
This is 6'1", 215-pound Caleb Williams, number 1 pick out of USC, Coach.
Yeah, all right, well, here we go. I mean, you can see how quick and accurate he is on the release here. Just gets the ball, puts it right on the money. Easy for the receiver to, have a catch and run here. This is a 3rd down 10 play. He doesn't have anything. He's under pressure. He just kind of chucks the ball out and it's flat. I don't really like this. These are the kind of plays that end up hurting him. Not so much on that one, but here's another example of his release. Quick release, ball's out of his hand.
Wow. Wow.
There it is.
Whoa.
And those are good, solid plays in the NFL. Like, you need those. Okay, so here you see him handling the line of scrimmage, communicating the route. Looks like he's changing the protection here. But if you watch this play, he gets the ball and he looks over to the defensive left, and then he just flips it over to the right side, the offensive left side. The receiver's not open. He throws the ball on top, and it's an easy interception. So those are the plays he's got to eliminate. But, I mean, this is a really good play here. He's backed up in his end zone. He looks to his right, comes back, reads all the way across the field, hits the crossing route. Again, his quickness on his release and his accuracy are really good. And when he does this, that's when he's at his best. Here's a missed opportunity. There's the in cut down there at the bottom. He's not under pressure, and he just, pulls it down and starts running around. And, now it's instead of 2nd and 1 or maybe first down, it's 3rd and 10. This is really a spectacular play. This is what you love about Caleb Williams right here. UCLA is playing a kind of a flat coverage. You don't have any deep field player. Caleb steps up in the pocket and, hits a 70-yard touchdown.
58-yard ball on one leg.
Damn.
Yeah.
Freak.
Here's pressure off the edge. Again, he does a nice job of handling the free rusher off the edge and makes a good throw. Man-to-man coverage. Here's the open receiver right there. Put it on him. Holds the ball.
Can't do that.
Come on, Caleb.
Got to take the single.
You got to get that. This is a good throw right here. 3rd and 10. Hits the out cut right on time.
Hell yeah.
Excellent timing. Good 3rd down conversion. Those are the ones you need. Here's a play down at the bottom. Linebacker blitzes. He's hot to the back, and he puts the ball perfectly for the back, just right in front of him. Back's able to, break a tackle here. And
Yak.
That throw enables the back to run with it and get good yardage. Another good throw outside here. Gets a single coverage, makes a good read, good throw. Again, good solid plays, and you just got to, try to make more of these and less of every play being a 90-yard touchdown. Gets his eyes downfield here, makes a nice throw on the extended play. And then this is a good back shoulder throw down here at the bottom. This time he looks and sees the defenders on top of the receiver, puts it on the back shoulder. And, again, there's a lot of good things in the tape, some things he's got to work on. Biggest thing is don't turn the ball over and don't try to do too much. You do too much early, you fall behind, you're playing from behind. It just makes it a tough day, whether it's in college football at USC or in the NFL.
Well, a lot of college guys, I think, are putting a weight of the team on their back and making some reckless plays. You assume and you hope that you'll be able to eliminate those. Mad Mel, I heard you get a little bit mad about some of the things you were saying. What's that all about?
Well, yeah, I believe Caleb Williams is the best player I've ever evaluated.
Ever?
In my 42 years of doing this, he's the best player I've ever evaluated. Kind of look at him. I know Bill said Russell Wilson. I think that's a pretty good comp. I kind of look at a little hybrid between Patrick Mahomes and Aaron Rodgers. So if you put those two guys together,
that's a good player.
Exactly.
Have to take him.
Pretty good player. I do agree with Bill a little bit about him, carrying the ball around like a loaf of bread, trying to break 8 tackles, running 45 yards, behind the line of scrimmage, and then trying to throw a 140-yard touchdown. I don't know if that's going to work in the NFL, but I think one of the reasons everybody loves him so much is because he plays Hollywood. Okay? Now, he's leaving Hollywood, but he's still got to play Hollywood in Chicago in order to be successful in the NFL.
Well, I think Bill said the exact opposite of that. He just needs to make consistent plays for his team in Chicago. And we assume with the amount of talent he has and the humility we've seen and learned about him over the last few months, he was kind of a mysterious figure that we didn't know much about. We just heard from his team and his team and his team. And then once we got a chance to meet him last night, cleaned up.
Great.
Gentleman.
Good fit.
And everything he's done since the junior year has ended has been like noble, a guy who's ready to lead a franchise, Con.
Yeah, and we mentioned the pro day, how he was, wrangling his friends and, messing around. That was great. Also, no haircut. I thought that was a big deal. Hey, this guy's so locked in. He's not going to do a clean fade for his pro day. He doesn't care about how he looks. He cares how he plays ball. And at the end of the day, that's all that really matters when it comes to the #1 overall pick.
D-Butch, the pick is in for the Commanders. As we finish up the talk about Caleb, we saw him play. He did a lot of magical shit. If he can do that in the NFL, he's great.
Yeah, I think he'll continue to do that. And you want to see him. You want him be that quarterback like a Brady, like a Manning, who they just make the right play over and over and over. And when they have to be special, they will be special. And I think he obviously has that Patrick Mahomes ability. That's kind of the new archetype for this new age of quarterback going forward. Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes kind of hybrid. And you see Mahomes, he can make the on-schedule plays, but when he has to be special and kind of uplift his team and make that one extra play, I think he's done that.
But one of the special things about Pat, though, is he sat with Alex Smith for a year.
Oh, yeah.
He learned a lot. When he stepped in and played, there weren't a lot of bad plays from Mahomes.
Yeah.
And so, whether you play or don't play, whenever you get that chance to play, you just got to be consistent.
Absolutely.
Washington Commanders pick is in. Everybody assumes this is Jayden Daniels.
The 2024 NFL Draft. The Washington Commanders select Jayden Daniels.
Okay.
Yes.
Quarterback, LSU.
Good call.
Classic Jayden Daniels going to the Commanders. This was kind of locked in. Then there was discussion with some odds because Jayden Daniels' agent potentially wanted him to go play elsewhere, and he sucked at golf at Top Golf and everything like that. Inevitably, this is who a lot of people had as the second best quarterback in this draft class. Alex Peters. Adam
Peters.
Adam Peters, new GM for Washington, gets his quarterback. Bill, I'll ask you, what are your thoughts on Jayden, and how do you think Peters, a guy who used to work with you,
yes, he
did here? Is this the smart play, the right decision, and how do you think they got here?
Well, again, I think this is a little similar to the Caleb Williams conversation. I think that that Jayden has a good opportunity to be an outstanding player, and he showed that this year. He won the Heisman Trophy, and he had a lot of great plays. I think for him, a lot of his throws come outside the numbers. He's very fast. He's an excellent runner and scrambler. I think he's going to have to learn to stay in the pocket and read coverages and throw the ball, but he's capable of doing that.
He's got a weird elbow, though, Mad Bell.
Yeah, it almost looks like he has 3 elbows, which is kind of a cause for concern. But, you know, my favorite thing about Jayden Daniels, a lot of people don't talk about, poise under pressure. Everyone knows. Brian Kelly is an absolute fucking maniac, yelling in guys' faces until his face turns bright red. And Jayden Daniels never missed a beat, okay? Never missed a beat. Never let that get to him. He kind of compartmentalized all that and won the Heisman Trophy. I love this pick for Washington if his elbow doesn't explode within the next 5 years.
Let's look at some tape to see what the Washington Commanders are getting for Jayden Daniels and what it could look like in the future. Let's go to Bill Belichick's big breakdown with Jayden Daniels, quarterback out of LSU. 6'4", big, 210.
Whoa. Great leader. His teammates really play for him here. He's got a really good touch. Again, a lot of these throws are typical. They're going to come outside the numbers, and it seems like that's where he's most comfortable throwing the ball. This is an example down here with kind of the touch. This is Nabers at the bottom. He's got single coverage, and Jayden just doesn't put the ball out there high enough, and Nabers doesn't really have a shot at it. So his touch, and I would say, inside the numbers, he has great receivers. Nabers, Taylor, who's going to be a high pick next year, Thomas. He's got some good guys to throw to, and this is, again, another really good throw on the perimeter. This kid's got a good arm. I worked him out last year. He was at the LSU Pro Day a year ago working out those receivers, and this kid can make all the throws. You can see he's really fast here. He's sometimes, I think, a little too quick to pull the ball down, but when he does pull the ball down, he usually runs, and he's going to have to learn to get his eyes downfield. These are the ones you got to hit here. He's got an open receiver. He's got plenty of time in the pocket. And, again, these are the mechanics that we talked about earlier in the show.
He'll get better at that.
Yeah, we got to make those. But really, really accurate outside the numbers. Got, like I said, a really good arm. Gives the receiver a chance to, run with some extra yards for the ball here with a good throw, good accurate throw. We don't want to do this.
Forget about this.
Jayden, forget about this.
This is not what we want to sign up for as a commander?
No, we don't want to do this. We don't want to run up here and try to hurdle into the.
Jeez.
Right into Jordan Davis.
Every teammate will let you know about that.
Hey, let's not do that.
But you give him credit for being a tough guy and not.
No doubt.
Biden?
He is a tough kid. Yeah, he's a tough kid. This is another, dangerous throw here. I don't think this is really, necessary. Comes on the backside. Lucky he didn't get it picked off by the corner. So, again, a kid that really has a lot of talent here. If you design the running plays for him, this guy can kill you. Damn. I think that if I were coaching against him, I would have some kind of a spy on him and make sure that he didn't beat us running and didn't beat us, with throws outside the numbers. And then I think he'll eventually get better and be able to attack the middle of the field. But that's something he's going to have to work on.
Full sellout here from Jared Verse, who we know is a stud.
Yeah, Verse. He almost caught him there. That was we'll talk about Verse later, I'm sure. Again, good timing play. He can get it out on time. 6'4", you like this guy who has this kind of vision. This play, Foxy, if you hit that back for a second.
Attaboy. Call it Foxy.
Attaboy. It might be Bill. Down here at the bottom, Florida State's 3-on-2 on this empty formation, and Florida State's 3-on-3 on top against the bunch there. So this read really should be at the top of the screen where the 3-on-3 is. Yep. And Nabers is going to come open on this, but, Jayden's working where he's outnumbered down here, and, misses an open receiver there.
Yeah, I think with all these guys, what we're going to learn throughout the evening is there's a chance that there's going to be some great, then there's going to be some misses, but we're going to continue to see them hopefully grow into being the leaders. Like Washington Commanders, brand new ownership, brand new GM, brand new era.
Yeah.
Jayden Daniels now is going to be the face of that. Good luck to him. The Patriots also staring down a brand new era because obviously the man who had been in their draft room, their war room, making decisions for 24 years.
Yeah.
24 years is now joining us. Third overall pick, from what I've been told, the pick is in.
Whoa. Holy
the internet
shit.
is reporting that the pick is in. And Boston Connor
wow.
Nationwide is on our side, and Drake Maye is going to be on
No way!
New England Patriots side.
Congratulations! Yeah!
We saw a tweet from Albert Breer that reported on the internet that Drake Maye will be selected by the Patriots with the third overall pick. There was some chatter, Connor, that maybe they would trade out of there, you know, maybe get some more picks to continue to build on. You get the quarterback of the future in Drake Maye. How zeked are you, pal?
I'm very zeked. I mean, the conversation around the Patriots trading out was asinine. If that happened, I think there'd be even more riots than when the dynasty first came out. But having a guy at 3 was something that we couldn't even dream of for 24 years because the greatest coach and GM of all time always had us hanging around at 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32. And that's where you want to be. You want to win Super Bowls, obviously. And it feels like Drake Maye, he's a big son of a bitch, first of all. We saw him in the lobby last night.
Family.
First of all, he's sweating last night because he's not out enjoying this time. No, he's working. He's at the court. He posted on his Instagram. Great Instagram follow. I would do it if I were you guys. He's shooting shots. I mean, look at the style. Look at the smile. Look at the baby blue tie. There's really nothing that you can't not love about Drake Maye. I can't wait to hear about what Bill Belichick says about his film. I heard it's flawless. I heard every single part of his game is perfect. He can come in right away. He can win you a Super Bowl in the first year. Realistically, though, it's going to take time, obviously. You know, that is something. We have Jacoby Brissett now, brought him in to be that bridge quarterback. Very understood from Jacoby as well. Couldn't be more excited about this.
Bill, obviously, third overall pick is something that no coach or GM ever wants to have happen. New era up there. How are you feeling right now watching that happen with the team that obviously you are so synonymous with? And what do you think about the player that they took in this new era?
Well, I think that's certainly a top need for him. It's quarterback, tackle, and wide receiver. And so, you know, this is one of the top needs. You know, Drake compares himself a lot to Josh Allen. He has been doing that for quite a while. We'll see about that. I think there are some similarities in terms of, you know, size and athleticism. Josh Allen's a pretty special player now. So,
yeah, but it's draft season media. This is what happens.
Come on.
He's tall, he's white, he can run.
Josh Allen!
Yeah, that's Josh Allen, that whole thing. But watching the Patriots pick up a quarterback and enter this new era, what should we think about with the film, and what did you see from watching him play? Let's go to Bill Belichick's big breakdown.
Hell yeah.
Well, again, a very talented kid, good size, runs well, has a good arm. Just he hasn't played very much. He really doesn't have a lot of experience, and he makes some big plays like this. This is an amazing play where he kind of throws going backwards, puts the ball right on the money. Whoa. And those are the highlight plays that you really like from Maye. You know, this is one where he just doesn't really finish the play. You know, he's got, you know, double coverage here on the slot receiver. He's got guys open inside and outside and just throws it into double coverage. So, again, he's going to need some work in reading defenses, reading coverages. He
comes with reps.
He's quick to come off the receiver here. If he frees it right there, Foxy, just back a little bit.
Not a bad Foxy.
Go, Foxy. Go,
you know, like right here in the middle, like this.
Play.
Just a little bit right there. That's as open as they're going to get in the NFL. But I'm just telling you, like, they're not going to get open by like 8 yards in the NFL. So just you got to deliver it in there. He's kind of quick to bail out of the pocket, and you know he's going to have to hang in there a little bit longer, I think, and find those receivers. This is a really good throw here he makes. This is, you know, the in cut here. He really drives the ball. That's a nice play. This is a kid that can make all the throws. He just needs to be more consistent. Here's another one where he's, you know, should just stay in the pocket. He doesn't have any pressure. Just stay in the pocket and, you know, take his reads and scrambles out early. Then he throws the ball late and it almost gets it picked off. So transitioning from a college quarterback to a pro quarterback here is, you know, he just needs some time and experience. Here's a late throw over here. Wiggins picks it off.
That's going to happen. Yeah, that's going to happen. That's going to happen.
Route was supposed to come back to the quarterback, I heard.
Yeah. You know, again, kind of open receivers down here. We gotta hit them. And again, kind of I'd say too quick to scramble and get out of the pocket. Of all the quarterbacks, he was the lowest rated in the pocket thrower. But you can see right here, he can definitely do it. That's a good throw against cover 2. On that corner route behind the corner. So,
freak athlete. Led UNC in rushing 2 years ago.
Boom.
And whenever you think about the overall Drake Maye story, you're thinking about the ceiling that's possible, because you even said not a lot of football he's played. You golfed with him one round when you were out in Vegas, and you came in the next day, you're like, that's my number 1 overall pick. We saw his drunk uncle last night. It seems like they're all there. Drake's going to be a guy that the locker room likes immediately.
Immediately. Day one when he walks in the locker room, he'll be a great team guy. You mentioned it. At the top of this draft, all these guys are very, very talented. How well will they be coached? Jacoby Brissett being behind him, being in the same quarterback room with him, that'll be awesome. Obviously, Mayo, this has been his first pick in the new era. I'm excited for him getting his quarterback. But, yeah, I think this is honestly, up at this part of the draft, probably the biggest wild card in the draft. He can be a Hall of Famer, or he can be a guy that doesn't work out. But he has all the tools. He's like built. If you built a quarterback on Madden, he'll be kind of the prototype. You'll build it around. But like Bill said, you got to fix those easy things.
We got time with Jacoby.
You can't create your own pressure in the league. If you got a pocket, you got to take advantage of that pocket and get the ball to your athletes. But I'm excited about this pick for the
Got Jacoby, like you mentioned. Keep in mind, our colleague Dan Orlovsky said, hey, listen, Drake Maye is going to be a Hall of Fame quarterback if you allow him to sit behind a guy for 4, 5, 6, maybe 7 years. You know, Now, I'm not saying I agree with Dan's sentiment there, but that's basically what he said. Hey, just a little more seasoning, and he's going to be just fine.
All right, so when quarterback, which is kind of chalk on how we thought it was going to go, the Arizona Cardinals did not trade their pick out. They actually selected Marvin Harrison Jr.
Smart.
is now going to the Arizona Cardinals. Kyler Murray loses Hollywood Brown. Now he has Marvin Harrison Jr., the first wide receiver taken off the board. A.J. Hawk, this man has been a spectacle at Ohio State since stepping foot onto the Columbus campus. What are your thoughts on him being the first wideout taken? And feels like an easy one, but also he didn't do the combine, didn't do the pro day, didn't do any of the shit.
Hasn't signed his NFLPA, so cannot sell his jerseys yet either.
Hasn't done anything. He's got a New Balance deal.
Won't be on Madden?
Will not be on Madden right now.
But, AJ, you watched him at Ohio State. The world did. What are your thoughts on Arizona picking him as the first wideout off the board?
Well, I live in Columbus. I've been hearing about Marvin since the day he stepped on campus. And not only like the physical tools and everything, you hear about him inside the Woody Hayes Athletic Center there, catching balls from the jugs machine by himself every single night. General Bob Carpenter is in there all the time. He says every time he's in there, Marvin is in there catching balls. So he has like all the tangibles and the intangibles, and I think that's huge for him and huge for this team. And you got Kyler Murray throwing the ball. They can, as we know in Arizona, they can we know dots, explosives all over the place. So Marvin will step in right away, I think, and have a huge impact.
We just saw Marv put the hat on there for the Arizona Cardinals. His dad was the one he dapped up on the way out to the stage. If you're watching the show on TV and us on your phone, his dad's been an instrumental part of this entire thing. Obviously, Marv, Hall of Famer for the Indianapolis Colts. I was hoping that Jim Irsay would walk into the war room tonight in Indianapolis and say, we're moving to 4 and we're getting Marvin Harrison Jr. He was expected to be the number 1 wide receiver off the board. Then there were some conversations about Nabers and maybe Rome Odunze. Bill, what are your thoughts on Marv, and what do you think he's going to translate to in the NFL?
Big guy, big target, great work ethic. Just like AJ said, I think there's certainly a lot to like about this player. A lot of his plays come outside. He's not really a catch and run guy. He's more of a contested catch player. Certainly a big target in the red zone and third down. I mean, there's no doubt he'll help the Cardinals, and he gives them it's a big guy to cover.
Kind of sounds like an old Cardinals receiver.
Oh, a little Fitzy.
Fitz, yeah.
Yeah, big Fitz.
Third down, need him. If he can be the third down weapon for Kyler, he'll have a career forever out there in Arizona. Great city of Phoenix.
Yeah, fantastic. Gotta love Chef Bo's. Coach, because he is the son of a Hall of Famer, is that something that GMs take into account when they're drafting? Like, hey, this is a guy who's the son of a pro, probably knows the steps to be great?
I think it's more important that what he actually did, like AJ said, that he's in there every day, he's working, he's not living off his dad's reputation, that he's in there, setting the, being himself and creating his own, his own model, not somebody else's. So I think that carries a lot.
This isn't a leech. He earned his own keep, but he also had a lot of the game shown to him. Like he's on the jugs machine in the morning and at night because Marv's like, hey, if you want to be great, this is how this whole thing goes. His dad's been very active and part of it, which I think is a beautiful thing. I think he's the 5th son of a Hall of Famer to be drafted in the first round. I believe, in the history of the NFL.
Okay.
So good for Marv. Congrats to him. Let's go to some film here and see what the Arizona Cardinals are getting with Marvin Harrison Jr. Bill Belichick's big breakdown on the 6'3", 209-pounder out of Ohio State.
Yeah, he's all a 6'3". Last year in 22 with Stroud. Again, here's a good opportunity for him. You can see his speed, and here's his run after the catch where he can, get some space to go. But here he beats the, the corner who's got outside leverage, just fights his way across it. Good hands. It has obviously a big target, and he can go up and fight and make these contested catches like he does here against King that's good corner there from Penn State. But again, coming inside, he runs this in cut here and just, lays out, catches the ball, really good concentration, good hands, big target. I mean, you love to throw the ball to a guy like this over the middle of the field. And he can cover guys up blocking. This against Notre Dame. And you can see here he gets out on the corner. You know what it's like going against these guys, but I mean, there he is. He stalks them, and that creates some room there. Another really good route.
Blocking right there.
Got hurt on that. Got rolled up and came back.
Yeah. Can you roll that back, Foxy? He doesn't get the ball on this play, but I think this is really a good route for a big guy. You don't see guys that are 6'3", 6'3 and a half have this kind of bend and flexibility as a route runner. He snaps out of it here. I don't throw him the ball, but that's the kind of route running that he can do. I think he's just got to learn to create a little bit more separation. This is it just doesn't really have enough separation there. And
we need a little more pizzazz, huh?
I thought this was a disappointing play here, in the Michigan game where, he gets undercut on the slant, ball gets picked off, and then he doesn't really finish the play. I think he's got to, you got to compete every play in this league. You can't have those plays.
Just like everybody that gets drafted tonight, there's going to be some stuff to fix. But this has been the guy that they've been talking about as the can't-miss prospect for 2 years. Because remember, last pro day when C.J. Stroud was throwing, there was a Lamborghini that was right behind a piece of glass at the car dealership, and that was Marvin Harrison Jr. Yeah. We saw him down there at that All-State Sugar Bowl game, and that's when I think you and everybody fell in love that saw him in person.
Yeah, you mentioned it earlier. It was a little talk about, hey, maybe Nabers, because he is that explosive big play threat from day one. But me and Con, man, I can remember it vividly, standing in that end zone and watching him run a clown route, a triple post corner, and almost single-handedly winning that game. Obviously, with C.J. Stroud in the Peach Bowl against that Georgia defense, who were back-to-back national championships. So seeing that made that separated me. He knew he was the guy. He's done all he needed to do on the field. Didn't do any of the pre-draft bullshit. I'm not working out. I'm not running. I'll talk to the teams that I need to talk to. And now him going to Arizona, I think it's a good situation for him. I think it's a good situation for Kyler. And he's polished. He's very polished. He's a tough kid. He's going to come to work and kind of set that tone for that offense.
We saw the videos of Monty, the new GM out there, working the phones last year. The Arizona Cardinals social media team put it out there. He doesn't trade. He makes the easy pick, is what everybody who's played with Marvin Harrison Jr. said. C.J. Stroud came out and said, let's not make this more difficult than it is. Let's not do that. Mad Mel, he didn't run for you at the Combine.
Yep.
He didn't do shit at the pro day for you, Mad Mel.
Sure.
What are your thoughts on Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Well, I mean, clean sheet. This guy's unbelievable. Obviously, he's got the pedigree with his dad, the Hall of Famer. I wouldn't really say it's a character issue or a red flag, but in recent days, we did see that he decided to sign with New Balance to be his cleat. So that kind of gave me a little pause. This guy's wearing Gucci, Versace, Jordan cleats in college. And now he's wearing goddamn shoes that my grandpa wears, going out to get the newspaper on Saturday morning.
Yeah, but your grandpa is fashionable. We know that.
And fast. Right, good business too, man.
I'm sure it's good business. Listen, we all saw the shoes, okay? Is this guy flashy? Does he want to look good on the field? Does he want to build a brand? Does he want to build an image? Or does he not care about that? Does he only care about the ball? So hey, I'm gonna wear these shoes that, to be frank, maybe kind of make me look like a little bit of a jackass on Sundays and Thursdays.
When you're talking about being flashy and everything like that, you talk about the Los Angeles Chargers' brand new head coach, Jim Harbaugh. Let's go down to the war room with Tone Diggs. What are some team needs? Because we're being told on the internet that the Chargers are not trading the 5th overall pick. Tone, what are you thinking that the Chargers are going to be looking at here at the 5 overall, Tone Diggs?
Yeah, I just saw Schefter tweet that they're going to stay. Their team needs wide receiver, tackle, cornerback, center, guard, the offensive line there. So when you go and look at it, the top tackle here, Joe Alt. But the thing that's been going on since last night, DJ, Daniel Jeremiah, Shregs, and Fields both had J.C. Latham going number 5 to the Chargers, who was the right tackle for Alabama. So that was interesting. There was some line movement on that. So if they go there, that'd be interesting, because if you look at Fields and how the board lays out, J.C. Latham isn't the top offensive lineman there. Or they do need wide receiver. The top wide receiver left is Malik Nabers, who is explosive. But we know Harbaugh. He loves those trenches, so it's going to be interesting to see what they do.
Ladies and gentlemen, the pick is in for the Los Angeles Chargers. Tone, good work down in your dojo, pal.
Thank you, brother.
It is an offensive tackle, and it is the 6'9" one, Joe O, drafted by the Los Angeles Chargers. Jim Harbaugh, whenever he was at Michigan, he wanted a physical football team.
That's right.
When he was at Stanford, he wanted a physical football team.
Eat 'em up.
When he's at San Francisco 49ers, he wanted a physical football team. When he was at San Diego University, he wanted a physical football team. He's a guy that likes to grind and pound and win in the trenches. No surprise, his first pick, AJ, is an offensive lineman, Joe Alt, tackle out of Notre Dame.
Yeah, I mean, are you surprised at this pick?
This feels like a Jim Harbaugh.
It's Jim Harbaugh.
I'm a little surprised.
Let's reinforce this O-line. I mean, yeah, they could get a receiver. You could trade back maybe, but I'm not shocked at all at this move.
D-Butch, what are you talking about?
I mean, I was with Nabers sitting there. I would think Nabers with having Justin Herbert, having the receiver room currently. You obviously, you drafted Johnston last year. I didn't see much from him as a rookie. Hopefully, he can develop and take a step. You got Josh Palmer in there as well. Lose some tight ends too. So I would have saw Nabers there, especially having Slater at the tackle. But hey, like you said, this is Harbaugh. We saw him firsthand, boots on the ground, his last 2 games in Michigan. And it was built Sharon Moore with that offensive line. That's where everything started. They're going to be well coached. And this is him building the identity of his team going forward.
Harbaugh's team ran the ball 32 straight times against Penn State whenever Harbaugh was suspended. They're 100% okay being a ground and pound squad. Beefing up the offensive line for Justin Herbert. What do you think this message is, Bill Belichick, to his new team?
Well, to D-Butt's point, I think there's a good chance that they will come back and get a receiver at the top of the second round, because there's a lot of depth at that position. So they might have felt like, much as Nabers is a great player, that maybe there's more depth at receiver than there was at tackle. I don't know. But in any case, Alt's he's a premier left tackle candidate. Long, tall, has played at a high level of competition. Obviously at Notre Dame, he's been well coached. His fundamentals are good. This guy's ready to go. I think he'll be able to play, right away for him. And
let's look at some film.
Yeah.
Let's look at some film on Joe. Big guy. Big guy. Yeah. 6'8", 315 pounds as the Giants are on the clock.
Yeah, and you can see his length here. He gets his hands on these guys and he can stop them initially, and they have to restart and it's all over. Reminds me of Nate Solder. Solder was 6'9". Solder was a really athletic kid, but this is Solder, that same kind of height, athleticism. Again, you can see really aware. He does a nice job of passing this game off. He flattens it to end out and comes and punches the tackle, looping around. He can pull. Here he is pulling around right here, and he can definitely move and get out in front on those plays. He's matched up against Ahoro and Clemson, and does a nice job here of kind of widening them out so the running back can get through that B gap area. Does a good job against another quality player. This is Myles Murphy last year. He was first-round pick from the Bengals. He did a good job against him in 22. I'd say he hasn't blocked a lot of great pass rushers just on their schedule.
Oh, because Notre Dame doesn't schedule anybody.
Yep.
That's what you're saying? They get Mickey Mouse?
You're
saying Mickey Mouse teams. That's what you're saying.
No, it just worked out that way. They had Myles Murphy last year, and Murphy went in the first round. Let's say that he's got a little, some balance things that he can work on, a little bit of bend and balance. But, this guy, there's a lot to like about him. He's a quality guy. He'll be a great team guy for him, good teammate. You'll like having him on your football team. There's no question about that. This is a character pick, too.
If you pass the Harbaugh character test, it feels like he's trying to be just like what Detroit was doing up here. They knew who their guys were. Joe Alt is obviously the first one. There's a little chatter about Latham out of Alabama potentially being the offensive tackle pick here for the Chargers. Instead, it's the big, tall, handsome bastard out of Notre Dame, Conde.
Yeah, J.C. Latham felt like the golden goose no one was talking about coming in, and then all of a sudden today he jumped up the board. But, Coach, D-Butt mentioned, Quentin Johnson, they lose guys, they still have him. At what point does a quarterback like Justin Herbert become a guy where it's like, hey, he's going to make those wide receivers around him better? Like, as much as having that premier guy on the outside matters, similar to with Brady, where he could just turn a 6th or 7th round pick into a 60 catches a year guy. Is Herbert at that level, and is there something that takes a guy to that level as well?
Well, I think we all know the better you can run the ball and the more you can stay at a long yardage and the more you can play from ahead, the less you have to do all the things you're talking about. So I'm sure Coach Harbaugh is, he's a big believer of that. He always has been. And try to keep the quarterback from having to be in a lot of difficult situations, playing from behind, playing in 3rd and long. I mean, those are tough for any quarterback. So, pretty clearly he wants to, be able to protect the quarterback, protect the game, and not let it get away from him. So,
they might punt the ball this year too. We don't know. Maybe Joe Alt's punt.
That'd be cool.
Chance, Harbaugh might have a little different strategy whenever it comes to battling situations. The New York Giants pick is in. Ladies and gentlemen, the man you just chatted about, Malik Nabers, will be going to the New York Giants as a wide receiver for Daniel Jones. A lot of people thought, well, are they going to go with a quarterback here for the Giants because the press conference that Daniel Jones did the other day where his eyes appeared to be glued open in his standpoint. They looked like Beetlejuice from the Howard Stern show. But no, instead they pick up a massive weapon for him and for Dayball. Coach, I know you liked Malik Nabers. He can take the top off. You think he's going to be a great addition day one for Daniel Jones?
There's so much to like about Nabers. I think this kid he's a very, very competitive player, number one. He wants the ball. He wants to be aggressive with the ball. He's a smart player, and he can do a lot of things. He can play inside. He can play outside. He's very, very tough to cover. And I think what you've seen now in these first 6 picks is, they could trade or trade offers and all that. These teams like the guy that was on the board, and they stood right there and took him. They turned the picks in pretty quickly, to your point. And they're not fooling around.
We're supposed to get fireworks, Bill.
Yeah, when's that happen?
10 trades. They're supposed to trade.
10 of them.
They're supposed to trade.
A record.
The Giants like Nabers, they take him. The Chargers like Alt, they take him. The Patriots like Maye, they take him. There's no fooling around. So when you see a guy you like and he's a good fit for your football team, you take the guy. You don't trade out of that.
Mad Mel, they're paying Daniel Jones, I think, $40-some million. They pick up a big weapon for him in the Big Apple, in the shadows of the Big Apple. Your thoughts on Malik Nabers to the Giants?
Well, listen, Malik Nabers is one of my highest graded prospects.
Is that why
this
you wore
year.
the purple?
It could have been, purple, for LSU, the explosivity, obviously the top-end speed. He's unbelievable. But I mentioned this last week. I do not love this pick for the New York Giants. Listen, nothing against Malik Nabers, okay, and nothing against Dan Jones. You can't sugarcoat a turd, okay? I saw that last press conference of that guy. His eyeballs were so goddamn wide open. I said, what's this guy going to do when he's got an elite pass rusher coming off the edge, okay? So, is Malik Nabers unbelievable? Sure. Is Daniel Jones going to be able to get him the ball? I mean, do we know that?
He'll see him.
Yeah, he's got good periphery now, better than ever. He's been working on those eyes.
Well, and again, Coach Dayball, he knows, hey, if Dan Jones goes out and plays like he did last year, and the year before that, and the year before that, his ass is going to get fired.
Okay.
Go find your guy.
All right, they got him a weapon.
No, the only thing I'll say is you don't have to wait for Nabers to get open for very long. You don't need a lot of protection with him. This kid's got separation, and he's done it against really good corners in the SEC.
They lose Saquon, which is obviously a massive piece of the whole thing. Now they add Nabers. Let's go back in time, shall we, as the Tennessee Titans are on the clock. Let's go back to the number 2 overall pick. First-year GM for the Washington Commanders joining us, ladies and gentlemen, Adam Peters.
Yeah! What's up, AP?
How are you, boss?
Doing great. How you guys doing?
Good.
Doing a lot better now, I can tell you that.
Amen. Okay, so let's talk about it as the boys will have some questions for you, and thank you for taking time to join us here on this big night for your program and for your career as a whole. There was a little bit of chatter about the 2 overall pick maybe being a little indecisive in your camp. The Topgolf thing generated a lot of headlines. Jayden Daniels sucks at golf, all this stuff. How long had it been, Jayden, and what was the process like to get to this number 2 overall pick for you?
Yeah, it was a process, and I think that's what I learned this from the guy next to you, just being process oriented, and we wanted to get through everything before we actually settled on a decision, but we knew this one for a long time, Pat.
Okay, the Topgolf thing wasn't a potential deterrent, and why did you choose to do that? Because that made a massive ordeal. I assume you saw the reaction by everybody. Then Bill came on the next day and was like, we used to do 12 guys at once. I mean, this is standard operating procedure. Why did you choose the Topgolf thing, and what did you learn from that about Jayden?
Yeah, I think we started doing that when I was in San Francisco, and it was great in terms of just getting everybody together and in a relaxed environment, a good atmosphere, seeing how they interacted, see who gravitated to who. And I think everything gets more magnified when you have quarterbacks, which is something I found out there. But it was overwhelmingly positive in terms of all of our feedback from everybody, and we got a lot out of everybody. And so not just Jayden, but everybody. And in the end, I thought it was really successful.
Okay, well, we love talking about it. You gave us like an hour and a half worth of shit.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of stuff going on there.
Yeah, we appreciate it a lot. And then we hear Drake talk about it, JJ talk about it. It's fantastic. Matt Mel has a question for you, Adam. You better hope you pass his grading system.
Yeah, Adam, congratulations on the pick and probably finding your franchise quarterback of the future. Just curious, though, earlier in the week, or maybe it was last week, can't exactly remember, Jayden Daniels' agent kind of, tweeted out one of these. A lot of people speculating, hey, maybe this guy doesn't want to go play in Washington. But then he did a podcast, a couple days ago and basically said, hey, listen, whoever picks me, I'm going to be happy to go there. Was there ever any concern that, hey, maybe this guy doesn't want to come to Washington and we need to make sure that this guy's going to be comfortable here as the potential face of our franchise?
I can't even take you seriously.
Whoa, come on! What's the deal?
That's
horseshit.
But I love it. I love it, though. So his agent's Ron Butler. He's a great agent. We have a good relationship, and we talked about that. And we feel great about it. Jayden feels great about it. Ron feels great about it. And we can't wait to get started with him.
Adam, congratulations on your first draft. Bill, I think wanted to say congrats as well.
Yeah.
Hey, congrats.
He's the reason why I came on, man. I'm so happy to see you, Coach. Thanks for everything you've done for me. It's an honor being on here with you.
Yeah. Well, likewise, you had a lot to do with our success when I was with the Patriots. We had a lot of great wins, a lot of great teams that you helped build. Hey, so going forward, would you think about moving back up into the first round if the guy falls to you that you like, or you kind of sitting there until waiting to reset the board and go next year?
This guy's a journalist.
Next week or tomorrow.
I know his hard-hitting questions, Bill. I didn't know I was getting that from you. Yeah, Bill, you know how just like you guys did it. You move up, you move down, whatever you think's the best thing for your team. So we're prepared to do that. I was lucky to walk into a situation where we had 6 picks on the first 2 days. So we have the ability to do that. If it's for the right guy, we will. If not, we'll be really happy to stand and pat. There's a lot of good guys there at 36 and 40 and beyond too. So we're in a great spot, but we'll be ready to go. So I might, got to go back in the draft room and start making some calls maybe.
Hey, Adam, we can't wait to see what you do. Yeah, we appreciate the hell out of you.
Thanks.
And good luck out there. Congrats on your quarterback of the future, pal.
Yeah, thanks. We're fired up. We couldn't be happier, and thanks for having me on. It's nice to meet you, Pat and Bill. Great seeing you. Good luck with everything. I'm sure we'll talk soon.
And Adam, let's have a little bit more respect for Mad Mel, okay?
Yeah, good Lord. Mad Mel.
Yeah. Ladies and
I
gentlemen.
was thrown off by that one.
Ladies and gentlemen, Adam Peters, man.
Yeah,
Adam. Happy he has no idea who you are. This guy's been locked in.
It's good to know.
Went through his whole process. Didn't want to make his decision too soon. The Titans were on the clock. The pick is in. Ladies and gentlemen, J.C. Latham out of Alabama is now a member of the Tennessee Titans. If you remember, Vrabel gets fired out of nowhere. None of us expected that. They bring in Callahan, not the one that sells auto parts.
Right.
No, we're talking about the one that was in Cincinnati. He gets hired. He brings his dad, legendary offensive line coach. Now with the first pick of the new era, they're investing in a big-time tackle in Latham. We saw him last night, D-Buck, walking around the hotel. This man is a monster, D-Buck.
And he can move. Good athlete. He can move. He looks the part. That's for sure from day one. And it's another example of young quarterback, Will Levis. What are we going to see in his second year? You got to protect him up front. You sign Pollard. You want a legit run game. You got a weapon in Calvin Ridley. And along with that golfing trip with Drake Maye and Phil, Will Levis was there as well. And he told me he saw the field clearer as a rookie more than he had ever saw it in the college game. And that was based on him getting the calls in his helmet and almost visualizing those plays. So I love this pick for Tennessee and Will Levis down there for his future.
Yeah, good for Will Levis. This is an investment in Will's future. They believe him after what they saw last year. J.C. Latham was potentially going to get moved ahead of Joe Alt here late. You have some film and watch this guy. He's at IMG Academy. He's a dog.
Yeah, well, first of all, congratulations to IMG Academy, Coach Billy Miller. He's done a tremendous job down there. This is 5 years in a row. He's had a first-round draft pick.
Damn.
5 years in a row from IMG Academy. They've had 18 over the last 6 years, more than any high school in the United States. And Billy just keeps turning them out. They run a great program down there. J.J. McCarthy went to IMG. We'll see where he goes, but they've turned out some great players. So, but Latham, what's the tape on him? This guy is one word that describes him, and it's powerful. Ooh. I mean, this guy can move bodies. He is extremely explosive. He has rare power. This is against Georgia. I think it's Stackhouse there. He just, I mean, now there's a running lane. I mean, even I could make a couple of yards through there. Just a couple. But here he comes again. This is, again, coming on these down blocks. He just caves in the whole side of the line.
Look at that finish. You love the finish, don't you?
Oh, he does. He buries these guys. It's really an aggressive player. Here he is against Graham. Graham's going to be a high pick next year in the draft, but you can see he kind of flips Graham over here and just, he's all the way across the other side of the center. So
moving bodies.
Yep. This is a great guy to run the ball behind. Here is against Texas. His little game here, and he just tossed him around. This guy's a really, really physical player. I'd say, just focus. He got beat inside a couple times in the Georgia game. He's, it's fundamentals. It's techniques. And then, here's kind of a play against Michigan that, he just kind of, doesn't execute well. So I think just his focus, his concentration, but this kid's got a ton of talent, and he is powerful.
He's going to a place with a great offensive line coach, right? Like Coach Callahan is regarded as one of the best offensive line coaches in the history of the league,
absolutely.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. And he can play left tackle, too. I don't have any doubt about that. I think if they want him to play left tackle, he could play left tackle or he could play right tackle. Honestly, there's some people that think he could move inside if they needed him in there. So this kid's got a lot of he's a good kid. He's a hard worker. He's got a lot of talent.
Huge. We saw him in the hotel
Oh, my God, yeah.
Massive individual. It feels like
he blocks out the sun.
Yes, he solar eclipse.
Truly. Yeah.
Did you see it the other day?
Glasses.
I guess he just picked up Roger Goodell in his celebration over there. Roger Goodell getting ragdolled.
Oh, there it is.
Yep, absolutely ragdolled, which is a beautiful thing.
Did he just have back surgery?
3 weeks.
Oh, yeah.
No.
JC Lath's going to check that spine there. All right. Let's go ahead and get these hats out because there is a demon walking amongst us up here.
Not again. Not again.
JC Latham, congratulations going to the Titans. You're in the AFC South. That means, the Indianapolis Colts, Anthony Richardson's back, and C.J. Stroud has that rookie year that's absolutely insane. And, the Jacksonville Jags are on the way up, but the Tennessee Titans are rebuilding quickly, making great decisions. It feels like they have a plan with how they're going to do it. Now, as the Falcons are on the clock, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for O's the Mentalist to come back out here.
Hey,
O's, okay, so we were told to get 32 hats, O's, and
Yes,
we
sir.
did that from our friends at Lids. These hats will be debuting on Friday.
Clean.
At lidshd.com. You can buy these hats. So shout out to the Lids folks, literally overnighting these to us. O's, what do we have all these hats out
Can I
here
get
for?
in between you, Bill and Darius?
Let's do it.
You know what? Everybody out there, these college players that are going to play football professionally, everyone has a dream, which is not only to play, but to make it to the Hall of Fame, to win a Super Bowl, to get that ring. Am I right?
Yes.
And how do you know which pick? I don't care if it's number 1 Caleb Williams or the last person picked in the final round. Who's going to be that Hall of Famer? Bill, you know better than anyone. 199th pick, 6th round, Tom Brady.
Whoa.
Potentially the greatest of all time. Go figure.
Darius,
No,
everyone
potentially
asks
about
me,
it.
do I know the future?
Yeah.
I don't know the future. I read people, but I want you, if you don't mind, to stand up
Okay.
and imagine that somehow, Darius, a crystal ball has fallen into your hands, and you can see into the future, 5 years, 10 years,
Don't drop
15
it.
years, and I'm going to have you walk right around in front of this table and do one pass around and look at every one of these logos. And I know all these teams have a meaning to you.
I got a lot of
Darius,
teams, those.
Imagine
Too
that
many.
you
he's
know
a bandwagon fan.
Yeah, big
which
time.
pick. Don't let your eyes gaze too much because I'm watching you watching those hats. Come on around.
You got a terrible
He's a
poker place. We
slippery
learned that
bastard.
earlier.
He got me early.
This guy's
All right.
witchcraft. Real
Darius,
good job, D-Bud.
Imagine that you know which team, their player that they pick in today's draft is going to be a future Hall of Famer that we all talk about in 15 years. Sit down for me, please,
This is
sir.
a 50-year trick.
Yo, we're going deep.
We got time.
Darius, cover your eyes, please, with your hand. Cover your eyes, no peeking. One hand. I'm watching. I saw what he looked at. I saw his eyes.
I looked at them all.
I know.
Hold on.
I
Yeah,
saw
I
you
read it
go
too.
back and forth. Folks, I want everyone to see this. Darius, you're not looking, are
He
you?
telegraphed it all.
D-Bud,
Keep
don't
your eyes
look.
closed. Everyone keep your eyes closed.
He's
Everyone
peeking
keep
for
your eyes
sure.
closed. You see it, Bill. You know what? The best players, they go one way, they go the other. He pivoted right in the middle. I think we switched.
Yeah.
I see in his eyes. Bam. That's what I'm going with. You guys saw them. I saw
Don't even. If
Darius,
this one's it, we're going to.
Darius, keep your eyes closed. But imagine that the pick in the 2024 draft, 15 years from now, this person's in the Hall of Fame. Which team? What's that number 1 team you were thinking of? Say it.
The Dolphins.
The Dolphins.
Oh, my
Open your
God.
eyes. Take a look.
Come on.
Get him
telegraphed.
Burn him
Hold up, hold up, hold up. Swear to me, swear to me. Listen to me. Boston, I could see in his eyes.
winked at
He
him.
went back and forth. AJ, you changed your mind. last moment, you pulled an audible, play fake. Which other team were you about to say?
I didn't.
What was the other team you were considering?
The Chargers.
Oh, my God.
That's what he picked up.
Predictable, D-Bot.
He picked it up, D-Bot.
D-Bot.
When I have my eyes closed?
Yeah! Keep telegraphing this. Come on.
How the fuck am I telling?
I'm just saying.
Good Lord.
This guy's poker face in
Boston, is that still strapped to your chest?
Yeah, like a bomb, O's.
Coach Belichick wrote 7:57. What is the time on the clock right now? Because so far, I'm not going to tell you,
9:06.
but I think all our picks and my picks were what you thought they would be. But I think things are about to shift very shortly.
Uh-oh.
So let's see what happens.
What does that mean?
I'm coming back for more.
Hey, Demon, explain more.
I got to leave you on more. I'll be back.
Demon boy.
That's 3.
Get out of here, Demon boy.
Beelzebub.
See you, witch. What's that guy's problem, Bill?
Burn
What
him.
that guy's problem is?
He's an alien.
Yeah.
Is that like
That's
what
amazing.
is that what Ernie Sims was? I wasn't around him.
Adams.
Is that what he was? Ernie Adams, sorry. Ernie Sims.
Great linebacker.
Great football player.
Is that what Ernie Adams was? Just like he was able to just read people's face and.
Yeah, no, he wasn't. Yeah, no, he didn't do that. Ernie was analytical.
Ernie, also the GOAT. Also the GOAT. Shout out.
Ladies and gentlemen, the pick is in.
He's right.
The Atlanta Falcons have selected Michael Penix Jr., the 4th quarterback taken off the board out of Washington.
Wow.
He is not here. He's at his family's residence or some sort of building to celebrate this back at home. A man who was at Indiana, led them to having success in the Big Ten, something that they haven't seen before that or have seen since then. Then he goes over to Washington with Kalen DeBoer, and he has immediate success. Goes on to take them to the national championship. They lose inevitably to a Michigan team, but Michael Penix to the Atlanta Falcons, who just signed Kirk Cousins to a $130 million deal just a few weeks ago. Raheem Morris, new head coach down there, obviously had to have some sort of say in this. We like Michael Penix.
Whoa.
We love Michael Penix. Did not expect the Falcons to be in the quarterback game whenever we were chatting about all this. Mad Mo, how come you didn't tell us that this was potentially going to happen?
Well, because I think this is pretty idiotic. Nothing against Michael Penix. I love Michael Penix as a prospect, can throw all 3 phases of the field, can really move it down the football field. You just mentioned it, though. You just spent $160 million on a quarterback. You got other holes you need to fill, and you draft another quarterback. You're just going to sit him for 2 years? I mean, I don't know. Maybe Arthur Blank and the boys down there, they think they have the team that can compete to win right away, so they don't need, an impact plug-and-play player. I did not see this coming. This is fucking crazy. It's a little
41
wild.
years you've been doing this, Mad Mel. You don't know shit, obviously. 48 years in a war room. And as we chatted earlier about our draft board, everybody has a different draft board. Everybody has a different ranking system. Do you think Michael Penix was like their favorite quarterback, and that if he was available, they were going to take him? Or how do you think the Atlanta Falcons got to this position, you think, Bill?
Yeah, I think it's just that. They obviously like the kid. I think this is an example where you probably could have traded back to take Penix. Maybe they thought that Denver or somebody else was going to slide in there. I don't know, but this seems a little high for him. But there's a lot to like about Penix. There's a lot to like about this kid. He's very mature. They talk about the injuries, but he's been healthy the last 2 years, and he's won a lot of games, on a good football team at Washington. So, it's an interesting pick, and it's interesting. Look, having 2 good quarterbacks isn't a bad thing.
Have you ever seen anything like this, though? You pay a quarterback and you draft one in the top 10?
A lot of money.
I mean, you have Aaron Rodgers, and you took Love in the top, not in the top 10. He was like 20, but yeah, hey, that's why there's 32 different teams. They all have their own boards. They have their own philosophies. They all have their own logos. So.
Didn't Oz, whenever he walked out of here, he said
something's up.
He said everything is kind of going how it is. Something's about to happen. And then boom, all of a sudden the Atlanta Falcons take Michael Penix Jr. You talk about Aaron. Aaron had been there for 16 years or something. They just go out and get Kirk. They had to court Kirk. They had to win in free agency with the offer they gave him for a couple other places that were, assumingly in on Kirk Cousins, and now they get Penix. Maybe this is we want him to sit for a year or 2. We want him to watch Kirk be a professional. I have no idea, but you got to assume they have
at least
a plan.
2. At least 2, right? I mean, if you sign Kirk to this monster deal, you can't say, hey, well, it's one and done, and you're out of here, Kirk.
I'm pretty worried that O's the mentalist went into the Falcons front office and was like, hey, listen.
I need some shit.
You're going to have to take Michael Penix Jr. I'm going to turn your brains into mush right now on the spot. So when it comes to that time, when 8 rolls on and you are on the clock, I know you might want one guy. You're taking Penix or else you're dead.
How about this? Going into the draft on his number 9 overall pick with the Chicago Bears. People were saying Caleb Williams and Odunze were hanging out. They're on the same plane. How will they end up together? There's no way the NFL in the draft will be so predictable that we have been able to call a 1 pick and a 9 pick for a team. Odunze is now a member of the Chicago.
Hell yeah.
Caleb Williams gets another weapon. They brought in Keenan Allen this offseason, who's a third down machine, a yak god. Now you bring in Odunze, who people had in that top level of wide receivers. We got a chance to watch him a lot with Washington.
Yep.
And Penix and he go back-to-back. That's cool because I think that's a good metaphor for their relationship. Those two ran roughshod on a lot of teams. Rome to the Bears, third wide receiver taken. He and Penix were special. What are your thoughts on this entire thing, Bill?
Well, again, there's a lot to like about Penix, and there's a lot to like about Rome. I mean, this kid is really competitive. He's tough. He's made a lot of big plays for Washington. He's been their most dependable, one of the most dependable players. And Penix is a great leader. I mean, those players love him. They play hard for him. Those are two good football players.
Yeah, how about Caleb Williams and Odunze, same draft class, 1 and 9.
Dude.
Now, everybody thought maybe the Bears trade out at 9 to get more picks because they have the fewest amount of picks throughout the entirety of the draft, which is 4. 1 goes to Caleb. Maybe they'll try to bundle because quarterbacks, people might want to get up. Instead, they take another weapon for Caleb. Once again, I say this. The Bears have a good defense with Eberflus. Only going to get better. They have weapons. They have a line.
They might have the best trio of receivers right now coming in. Like DJ Moore coming off a career. He's explosive. He's a weapon. Keenan Allen is always open. And now you got a guy who I think can come in and be a legit number 1 on a lot of teams. Odunze, big, smooth receiver, almost like a basketball player out there, and is going to win one-on-one matchups.
The Jets were on the clock. They have traded on this 2024 NFL draft to Minnesota. Who was allegedly going to move up to get a quarterback is what everybody was thinking. So this has to be J.J. McCarthy. They see Michael Penix goes. They see J.J. sliding. They say, let's go get this thing, A.J.
Was someone going to jump them? Obviously, the Jets are not going to take them. So, yeah, what happened here, Bill?
Well, you get up to wherever you can get up to. If you
but
don't
couldn't they
trade
have waited for the Jets? The Jets aren't going to take J.J. McCarthy, are they? Or they were? I guess they could have. We don't know. So I mean, the Vikings felt like they had to get up one spot.
Well, no. What if somebody else? What if Denver traded up with them?
Yeah. So they had to assume. Yeah, other teams are coming up trying to get that.
If you want the guy, then you just go up and get him.
Okay.
And I think that's what they did.
They moved 1 pick here.
Yeah.
You know, they moved 1 pick. So
they were worried someone else was going to jump them and take that.
Jump them, take another quarterback. 100%.
You get that close to your guy, it's like we're willing to give up maybe like a third. I think they had how many picks did the Minnesota Vikings have?
They had 2 in the first, and I think they had 8?
They had a bunch. They had a shit ton. So I assume you bundle a little bit, move up 1, steal your guy.
I did that with Ty Warren in 2003. Ty Warren, we traded up 1 spot with the Bears. We switched spots with them and gave up a 5th-round pick. And we ended up taking Ty Warren, and then they took Haynes, kid from Penn State, who was a defensive lineman, to pick after us. Now, whether they want to Warren or not, I'm not sure, but the point is, if you want your guy, you're willing to go up a little more to get him.
The Vikings.
Another example of me trading up, Pat, just for the record.
Hey, no big deal.
Good player too.
The Vikings are sending picks 129 and 157 to the Jets. In return, the Vikings get 10 and 203. So they saw the guy. They said, let's not wait any longer. Let anybody else get in this thing. Let's get our quarterback, we assume, which will be J.J. McCarthy. They have Sam Darnold there. They bring him in from the San Francisco 49ers, pay him like $10 million. Yep. This is going to be a classic 1 year. Maybe J.J. sits behind Sam Darnold, or if J.J.'s the pick, which we're all assuming. And how do you think it's going to go?
Well, again, I think there's a lot to like about J.J. McCarthy, too, and Penix. I mean, these two guys have both they've won a lot of games. They've made a lot of good plays. There may be a little bit less upside, but I think these guys, there's not much downside. They have a higher floor, maybe a little bit lower ceiling, but I think the ceiling's still pretty good with both McCarthy and Penix. Interesting picks that, and I can see why they're in the top 10. There's a lot to like about both these guys.
How about Penix to Atlanta?
Wow. Dude, I mean, I get the whole, hey, 2 quarterbacks is sweet. Are they just burning $50 to $100 million? Because Penix is an older guy. He's a 23, 24-year-old by the time next season's done. So, why would you do that? That is asinine. I'm blaming that one on O's. I don't care. I don't know if they actually like Penix. I'm blaming that one on O's. That's psychopath.
The Minnesota Vikings, who just traded up 1 spot by giving up 129 and 157 to the New York Jets. The Jets will be on the clock after this pick is announced. Guess who? J.J. McCarthy goes to the Minnesota Vikings. It feels like this has been chatted about since the Combine, even beforehand. They're not going to be able to pay Kirk. If they pay Justin Jefferson, Kirk's going to leave. We're going to look at a younger quarterback. J.J. McCarthy is inevitably the guy that they trade up one spot to grab former hockey player, winner, another guy out of IMG Academy, Bill Belichick.
Yeah, again, 2 number 1 picks for IMG Academy. I mean, this is like, Alabama turning them out. This is unbelievable. But, again, there's a lot to like about
Do you own a part
McCarthy.
of IMG?
No, I'm just saying.
You should get some.
When you look at their high school, what Coach Miller has done down there in the last 6 years, it's unbelievable. But anyway, there's a lot to like about McCarthy. I mean, it gets tough. He's a great leader. He's an alpha guy. Players love him. His teammates love him. And he makes a lot of good decisions. He really helps your team. I think he'll work well with the Vikings. And, I think, Coach O'Connell will do a great job with him. And he's got some good players to work with, especially, Jefferson.
So whenever you think about J.J. McCarthy's future and you watch the film, what do we see, what do we like, what do we not like, and what is Kevin O'Connell going to be able to kind of make better and take advantage of? A guy who's had success with damn near any quarterback you put in his offensive system. Let's go to the film.
Here he is. I mean, there's not much to not like about McCarthy. I mean, one thing is the question is his weight. He weighed in at 202 and then 219. He's somewhere in there, We'd like him at 219, not 202. But again, this guy's got a quick release. He can get the ball out. He reads coverage as well. He's just got a lot more experience than.
And they huddled up too, Coach. Is that a big deal? Like I know Nick Saban was talking about playing him. They actually huddled and did all that, and his defense was not used to seeing it.
And he plays under center. He isn't in a shotgun all the time, so he can handle under center. He can handle the play action passes, turn his back to the quarterback. But here he is getting the ball out quick. If you run this back for a second, Foxy, this is Chop Robinson coming off the edge here. And look at how quick McCarthy gets the ball out here. I mean, to get it out and have it complete and have a 10-yard gain when he ends essentially unblocked, that's pretty good. He has good ball security. I know he had the 2 pick sixes against TCU in the championship game. But I would say overall, this guy, it's 3rd and 10. He's going to protect the team. He's not looking to turn the ball over and say his ball security.
Shot put a ball down the field right there.
This is a 2nd and 10 play. Again, another quick throw. Now it's 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2.
Get back on track.
Those plays help your offense. Again, taking a profit, every play's not going to be an 80-yard touchdown. He's good to make good completions, good solid plays. Here he throws on the run, puts the ball right on the money, good solid 10, 12-yard gain. You need those plays in the NFL. Now, if you want to run the ball with this guy, he's a good runner and he's tough. So here
Sneaky
he's on this.
Athletic.
Yeah, here's the sweep. He does a nice job of reading the hole here. And this is really a good run game decision. So it's an RPO. He's reading the rotation coming down to the right side here. And so instead of handing the ball off, or to the left side rather, instead of handing the ball off here, he sees Isaac take it, pulls the ball down, and then, again, good solid run. He just makes good decisions. 4th and 1, this is really a good play. They run the little rollout here, and everybody's covered. He's got nobody to throw to. He's 6, 7 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Got to get the first down and makes a good run. Yeah. I'm not saying this guy's a better runner than Jayden Daniels, but he just makes good decisions and is definitely good enough. Here's another second down play where he's got to read the defensive end and the rotation on the top. The top of the screen here, pulls the ball and outruns Isaac.
Edge burned out.
Gets a first down. So, these are the ones you want him to hit here. He's got the crossing pattern, should throw the over route, and still he tries to, get on the field to that flag that's, has got no chance on. Again, there's things for him to work on too, but overall, this kid he makes a lot of good football plays.
Yeah, I think what we like about JJ here is he's also a winner.
Oh my
Bill,
God,
as you go through it all, I think he's only lost 1 game. He beat the hell out of Ohio State. And now, obviously, there's been a lot of Dahn times in the state of Ohio because what J.J. McCarthy and Jim Harbaugh did towards them the last 3 years. Wins a national championship, played hockey growing up. This is the type of guy that you would love to see leading the program, AJ.
Yeah, he's the guy that you feel like the players love him. We saw him. We were out there. We were watching him. He's meditating before the game.
Oh,
under
yeah.
the goalpost. We're thinking, what's going on here? The guy's barefoot doing all this. I like it. I'm into all that. I think it's pretty cool. The guy's like old school mentality, old school toughness with some new age. I think mindfulness, and seems like he loves his teammates as well and takes care of the ball, like Bill says.
Yeah, I absolutely love J.J. McCarthy, Pat. You mentioned he's a winner, 27-1. Oftentimes we don't talk about that. Listen, if you win in college, granted, there's a decent chance that you're going to have the requisite skills to go win in the NFL. But I am curious, Coach, when you look at a guy like J.J. McCarthy, obviously played a bunch in college, do you think he's going into Minnesota and he's going to be the guy who's going to start from the get-go? Obviously, they signed Sam Darnold, a guy who you basically ripped his soul out of his body.
Numerous times.
Yeah, exactly.
Numerous times.
He saw ghosts because of you. Is that a situation where they're expecting J.J. McCarthy to come in and start right away?
I can't speak for Coach O'Connell. I would just say for me, I would start him when I think he's ready. If that's week 1, it's week 1. If it's midseason, it's midseason. I think as a coach, when you feel like he's ready, that's when you put him in. If you put him in too early, you don't want to have to take him out after week 4 or week 5. You want to wait till this is it. This is our guy. We're going with him all the way, and he's ready enough to play. At whatever point that is. It might be after the second preseason game. I don't know. But I think with that position, what you don't want to do is you're in, you're out, you're in, you're out. Once he's ready, you put him in, then you just got to live with it. Might be a couple bad, rough spots in there, but you're going to stay with him.
Going into a great situation, too. You mentioned KOC won with a ton of different quarterbacks. They didn't do so great in those close games, but him coming in with Justin Jefferson, who we think they're going to re-sign, probably the best receiver in the league, and then Jordan Addison, who had a great rookie year as well, and going to continue to create separation. So I think he's going into a good situation whenever he does get that start.
Definitely. 5 quarterbacks have been taken in the top 10 picks.
Wow. Damn.
5.
All offense.
Now, yeah, and to chalk offense.
Yeah.
19 is the number, the most amount of offensive players that have been drafted in one first round. I think it was in 2021 or 2022. Everybody had predicted that this year would go over. The 6 quarterbacks in the first. Remember, Michael Penix was only like minus 130 a week ago to go in the first round. J.J. McCarthy was having chatter about maybe he was the 4th quarterback. Instead, he finds a perfect home, in my eyes, in Minnesota.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like Minnesota's kind of the quarterback heaven. Like, if you want to be good at quarterback, you go hang out with Kevin O'Connell and you throw the ball to Justin Jefferson. But another huge addition, too, they add Aaron Jones. Like, you got a pissed-off running back who's coming over from a division rival. You got a guy who's not afraid to hand the ball off every single play like he did against Penn State. Like, you got to love that as a coach, right, Bill? If you have a quarterback who's not going to complain about handing the ball off, even though he might want to spin it.
He's a great, great leader and a great team player. I don't think there's any question about that. I think the thing that worries you a little bit about J.J. McCarthy, he's 2 for 12 against against Alabama, on 3rd down. And those are the ones you got to hit. 3rd down, red area, 2-minute. And so, can he do that? Which he did at Michigan, but he got into trouble against Alabama, and that's that 4th and 1 play. Like, you got to convert those plays. I think in the end it'll be good enough. I really do. But I think that's one of the things that, like, why isn't he the first guy? It's his overall accuracy in 3rd down.
Good news, him going to Minnesota, former hockey guy.
They're going to love
hockey
him.
state. They're going to love him over there. I think everybody loves him that's ever met him. They told a story to me about how first game he went in whenever he was a freshman and McNamara was still playing, because McNamara took him to the playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a whole – he replaced the guy that took a team to the playoffs. His first game, he went into the huddle, had to call a play, and a miserable offensive lineman, I don't know who it was, the way I was told the story is, an offensive lineman that hates everything said, hey, I like the cut of this guy's jib, like the way he handled himself, his humility, the way he operates around the locker room, and the guy's a winner. And you bring up not bitching about handing the ball off 32 times. This guy could have been up for a Heisman. Their team's undefeated, and he's handing the ball off 32 straight times to get a win. Not a peep. Not a single.
Shouldn't his ceiling should be very high, I feel like, because he wasn't asked to do all of that in college. Like you said, I was listening to somebody on ESPN earlier today talk about
Orlovsky?
They were watching some footage of Michigan, and they were on they're on the 30 going in, and JJ's like, hey, you can fast forward. We don't need to watch it anymore. Like, we're not throwing. I don't throw any more passes here. We're going to run. It's Michigan. We're going to pound the ball. So I think like his ceiling could be even higher because we haven't really even scratched the surface on what he possibly could be.
Sam Darnold can help. He's been around a lot of places, seen a lot of ball, had success, had failures. Like, that's a good person to keep in the room, kind of an OG around you. The Jets, who just traded back one with the Minnesota Vikings, have made their pick. Ladies and gentlemen.
Bowers?
No.
Olu Fashanu, tackle out of Penn State.
Oh, there we go.
Now a member of the New York Jets. Let's get some protection for Aaron Rodgers, who was only able to play 4 offensive plays this past season, as the hype built quickly around the Jets maybe being the favorite of the AFC East. It all got shattered quickly. The dreams got punted one year, and now with the 11th overall pick, they shore up the offensive line a little bit for old Aaron Rodgers in that offense, Ty.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot more sense. You get a guy like Olu, obviously. He's got a good base of power. He's long, massive caboose, big ass on this guy. A lot of people had, Brock Bowers going to the Jets because they said, Aaron Rodgers hasn't had a tight end like this guy in quite some time. But at the end of the day, you got to protect Aaron Rodgers. For most of last year and the last several years, the Jets' offensive line has been a sieve, whether it's because they've had guys injured or they haven't had the right guys in there. You got to make sure that Aaron Rodgers is upright. And what better way than taking a big son of a bitch from Penn State like Olu? I love this pick.
He was supposed to be a top 10 or top 15 pick last year.
Correct. Oh, yeah.
Goes back to Penn State.
Yep.
Now, Penn State has the same exact year that they had
just on repeat
the year before.
Yeah, for the last 50 years.
But he got to play some more ball, and now he's going to, New Jersey for a lot of spotlight now.
Oh, yeah. Ton.
Like, every single game is going to be prime time. A lot of eyes. I think he's ready for it. We got a chance to meet him and his family at one of the college game days, or one of the tournaments. I forget where it was. Family's awesome.
Yes.
Incredible group. He is a special dude, I think is how everybody describes him. And now he's blocking for Aaron Rodgers in his first year in a swan song type thing that's supposed to end in a Super Bowl.
Yeah, you said a lot of eyes on the Jets. If there's another vaccine, you can double those eyes just because of the fact that quarterback is who he is, and I love him for it. But also, they bring in John Simpson, starter for the Ravens last year, Morgan Moses, starter for the Ravens last year, and Tyron Smith from the Cowboys. 3 vet O-linemen, one of them being a vet left tackle. That'd be perfect for Olu to learn under, too, going forward if Rodgers does play, a few more years here for having a young guy like that, learning behind a Tyron Smith who's been in the league since he was 17 years old.
Yeah, and it's a good, Aaron will make him right, too, right? Isn't that something veteran quarterbacks can do for offensive linemen, especially young guys like Olu?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a smart kid that, if Aaron changes the plays and audibles and things like that, he'll be good on that. Again, this guy's, he's been a solid player at a good program. And there's some age at the tackle for the Jets. I know they got a couple guys in there, but, this is a young tackle that is going to be there for a while. So, he should help them.
Let's go down to the draft board that we have with Tone Diggs in our war room in his dojo. Tone, I don't know what the temperature is down there, pal. It's getting a little chilly up here.
Yeah,
we're all standing. How's the board shaping up, and are you as surprised about the Atlanta pick as the rest of us?
The Atlanta pick was shocking because what we talked about earlier is see this these top 2 rows of the draft board here. Those are top of the first round draft picks. Mike Penix was sitting down here at 37. That's a top of the second round draft pick when you're looking at Field Yates' rankings, and if you're looking at your draft board, and that's how it would go. So it's very surprising that he went that high, and it was very surprising then that he went to Atlanta when they have a quarterback. Now when you're going through it, no defensive players have been taken yet, none. So all the top row, the first round players that are the top of the first round left on offense, just Brock Bowers and Fuaga from Oregon State. And then we have the defensive players that are still all left there. I have no idea when one's going to come off the board. I don't think it's going to be the Broncos. There's been one guy projected to go there for a long, long time, and it's this one right here, this quarterback who was on Field's board, one higher than Penix. So it'll be exciting to see if the Broncos go there.
Yeah, because you release Russell Wilson, and you say, you know what, $85 million dead cap, who gives a shit?
Mm-hmm.
That's the biggest in the history of the NFL, Bill.
Yeah.
That's a massive decision by Sean Payton, right? When you're at that big of a disadvantage salary cap-wise,
right, but if you're going to cut your losses, you got to cut your losses. And, if you don't, it gets worse. But if we go back to the board for a minute, I think this is a very realistic picture in the draft room, whatever round it is. If you want a quarterback, there's one guy. There's defensive players on the board. This is where the board's finally shifted to where there's 4 or 5 defensive players over there based on our board, Field's board, that you can take. If you want a tight end, then you go for Bowers because there's not much below him. Again, on our board. There may be other players on different boards, but so Bowers is like getting another receiver, all right? This guy's really a fantastic player. But if you want defense, this is the point where the defensive players now maybe have more value than the offense. Unless it's a tight end or a quarterback, there's nobody below them on this particular board. And that's what you're looking at. And if you go to the best available over here, now you're looking at, okay, who are the best available players? Well, there's Bowers, and now you have the Turner and offensive lineman, and now you're back to Latu, and the defensive players are finally coming into play here.
Yeah, I got a DB there out of Toledo and Mitchell that's been, mocked to the Indianapolis Colts a few different times.
That's right.
So got his eye on him. Been a couple interesting decisions that have been made thus far in the 2024 NFL Draft. Thank you for your work down there in the dojo, Tone Dude.
No problem, boys. Stay warm up there.
Yeah, one thing that wouldn't surprise me here is that the Broncos really want Nix. Then what I would think about would be to trade back and not take him at this spot, because he's probably going to be there in a few more picks. I think there's a good chance.
Would they have takers?
You'd have to take a look at who else, maybe on the draft strategy, like who else might be coming up to get Nix. But if nobody else was going to take him, you could move back to, say, 20 and take him. You might be able to pick up a second-round pick or something like that.
Or to AJ's point, like a team that would want to come up and get someone, when they look at the board, and there's one top of the first-round tackle left in Fuaga. Like, if a team wants a tackle, would that be a team who would look to potentially come up to the Broncos because there's one top of the first-round tackle left or something like that?
Absolutely, because once you drop down below that, you can just see that there's less, the tackles, again, based on our board, they're less at tackle, and or you're taking a guy who you might have to move inside on that inside line, with the Barton and Fashanu. So this is an interesting situation, but Bowers really, I'd say you probably can't go wrong with him. I mean, he can do everything, unless you need a defensive player. He can't play defense. All right. But if you want the quarterback, this might not be a bad time, depending on how you feel about the rest of the board, to move back and then take the quarterback a little bit later, if there's a trade partner with you. But I would say I could see somebody trading up and taking Bowers here.
Okay, so that is possible. There is also a chance that they take Bo Nix here as opposed to maybe rolling the dice and going back. There's a chance that, maybe they go with maybe they take Brock. They say, we got Stidham. Maybe we like a quarterback that isn't here. Maybe Bo will be here later. We'll go with the number one weapon on the board still in Brock Bowers.
The fact that this is taking a little while here, I think probably, Denver may be sorting out some offers would be my guess. I don't know that, but that would be my guess, is maybe they're sorting out some offers. Do they want to stay here and take whoever it is, or do they want to back off?
Roger Goodell just paused.
Bo Nix.
Bo Nix, quarterback for the Broncos. Congrats to Bo for getting drafted. Number 11 overall. 12. 11?
12. 11.
Number 12 was the Jets.
Olu.
Yeah, number 12 overall is Bo Nix to the Denver Broncos. So Sean Payton, obviously, looking to get younger at the quarterback position as they move on from Russell Wilson. Going to have an $85 million cap hit for the next 2 years. So you need the high-priced positions to be cheap. And that is certainly what Bo Nix will be for the Denver Broncos. A man who's played a lot of football and good from the pocket, Bill.
Yeah, he's really, of all the quarterbacks, the highest rated from the pocket. He's I think he's got a good arm, but that system kind of is more possession passing. But you can see he's got some highlight plays down the field here. But he has almost a 75% completion percentage, and it's because, a lot of throws are, closer to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
But,
that's not his fault.
No, he protects the ball well, and again, this is another guy that's played a lot of football, from Auburn to Oregon. He's had a full career up there, so, he's experienced, and he's probably, pretty close to being game ready. And, he's got to be smart to handle Sean's offense, so, it's what a quarterback draft this has been.
Yeah, 6 quarterbacks already taken in the first 12 picks.
Wow.
Joining us now is another quarterback, ladies and gentlemen, from the New York Jets, Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah!
How you doing, brother?
Hey, guys. It's been fun watching you.
Hey, we appreciate you watching. You look fantastic. The mustache is stupendous.
Wow.
Stupendous right now. Mid-season form. Let's talk about the season a little bit. Got a tackle with a pick, with the 11th overall pick, Olu out of Penn State. What are your thoughts on that and them investing in the offensive line? You got to love it over there in New York.
Yeah, I mean, we already made three moves in the offseason with Green and John to play guard, and Morgan to play tackle, and Tyron to play tackle as well. So it wasn't necessarily top of the needs. But I know they really loved Olu, and I love what Joe did, moving back and getting a couple more picks. I believe in the 4th and 5th, it looks like.
129, 157.
I know Mad Mel probably like that too. Little value add there.
Yeah. Hey, Mad Mel, you got a question for Aaron? Or?
Yeah, I do, Aaron. A lot of people saying, hey, the Jets, they need to go with Brock Bowers because Aaron hasn't had a tight end who's, that versatile and that explosive. But honestly, when you look at your team on paper right now, obviously you add Mike Williams, you add a couple more of these guys. Where would you rank this, going into a season in terms of some of those explosive offenses you had in Green Bay? A lot of people saying this may be your best core of skill players you've ever played with.
Well, I'd love to hear what you think there, Mad Mel, just because you've been in the game for so long.
Good point.
I did want to correct
years, Aaron,
Belichick,
41 years.
The one chance I get in my entire career that I wasn't picked 20th, I was picked 24th. AJ, I love the teeth, looking solid.
Thank you.
Looking good. And listen, back to Olu, he didn't give up a sack, I don't think, his entire college career. Which is saying a lot because you're going against great schools in the Big Ten like Wisconsin and every now and then Iowa, right, Mad Mel? But I love our skill group. I knew that we really liked all three of the receivers. So I was watching film on those guys. I was watching film on the linemen.
Sure. Yeah.
And Olu is a mauler, and he had an incredible career at Penn State. He's not going to need to jump in right away at tackle for sure. We'll see if we work him in a guard, but I think he's going to have a long career in the league, much longer than I'm going to be in New Jersey. So excited for him. Excited to welcome him to the team. It's a great O-line room, very well coached, and a lot of great personalities that we added to the mix. So excited about adding to the team. Skill set, I mean, we got some great guys out there. Excited to see what Mike can do. He's been coming off an ACL, so I haven't seen him. But I love our tight ends. People were talking about us needing Brock, and we brought him in on a visit, and I heard it was a very positive visit. But I love Conklin and Rucker and Kenny Yeboah and Big Zach last year, who was we drafted late. So him and I had a lot of success late in the season, practicing together on the scout team. So I like those four guys. And we're going to be in a lot of 12 and 21, so we need those guys to be versatile, which Brock obviously is. But I think adding Olu to the mix to give us even more depth at the offensive line was a great pick by Joe, and we trust Joe. And excited about the season.
Hell yeah, great breakdown there, and I just learned a lot about your mindset going into next season. We talked about Brock Bowers a lot there. Brock Bowers has been selected by the Las Vegas Raiders. Congrats to Brock Bowers.
Oh, Brock.
Highest man left on the board, downstairs, Field Yates' board, I do believe. He is now taken by the Raiders. This guy is a game wrecker, game changer, has been at Georgia. Grew up in wine country, NorCal, this guy. Aaron, I don't know if you knew that.
I didn't know that, but I know that Coach Belichick, I'm sure, enjoys some Napa Reds. So he can probably give you a good breakdown of the difference between the Napa Reds and maybe the Sonoma Reds at some point, maybe during one of the breaks. But or if it gets a little tiring into day 2 or day 3. I don't know if you guys are on for those days. But I'm sure at some point Mad Mel's going to get tired, and maybe maybe you'll bring in the Glazer to comment a little bit.
Right, maybe tomorrow we get Jason Glazer. Bill has something for you, Aaron.
Hey, Aaron, how you doing? No, I'm not that big on red wine, but big question for you. How you feeling? How you doing?
Coach, it's great to see you, first of all. Happy for you, all the opportunities that have come your way.
Yeah, well, thank you.
I loved our conversation on the field last year. They really meant a lot to me.
Absolutely.
To be able to share that moment with you. But I'm feeling good. I've been
good.
I was back in Jersey for last week doing a lot of the workouts. Came back here to kind of take care of a couple things, and still, the running's been really good. Feeling good with my linear speed and increasing the miles per hour. Strength is good. Can get under squat rack and all the things I need to do. It's just the confidence. I think the last part is just to be confident enough to do all those things. It just comes from reps. I mean, the strength is great. The Achilles has absolutely zero, pain or issues. It's just the final stage of any comeback is just doing all the things you can do. Get out of the pocket, throw on the run, and feeling confident with those things. But I've been doing all that when I was in Jersey, and I look forward to getting back there next week.
You look
Great.
so
well,
cool.
I have so much respect for you, and of course, never done very well against you, but I've always loved competing against you, and you add a lot to the game. So, looking forward to watching you play this year. Hope your rehab's going well, but you add so much to the game, and you're great for the league, and look forward to seeing you play this year and not coaching against you.
Hell yeah.
Let's go. Thank you, Coach. Thank you.
Hey, I'm happy that that had to feel damn good. I mean, you've been around for 1,000 years, obviously, in the NFL. Now everybody talks about you being Mount Rushmore. Anytime Bill Belichick compliments you, it feels so good. It has to feel.
But listen. When you and I were younger, and people talked about the GOAT, that was like somebody who choked, right? And then it became you were the GOAT. You fucked up. You made a mistake in crunch time and choked.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the Bill Buckner, situation. God. But then it changed to greatest of all time, right? And then now everybody's the GOAT. This guy's a GOAT, that guy's a GOAT. But it should be reserved for the very, very few who actually are the greatest of all time. And Bill, I don't want to embarrass you, but you are the GOAT.
Hell
yeah, Bill.
Hell
yeah.
It's cold
Appreciate you, man.
It's cold as shit right now. It's cold barn. It's cold farm this GOAT is on. And we appreciate you joining us tonight, man. I'm so pumped to get to watch you play football. Oh, he's out. He's dead. No,
no Wi-Fi.
No
Wi-Fi.
Could be a number of people.
Yeah. Wow.
With what he's been doing as a
government. Government.
Oh no.
Aaron, you look so cool with that backwards hat, spinning the ball. Do you feel? He asked how you're doing. Arms. We're still all systems go right now. It looks like from the videos I'm watching on social media, pal.
Yeah, the arm always feels great. Arm feels great. Body feels great. The calf rehab has been great. I've had a lot of great people to work with. It was fun to be back out there with the guys. There's an excitement. Obviously, it's going to build. I think we'll be able to fly slightly more under the radar this year, as we're not doing. I assume we're not doing Hard Knocks, and we're a year removed from all that excitement. However, there will be a lot of excitement, and we're gonna bring it this year. I'm excited about OTAs coming up, and then having a little break and training camp, and I'm sure there's a lot of fans in New York and Jersey who should be excited about it too. We got a lot of things to accomplish this year, and we're excited about taking everybody along for the ride.
Hell yeah, the hype will continue to build. You keep doing podcasts.
Hell yeah. Keep going, Aaron.
I got a couple more coming up. So.
Yes. All right. You're the light in the darkness, my friend.
Good luck with the VP race.
Yeah, good luck with everything out there. We appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, quarterback of the New York Jets, Aaron Rodgers. Thank you.
Aaron.
Aaron's the man. 4-time MVP, right?
Yep.
4-time MVP. Coming back to play for the Jets this year. All the hype of last year carries over. They punt that thing, one thing. Yeah, before we get to the tape on Bowers, which is, and we should look at because he is a phenomenal prospect, we need to get O's back out here because O's the Mentalist has done numerous things tonight that has made us think that this guy's an actual witch or a demon, and we need to always have fucking eyes on this guy.
Absolutely.
This is somebody that we need to keep eyes on.
Shit off me, O's.
AJ, you've been
hold on though. Last time you said feels like it's been pretty boring so far.
I said the next pick's gonna be. I called it. I said that when I left the room, I get ready for a shocker.
And the Falcons draft Michael Penix. Yeah, I have no idea how it works.
AJ. AJ, everyone always says to me, "Is it scripted?" I want this to be random. Here,
okay, move that mic closer, man.
Yeah, can you move your mic a little
closer. You know what?
Yeah,
right there. Has that been attached the whole time?
Yeah, it has. It's been a pain in the ass.
Since what time?
You know what? Rip it open.
7:57.
Let's go full Hulk Hogan.
Here we go. 7:57. That one in. It's 9:44. Almost 2 hours.
Hold it. Oh, don't drop it.
Oh no! I dropped it.
Hold it. Check the signatures. Okay, AJ.
Yes.
Can you look? Are they clumped up? I gave them a mix. Can we see with the camera? Where's the camera? We need a camera on me.
Those look clear
Can we get tighter?
Right there.
10.
Where'd you get them? From David Blaine or where?
No, from CVS down the street.
Oh, okay.
AJ, take the cards, look through them, and here's the thing. I want this to be random. People always say to me, is this set up? Is this scripted? There's no way it could be. Take them yourself in your own hands. AJ, that's been in his hand the whole time. Listen to me. Yeah, you could.
Okay.
I don't care what you do.
My hands are a bit frozen, but yeah.
I want you to take, but hold on. I don't want you to look for your favorite.
Bill's booking Sean Payton right now.
There we go. Head boy Bill.
AJ, slow. Lift. No.
We'll have one of your guys.
Take off a piece.
Oh,
it could
she
be a
fucked
lot
my
or a little.
shirt. Oh, right here.
And don't look at it. Lift it up.
I'm not.
Put it against your body. That feel right?
Yeah, feels
AJ,
great.
if you don't feel like this was the right moment for you and you want to change, put it back.
All right, I'm putting it back.
It's up to you. All right, lift off wherever you want,
We're back.
more or less. A piece.
No, that's not. Okay. Now I'm good.
3 times.
Good.
Okay.
This is a good one.
Are you sure?
Yeah, of course.
Stay right there, locked and loaded.
Oh, you fucked up my shirt,
That's
brother.
not that's you, not me.
It's good. It's
that
good.
was a nice shirt too.
That's like a $2,000 shirt.
Rip the top open.
Gucci. Yeah, sure.
Are the bottom buttons different than the top?
Things. You're going to see a yellow envelope. Hand that to Mad Mel.
All right, Mel.
Okay?
Okay.
And there is a white piece of paper.
Yep.
Is that right? That's all that's in there. Take that out. I want you to see this. Look, AJ, you could have gone anywhere. I can't see where the camera is, but it's not on me. Any of these cards. You changed your mind 3 times. Open that up, please. Open that up.
The white one?
Yep, open it up.
No fucking way.
No
and
way.
Show us and show AJ what you got. What is that? Show us 9-9. Turn around and show us where you're at.
You ready?
Yep, turn it around.
No way.
Shut up! This guy!
757, that thing was in.
That's been in there since 7:57. Hold on. We don't stop. We don't stop, Bill. I'm bringing it over. Can we bring that closer, that second envelope, Mel?
Yeah, you bet.
How do you do that?
That's
been
where?
taped
No,
to
no,
his
hold on.
chest.
Bring that to Darius. Bring that to Darius.
There you go.
Man,
There you go, pal.
Hey, you're a demon, Oz.
Mel,
You're a hybrid.
I want to know, because everyone always thinks it's a Super Bowl, and we've been spoiled. The last couple Super Bowls have been out of control.
You shapeshifter?
Is this thing taped everywhere?
It's taped.
Darius, you make sure.
good.
Get in tight close to me. Make sure we can see that. Take this little safety opener, slice the top. You want me to do it?
Careful.
Or you want to do it?
Careful with that thing. Come on, don't hurt D-Butt.
Don't hurt
Don't
those
let
hands.
O's have that.
Yeah, please. We don't know what he can do with it.
Too
I
sharp.
like how Darius is showing us he doesn't open
You ever
his own
killed
mail right
anybody
now. I
else?
like that.
Well,
Like
no one
flash.
opens mail with
Okay,
one of
before
those
you go in,
goddamn things.
before
I mean,
you
you
do
can
a
make
deep
them
dive,
disappear.
do you see? Imagine that you know. Do you see how there's 2 different pieces
He
of
didn't
paper in
make
there? Imagine that you somehow know the game of the year next season. Okay? I don't know if it's, first week, 16th week. I don't know if it's AFC Championship, NFC. I don't know what you're going to do.
Okay.
But tell us, what are the 2 teams that you're seeing in this game? Say it.
Packers and 49ers.
Packers and 49. Who thinks that's a good matchup?
Oh,
What do you
great.
think?
Oh,
man.
Great matchup.
Can't wait for it.
And tell me, who do you think is going to win
This could be
that
locked.
game? Who do you think is going to win that game?
Packers 34.
Whoa, you already have the score? Hold on. I don't want to touch. Grab this out, Derek. Take that piece out. I don't want to touch the orange one.
Stop fucking touching.
Not the blue one. Not the
Don't
blue one.
touch
Not
it,
the blue
Oz.
one. Just the orange.
Okay,
How many
that's
fucking
The
things?
blue
Oh,
one.
jeez.
Pat, you hold this.
Yes,
so
sir.
no one touches.
Yeah, nobody touch it.
What did you say score was?
The Packers 34, Niners 27.
Tell me on your life. Did I tell you to say anything? Did I
You
say
did it, and I swear to God, if you get this right, I'm gonna rip
Darius.
your fucking head off.
Tell him the game of the year.
Oh, my
Read
God.
It to him. Read it to him,
Come
please.
on, bro.
Read him to him. Packers
This guy's a freak.
beat the 49ers
Get the fuck outta here,
34-27. Remember this screen grab when it happens this season.
What?
Oh, that's going to happen.
You're
So
gonna
we
be
got to
off
remember
by
that
1 point.
with a spread.
And you
Oh, my
ready?
God.
Here's the part I told you.
That's
point
fucking
Waiting.
crazy.
The Jets, the Vikings, open that up.
Yep,
Now
yep.
it's been in there the whole time. I haven't touched anything. Is that thing stapled?
Stapled, saran wrapped,
Bill
everything.
Belichick, can you just check on the edges
What is
where it's
this?
stapled everywhere? NFL draft, both sides, check it.
It's good.
I'm not touching it. I never want to
No,
touch
no,
it.
no.
Don't let him
Yeah,
touch
Hey,
you,
don't
Bill.
let him look at it either, Bill.
Pat, rip it open.
Okay. Get
Who
lost.
was our 13th pick?
Good rip. 13.
I'm like,
That was
when
Rock
we
Ballard.
got here, I said, I'm going to open this right after the 12th pick.
Yeah.
And then we were waiting right there, and Pat said, wait 1 more second. I looked at you, and I knew you would wait. I knew Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers, me, were on Hard Knocks. I knew you'd have that moment. You pushed me from 12 to 13. Open up what's been in there since 7:57.
It can't be Brock. Brock
And
was,
this
it's
group of
hard to get your
humans,
hands working
we
out
don't
here.
want you. We don't want you to
It
succeed.
can't be Brock. No way.
Open it up. Open it up.
Come on, dude. There's something wrong with you.
Open it up. It says Brock Bowers, 13th
How?
pick Raider.
Fuck this guy.
Oh, fucking way! There's no way!
This guy's a witch.
Draft spectacular. It's not the draft mediocre.
Yeah, you're right.
It's the spectacular.
Wow,
So
son of a
right at the
bitch.
bottom, unfold and start reading every unfold.
You
Unfold. Tell me
hologram
the first
thing?
pick. We all knew Caleb.
Bears, Caleb Williams.
100% we
No
knew
way.
it.
Commanders,
No.
Jayden
Jayden
Daniels.
No, don't you
Patriots, Drake Maye. Cardinals, Marvin Harrison Jr. Chargers, Joe Walt. Giants, Malik Nabers. Titans, J.C. Latham. Michael Penix Jr. Rome Odunze. Vikings from
Traded
Jets.
with the Jets.
What? J.J. McCarthy. Jets from Vikings. Olu Fashanu. Broncos, Bo Knicks, and then the 13th pick.
Oh, my God.
Bowers to the Raiders.
I'm so happy I'm not.
Beautiful.
Taped on his chest since 7:57. Right now it is 9:50. You're a demon.
Man.
O's.
That's fucking unbelievable.
You're a weapon.
impressive.
How?
DraftKings and FanDuel just banned me for life. I'm sorry, but
I mean, yeah. Fair enough.
Well, if you still get some ESPN bet and Caesars and
Yep,
you still
ESPN bet.
profit off this. We can still profit
clean
off
up the
it.
others for
Mel
offshore.
just got
Offshore.
mad. He just lifted up to his name. Boston, sorry about the shirt. It was worth
Yeah,
it.
you
It was
screw
worth
me,
it,
but
baby.
yeah, I suppose. Yep.
Bro, what was this bullshit? What, are you kidding me?
I don't know.
That's the kicker. That's the kicker.
Yeah, Penix.
Oh, that's like the little.
The kicker like the player.
He didn't know
Get
who
it,
was
Pat, the
football.
kicker. Come
Yeah,
on.
football joke.
Penix
I
at
gotcha.
So he had Penix today, but didn't know what team. You thought maybe somebody was going to trade for Penix.
Who knows? Who knows?
Didn't want to get too close. Got it.
Sometimes you got to hedge a little. Come on.
Yeah,
You can't get it all, Pat.
Well, you have all night.
Yes.
It's been annoying, actually. Whenever we weren't even live, he was just kind of warming up with some of his demon shit. Went through Darius's phone.
My daughter's nickname, not even her real name, nickname with the emoji that I have next to it.
It was beautiful. O's, you're
Thanks,
a special
guys.
talent.
Enjoy the rest. Stay warm. Stay warm out
Dude,
here.
congrats.
Love you, Pat. Bill,
awesome.
a legend.
I'm sweating.
All right.
I'm on.
Dude.
We love you, O's.
Hawk.
Hey,
Mad
beautiful,
Mel,
man.
Boston.
Oh, you're the
Always
best.
a
You can
pleasure.
make some
O's.
money doing that
Thank
stuff.
you so much.
Can you make it 20 degrees warm out here?
Yeah,
Maybe
Yeah,
40.
right
40
now.
Go
degrees.
talk to
Isn't
the
that what
devil.
you guys did? You guys did at the Patriots. You controlled the weather, right? Can we get some
Cloud
solid-
seeding,
I'll
they
take
call
some,
it.
yeah.
Oh,
Look,
yeah.
what about him? He can do it.
Yeah, O's.
That's the
Turn
man.
the heat on.
Storm.
Is it, Bill, is that not a...
How does he do it?
What the fuck is this?
That's
Yeah,
fucking
like,
crazy.
How do you have Penix? How do you have Penix?
I think he didn't think it was going to the Falcons, though. He didn't write that. And then the Packers-Niners 34-27. It's like,
How come
what?
we're not burning that guy at the stake?
I agree.
If this was 100 years ago, his ass is on fire
Yes.
hours ago.
Take him to Salem.
This guy's phenomenal. I'm happy we did that. You know, you need
Unbelievable.
that every once in a while.
Yeah.
We still got 3 hours left, but right now, the Indianapolis Colts are on the clock, and this is fantastic news. We re-signed Michael Pittman Jr. He's our dog. He shows up every single game. He will lay it on the line for the Indianapolis Colts. Perfect Indianapolis Colt. We re-signed a lot of our own guys. Jonathan Taylor now all the way in because the contract's been figured out. Anthony Richardson's coming back. What do the Colts do? Now we sit around and wait. Some people are saying corner, D-Bud.
We need it.
A little secondary help, maybe.
Yeah, we needed. We drafted Juju Brents in the second round last year. Was a good corner. Was banged up last year. Kenny Moore re-signed him as well. One of the best nickel backs in the league. Blackman, we got him back at safety, but we need a legit starter out there on that edge.
How about a pass rusher?
We need that as well. So Dallas Turner, he could be the first defensive guy off the board, maybe even Verse, depending on who Ballard likes there. Maybe even Cooper DeJean.
Maybe.
Slow down. Some people were calling you guys Jackie Robinson. I didn't say it.
What do you mean you got? What do you mean you got? You got?
That's just what That's just what I've been hearing. But I'm excited about this thing either way it goes.
Cooper DeJean's the corner, right? Cooper DeJean out of Iowa corner.
Only corner,
For
right?
the Colts, he would be. Yeah, he could play corner for the Colts.
What's that mean? What's that mean?
That's the way you said what you
Yes.
He's a good football player now.
Yeah, I don't know if it's Cooper DeJean, but I am eager to find out who the...
Latu.
Latu.
Okay.
There you
Pass
go.
rusher. Edge.
There's your pass rusher.
Latu Edge out of UCLA. This dude took games over
Yeah,
whenever he was
I
playing.
mean, yeah.
The only issue is that there's a little bit of injury. We talked about that in the kickoff show. There's a little bit of a medical star next to him. Obviously, he passed the Indianapolis Colts. We needed a pass rusher. You literally just said it.
Yeah, and Latu is, I mean, this guy's really versatile. He's a good football player. He can play outside at defensive end. He can move inside at 3 technique. He's a pretty good athlete. He'll play in a kicking game. He can, this is a good football player. Now, he had the injury. He played all year with it last year. So I think from a medical standpoint, like this guy can play. Hopefully nothing else happens to him. But, this guy's, he's proved he can get out there and play football this year.
Mad Mel, he's an edge. Chris Ballard going defensive side of the ball here early in the draft.
Yep, absolutely. I know Bill loves that term, edge rusher, something I kind of, brought to the mainstream not too long ago.
What does that mean?
Well,
Yeah, what does it mean?
Well,
Come on.
he defends the edge. He plays on the edge.
Yeah,
He
but the
rushes
edge would
off
be
the
corner,
edge.
wouldn't
No, he doesn't.
Well, I mean, agree to disagree here,
to the
Bill.
point.
I'm
No,
just saying,
he just disagrees.
that's the point of the saying, agree
There's
to
no
disagree.
agreeing, though.
There's no agreeing.
There's no
You're
agreeing.
wrong.
There's
Well,
no
They're
agreeing.
agreeing to disagree, however.
Because
Yeah, but
I didn't hear
think
Bill
he's
say
agreeing
that. But
to
yeah.
disagree. He's saying you're wrong flat
Is
out.
it edge? Is he a D end? Is he an outside backer? What is it?
Oh, he's an edge guy.
Corner?
He's an edge guy. He's not an outside linebacker. You know, he's going to play on the edge of the defensive line, not anywhere else. You know, he's going to rush a quarterback from the edge of the well, you know, I mean, again, Bill. Again, Bill, that's neither
We'll
here
agree
nor
to
there.
disagree.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Suck it, AJ.
Exactly. But I love this pick for the Colts. You know, a lot of people saying, hey, this may be the best defensive player in this draft. Obviously, you know, Colts, a lot of other areas they may have needed, but, you know, too good to pass up.
No,
Just
we don't have so many, Boston Connor. We don't need you retweeting that. Bill, let's look at the film of Latu and, you know, kind of find out what the Colts are getting with this defensive end edge. 3 technique, UCLA 6'5", 265-pounder.
Yeah, there's a lot to like about this kid. There he is not playing outside, Mel. Right there.
Come on, Mel.
Well, I moved him around a lot.
He's strong, he's physical, he can hold the point of attack, he's really good in the running game. And this guy's a good pass rusher, he's really athletic too, but he can defeat blocks inside. You can see he just one arm, holds that tackle up, stands right there, can play in the hole. He doesn't have to play outside. He can play inside, he can reduce down, he can play a 5 technique, and he can play outside as well. He's a good inside rusher too. He's really quick against these guards in there. And he's explosive off the edge. And here he is finishing against, that's Sanders from Colorado, who's a tough guy to get down at the end of the play for sure. You know, here's another inside pass rush from him. And again, this is Sanders. I put these in here because of just how athletic Sanders is, and it's a tough guy to finish on. So he's got power and speed. You know, here he is on the outside going against.
Oh, good film!
Wow!
Look at that film, Bill. Shout out NFL Films.
And runs over the back. So really a heck of a pass rush. You can see his speed and his power on just that one play. So he can play out there, but he can play inside too. I really love this player.
We got DeForest Buckner, obviously, in the inside. We just re-signed him. We got Zaire Franklin as the tight end. We bring in Kenny Moore.
Grover Stewart
gets another deal. It feels like they're loading up on the defense. Is that something, as somebody who's been coaching in the league for so long, this particular Indianapolis Colts team needs to get better on? Or what do you think the reasoning is why Chris Ballard went with Latu here?
Well, I would say just in general, when you have a dome team like Indy or Minnesota, it's great to have those explosive players on the defensive line because of the crowd noise. It's just they're hard to block. And they just get that jump on the snap, and they're hard to block if you can play from ahead. You know, like when the Colts had Freeney and Mathis, and, you know, Payton would get them ahead. It was tough. It was just hard to block those guys. So with all due respect to the secondary, when a quarterback can't get the ball off, you don't have to cover as long.
Oh, yeah.
That place was loud, too, huh?
Oh, man.
They're pumping in noise, right? You remember? They are the dome. You were there. You were there, Coach. You remember?
That's the Indianapolis.
They were cheating. And no one likes to talk about it.
What's that?
Fake crowd noise?
Fake crowd noise, Bill.
Don't you
tell him. Tell him, Bill. It's horse shit.
We are about 5 minutes. I'm pumped about Latu being our pick.
Unbelievable.
He was dominant throughout the college football season. When I learned his name, I was pumped up.
Yeah.
It's a sweet name.
Yes.
So that anytime I could sneak it in on game day, I was going to say it because I sounded cool saying it. And then this son of a bitch just made plays. Made plays. The medical, seemingly not that big a deal. We'll have Chris Ballard on here in a few minutes to kind of explain to us why we went with this. And, you know, some people thought maybe weapon. Some people maybe thought corner. Instead, we're getting to the quarterback, which is beautiful. Sean Payton will be joining us in a matter of a couple moments. Bill was booking that while Oz was doing the card trick. So there's actually a camera shot of Oz talking his life away to AJ, and you're just on your phone, okay? And we didn't have your mic muted. You turn to me, you go, 10 o'clock, okay? And it's like, you're the man. Thank you for doing that. Adam Peters.
Weapon.
Now we're getting Sean Payton on, who obviously drafts Bo Nix. We appreciate the hell out of you, Bill.
Yeah.
It's cold as shit up here.
Thought you just didn't want to listen to O's playing Candy Crush. Just like, all right, I don't care about this guy. I'll just pick her out on my phone.
I thought there was a chance. Jane Slater at NFL put out a tweet that said, as we all sit in shock over Atlanta's pick, a source tells me Kirk Cousins is just as shocked and disappointed. Never said anything to him or his reps about a QB in the first round, despite suggesting they would. Still, it's a business. You're making 9 figures, Kirk Cousins with Atlanta. I think you're in a good spot. We don't understand why they brought him in either, but if you're getting paid over $100-some million, I think you're going to be the guy that's taking the snaps. I don't know football as well as you, but that is kind of how the NFL works out, right?
We'll see what their plan is.
Oh, wait, you benched Drew.
Wow. Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
After the $100 million contract.
Whoa! This is the perfect man to be talking to about this entire thing. When you made that decision, Drew, Tom Brady over Drew Bledsoe for the Super Bowl.
Yep.
I think whenever they were both healthy.
Well, it was mid-season, and then after the Pittsburgh playoff game, then it was for the Super Bowl, yeah.
But when you're making that decision, we watched a documentary about that. It's a massive decision to be made. If it was made now, it would be a huge story. How much pressure is there from ownership, fans, public perception, money, because it is a business that you have to make that decision?
Well, I think you feel like they're behind you, win or tie. No, win.
Yeah, you think.
So, but look, that's what you get paid for. You get paid to make the decisions that are best for the team, and that's what I try to do. Whatever was best for the team, I mean, look, there's loyalty to the players, but in the end, you have to pick the guy that's going to help the team win the most, and that's what it comes.
So there's a fuck you, AJ chant, I think, happening.
Oh, that's good. I can't even hear him. That's the problem. You can't hear anything.
Yeah, it's pretty cold. It's tough to do anything right now, but the crowd is still zeked up about the draft. Joining us now, the general manager of the Indianapolis Colts, who just brought Latu into Indianapolis. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Ballard.
Yeah, Chris! Look at that hair.
Whoa, so cool.
Whoa.
So cool right now, Chris. The hair, the jawline. You look awesome. Hey, okay, Chris, we don't want to take up too much of your time. We appreciate you stopping by. Laiatu,
thanks for having me.
Hey, no problem. You come every year. You're the man. There was a potential neck, a little bit of an injury, some medicals. He passed your board, I assume, with the doctors. And why did you go with edge or pass rusher in the first round this year, Chris?
Well, one, I don't think you can ever go wrong drafting guys that can rush the passer. And we thought very highly of him. And 2 years of play time on the neck. We felt comfortable with where he is and where he's at. Got 2 years of really good tape. And he just adds fuel. We think our front has got a chance to be a pretty special now, with the addition of Latu.
Well, C.J. Stroud obviously in the division having the year that he had last year, and with what the Tennessee Titans are doing, the AFC South has gotten better quickly. Are you drafting for AFC South reasons, for total team reasons? Is he the highest guy on the board, or what do you think the final decision was made for Latu at the time?
I don't think you can ever have enough rushers, no matter. I mean, and just in a team building setting, and we always do what's best for the team. And we had Latu pretty high on the board. Being the first defensive player taken in this draft, we were a little shocked that we had a feeling it could happen, but excited that it happened.
Yeah, we're pumped too. I got a chance to watch him in college, obviously. Electrifying. And sweet name. Mad Mel has a question for you, Chris.
Yeah, Chris.
I bet he does.
Well, listen, hey, when we talked at the scouting combine, I told you, hey, listen, you guys got needs at cornerback, you got needs at tight end, you got needs at receiver. We didn't exactly discuss edge rusher or D end. Are you considering maybe moving back up into the first round after this pick and kind of filling out your roster with one of those guys who I suggested you take in order to kind of take the Colts over that hump and get you back into the playoffs?
Well, I wouldn't tell you if we were.
Thank you, Chris. Go to hell, man.
Wow.
Well, stop trying
and we think there's some good players in the second, third. There's always, it's always great to hear the pundits talk about what they think is good in the draft. We think there's good depth at throughout the draft at different positions. So we think we'll be able to help our team going forward as we get into the second, third, and fourth rounds.
Darius has a question for you, Chris.
Hey, Chris, great to see you. Great pick. Adding to another strength on that team. I want to ask you about our quarterback, our franchise guy, Anthony Richardson. Obviously, we've seen him a little bit on social media. But how's he doing? How's his spirits? And how is he physically right now?
No, physically really good. Watched him throw 65 balls yesterday, so he looks really good. Spirit's good. Now it's just, continuing to finish his rehab up and be ready for OTAs when we start that up here, phase 2 here in a week.
Hey, Chris, obviously leading into the draft, there's a bunch of bullshit narratives. We're a part of the problem every single day. We know that. Connor has a question for you, Chris.
Yeah, Chris, obviously with the Marvin Harrison connection, there was that thought that Jim Irsay comes in smoking a cigarette or two and saying, hey, Chris, I don't care who you want, trade up and go get him. Was that ever a thought for you guys, or were you always sitting pat, comfortable with whoever fell to you?
We always have discussions on, is there a chance to get up if we think there's a special player. This year it worked out. We stayed at 15 and took a guy that we thought was the best player on the board.
Okay, Chris, we appreciate you. There's been a trade. Another defensive tackle has been taken, and you have the rest of the weekend to continue to build our program in Indy. We appreciate you, pal.
Appreciate y'all. Thanks for having me on.
Anything to say to Bill?
Coach Belichick, when you come back in the league, go in the NFC.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Ballard.
Hey, Chris.
Great lettuce.
Hey, great lettuce.
Yeah,
My God.
You guys are going to be good.
He's on a he's jacked too. Like he's doing some real focusing on the gym and the dieting and everything.
Nice.
Okay, so Byron Murphy II was drafted out of Texas to the Seahawks, and now the Vikings have traded up to pick number 17 for 23, 167, and a 2025 third and a 2025 fourth, as the Vikings now get back up in and do a little bit of movement to see who they're going to get next. So we got the Seahawks taking the second defensive player with Byron Murphy off the board. So we assume that they saw those two guys as high up as the defensive prospects. So let's go, as the run happens here, let's go ahead and get our guy. And then now we have a trade with the Vikings making a move back in. D-Butch, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking defense again. I think we get a little running here on defensive players. Is it a rush? You know, is it Dallas Turner? Is it one of the corners?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll be excited about this pick. There's a lot of needs, obviously, on that roster right now. So I'm excited about them jumping back into the first round. This is the action that we wanted to see on draft night. And now it's about, let's see who they take.
They've missed the playoffs, obviously, last offseason. They lose their quarterback. They have to pay Justin Jefferson. Jordan Addison has blossomed into a superstar. They had about 5 different quarterbacks, and last year, all the blessing from the football gods 2 years ago seemed to disappear for them completely. Now they got a new quarterback in the building. They're making moves again to jump up there, looking to maybe, turn this thing around quickly in Minnesota.
Well, and you got to think they look around a little, and they see the Bears, Odunze, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen. They see the Packers, the youngest wide receiving core, possibly the best, and then they see the Lions with Amon-Ra and Sam Laporta. Yep. Like, it really does feel as though this is where that defense run happens. Then maybe later on in the draft is when guys start trading back in for those tackles, wide receivers that are still there.
Let's go down to our draft board in our War Room dojo with Tone Diggs. Defense starting to heat up, Tone.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with everything that you guys are saying. When you look at the trade, when they go up to 17, their top draft need now is corner. And when you go and you take a look at the horizontal, Quinyon Mitchell is the best corner left over. And there's only 3 guys left, top of the first round. They're all defense.
Yeah, we got the pick. It's not a corner. It's actually Dallas Turner.
Okay.
Let's go.
It was very high in Field
Another high
Yates.
defensive player.
Yeah, bingo. And they bring in Dallas Turner in there to shore up a little bit on the outside edge in the NFC North.
Well,
that is.
he is, yeah.
Oh, what does that mean?
Well, no, Turner is really an end-of-the-line player. I mean, I see him a little more as he's a defensive end outside linebacker. He's got really good coverage skill if you want to use him that way. And he's, clearly a good rusher on the end of the line of scrimmage. I think one of the things that's interesting is 10 years ago, the outside rushers made over 50% more than the defensive tackles. Here in 2024, that gap is closed to 5 or 6%. So the money's being given to these defensive tackles and these inside guys, more than it has been in the past. So
how come?
Yeah, why?
Well, their value.
Is it to get the quarterback off the spot? Because these
quarterbacks
now,
off the spot.
You don't be able to stand there and have a clean
pocket. A lot of quick throws, get somebody at the middle, and complement the guys that are coming from the outside, because if there's no pressure inside, then he steps up and those guys can't come into play. So there's nothing that helps an outside pass rusher more than pressure up the middle.
Fort Lauderdale guy too, South Florida. You mentioned IMG. St. Thomas Aquinas, he's a prospect of there, and they got the most guys in the league, I think, from real high school. IMG is
St. Thomas Aquinas,
Not in the last 6 years. Not in the last 6 years.
It's real. A little different down there.
Aquinas is a great program. It's a great program. Hey, look, if we want to see a great high school game next year, I'm telling you what, IMG against Bergen Catholic, August 29th in Ocean City, New Jersey. There's a matchup now. Bergen Catholic.
What day of the week is that?
I don't know.
Friday. We can go stay.
Friday Night Lights.
Yeah. Can all stay with Michael Lombardi.
Stay with Mike in Ocean City. Yes. We got IMG Bergen Catholic in Ocean City, New Jersey.
I love
that. That'll kick off the season high school football.
Okay, we're going to do a live show from that, it sounds like. Will you be joining us?
All right.
Let's go. Okay. All right, boom. Get that in writing.
Yeah. Locked.
Yep.
It's locked.
TM, put on the ticker maybe.
He's in there.
Yep.
Joining us now, ladies and gentlemen, head coach for the Denver Broncos, ladies and gentlemen, just got booked by Bill Belichick while Oz the Mentalist was doing a card trick and a draft pick and a fortune-telling joke. Ladies and gentlemen, Sean Payton.
Yeah,
Hey,
Coach.
Sean.
Yeah. Coach.
How are you guys doing? Look, I'm going to be honest, Pat. Bill and I have done a number of trades a heck of a lot faster than coming on this show. And so you guys are talking about like Ocean City, New Jersey. There's picks happening out here. Excited to be on, and always appreciate you guys.
Hey, we'll waste as much time as possible for you. You got nothing going on as you're trying to rebuild this entire team. Let's talk about it. Obviously, you guys move on from Russell Wilson, $85 million in dead salary cap. There was a lot of expectation for you to go young at the quarterback position. Bo Nix was tied to you quickly throughout this draft process. How come? What did you see from him, and why'd you ultimately make the decision?
Yeah, well, a couple things. We have a hard time controlling the outside narrative relative to who might go where. And certainly there's been a lot of comparisons, whether it's to Drew. But we tried to really go into this process and look at each one of these guys. And fortunately for us, we had a lot of them had a ton of playing experience. Bo's played 6 years. And then we start doing the studies, and we're comparing Drake, and we're kind of then narrowing it down because we're looking at Drake, we're looking at JJ, we're looking at Penix. We don't know where we're going to be at with Daniels and certainly Caleb. So we get to a point where we're really spending time, taking visits. And one of the things we like to do is, on the night before we get to the school on a private workout, 5 p.m., we're going to send them 3 days of installation. We're going to try to send them maybe more than they can get from 5 p.m. till the next morning at 9 when we're there, and just kind of get an idea where it stops. And all of these guys handled that well. And so we do the same thing with Bo. And when we get up there, I don't know what time he got to the office, but I felt like, he was in a hotel room with a do not disturb sign on, coffee, the whole thing. And because their work week is pretty stressful. And he's super intelligent. We have his center from a year ago, Alex Forsythe, who's very smart. And the thing that we kept finding with him is, because you're trying to be, number one, we start with the things that they can do. It's easy to start with the things they can't do. And his coach is like, what can he do? And then, so analytically, you remove the short passes. He's got to play in the offense he's in, but first on third down, first with fewest sacks, the most accurate passer in college football history, first at the end of the half, 2 minute, first at the end of the game in 2 minutes, second in red zone, fewest sacks, first in time to get. So, number one, he's extremely smart. He handles the protections, and he's a tough sack. The ball comes out, and at times, he can hang in a longer, maybe with a progression. But I think, aside from the mental, then that day, and even his pro day, his arm strength was extremely impressive. He does throw it from a noisy pocket. Some quarterbacks need that full stride step, and we felt like, a lot of times he just took that little 2-inch pop step to get the ball out. Mm-hmm. And you get to a point, and I remember saying this in our ownership meeting, and I said, we can't be the only ones seeing this. In other words, despite, we got to avoid the NFL train, because the NFL train will just take you into a quarry.
Yep.
So you're working our ownership group, and George and I and the scouts, and I think it's harder now for the scouts and assistant coaches not to hear that outside noise and be affected by all of that, and really just close the doors and pay attention to what you see. And it got a little hairy there when Atlanta took Penix, because we thought as soon as we cleared the Giants, we felt like, all right, Minnesota's going to get their guy. And we could call up the Vikings and Raiders. We all kind of knew who each other wanted and said, look, don't do anything foolish here. So, but we were excited.
All right, well, it sounds like you got your guy. You just rattled off a bunch of stats. You've obviously done your homework, and now a new era in Denver begins. Bill's got something for you, Sean.
Yeah, Sean, we were talking about this at the beginning of the show. Nix has played a lot of football. He's played a lot of good football, and it kind of felt like the short passing game was, this product of the system, but he could definitely get the ball down the field. And, it looks like he's nobody's NFL ready, but I'd say of the college quarterbacks, he's probably pretty close to being NFL ready. And, like you said, the best quarterback in the pocket, best in those situations. There's a lot to like about this kid. And he wins. And he wins.
Yeah, so look, they play in 2 big games against Oregon, and you say, all right, let's take a peek at this first game. Drives them down the field. They got a chance to win. They miss a field goal. I also like the fact that he's had some adversity, and look, he was in Auburn. He battled back, and I think, a completely different offense. So I asked these. Listen, this analytic group that we have here, we've got 5 of these guys and I said, look, take all the intermediate short throws out. I want to see how he stacks. And so we got rid of all the quick screens, the bubbles, because he can't control. That's his offense when they're calling those plays. And remove all that. First in yards per completion, and so it kept coming back. And the thing that was most impressive, and we have these things. Pat and Bill knows that we have critical factors. We don't want linebackers that can't tackle, receivers that can't. There's certain things that are musts.
Yes.
And I think it's hard. I think it's hard to be an NFL quarterback if you're not somewhat accurate. And watch his pro day, and then we were there for the pro day, and then our private workout was the following day. We threw 80 more balls, and I can't think of a pass where and so. The first sign of an inaccurate quarterback is when you're throwing these shorter routes, because the ball's got to be on the right shoulder. It's got to be on the, for the back. It's a little bit easier down the field to stretch the ball and maybe hide your accuracy deficiencies. And so, man, it was impressive. And I just remember we got in the car afterwards, and I just looked around and I said, "Are you kidding me?" I mean, the other thing was I was surprised how big he's 6'2", 218 pounds. And it's hard sometimes when you play on the West Coast. Your games are on at 9 p.m. But I think the biggest thing is trust in what you're seeing, and I say that respectfully. Everyone has jobs to do, and it's always like, well, manage the draft. This is they could have backed up and got him, and I heard that with Patrick Mahomes when Kansas City took him, and I'm like, well, they couldn't have backed up and got him because we were taking him with the next pick.
Yeah.
So I think, look, before Penix was taken, we were discussing like a slight wiggle. And then you start looking at it and saying, is it worth the risk for a 3rd-round pick? And I'm just glad it worked out in our favor. He's excited. He's a son of a coach and the son of a former player. And I just like, it's harder to be a gym rat these days.
Oh,
and I like the fact that he's one of them.
Yeah, hell yeah. It sounds like you got a great fit over there. We're excited to watch you 2 grow together. Maybe Kevin James comes in and coaches them up a little bit too. You never know. It might be the right play. Have a great night. We appreciate the hell out of you, Sean.
Thanks, Sean.
Hey, we appreciate you, and Bill, we miss you. And like the one thing we said this at the start of the draft, as we get older and these other coaches and GMs get younger, you don't know who's ready to make a deal, like when you need to on a spot. And I always appreciate, Bill and I have had a ton of times where in 8 seconds we could do a trade or not do one. And I think it's harder with a lot of these younger GMs. And so as we get older, there's less people that maybe you feel like that you could pick up the phone and call. So we certainly miss you during this time period.
Appreciate it, Sean. A ton of respect for you, and congratulations.
All right. Thank you, guys. We'll see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, head coach of Denver Broncos, Sean Payton. Thank you, Sean. Okay, Amarius Mims just got drafted to the Bengals. There's been some moves. There's some trades. We're going to take a pick off. We're going to go to the bathroom, try to warm this place up a little bit. When we come back, Kevin O'Connell, head coach of the Minnesota Vikings, will join us. New quarterback, new D tackle. Plus, we'll wrap up this beautiful 2024 NFL draft with all the shit that could potentially happen. We've had surprises. We've had teams change course. How will this night end? Hopefully with us not freezing our asses off. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice that might change your life. Take 5.
5.
Gentlemen, congratulations. Thank you so much for taking the time where you're contractually obligated to, so I appreciate you guys being here.
I want to be here. I just want you to know.
Come on.
I have watched you do your thing, man. Nothing but respect and praise for you.
Will you touch this? Me too, man.
Number 2 overall.
Boys, you're calling a national championship again, Kai Schmidt.
Unbelievable. Should we be here?
No!
Probably not.
No way. I kicked the ball to myself on that.
Oh, yeah.
Right there, I kicked the ball to myself.
That's right.
Should have told CJ.
Maybe the most athletic thing I've ever done in my entire being. Well, CJ, yeah, happy to see you.
Completely ruined.
Everybody's happy to see you.
Ruined the lot. I picked him.
Really
I picked him to win. I'm all right.
CJ. Congratulations on winning the AFC South as a rookie quarterback.
It's a big deal. First time ever with a rookie.
You okay?
That's a big deal, CJ. Dude, you're absurd, bro.
Thank you.
For how young you are?
Playing in Indianapolis, that was probably the loudest stadium I played in NFL.
Wow.
That was like a college atmosphere.
How about that?
That's Pete, you got 2 knees, 2 ankles?
2 knees, 2 ankles, and some big boy pants that slide up around.
Move it on like I know you can. Move it on.
Where's that guy's penis go? That guy had a lot of courage.
Good question.
It's ice cold in there. It's ice cold.
It's the first documented button dick.
Game day stuff.
That's what's being said. I didn't come up with that. That's what's being said.
It was our show, 3 hours, 15 minutes. Then it was a 2-hour gap. Then it was game day, straight in national championship field pass. For 2 schools that are going to be talking about this day for the rest of their lives. Both of these teams being chastised from all different angles. Washington, there's no way this team from the Pac-12 in their last year with Kalen DeBoer as the head coach can continue to win. They're going to stumble somewhere. They didn't. Then you think about Michigan. 2 separate suspensions for their head coach, and all they've done is stay the course. And tonight, banners, rings, reunion conversations forever on the line. What an honor it is to be here.
Look at his belt buckle like yours, man.
Belt buckle. Like with some light ranching to do down here in Houston. He comes out of his cuts, he sees people, he shakes them, and he doesn't look anywhere near as small as you would think. He's powerful. I love Blake. A lot of NFL GMs are saying, wait a second, is Michael Penix maybe one of the top 3 guys to go to the NFL? Because what he does with a football is stupendous. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the national championship game for the 2023 college football season. That'll see the Washington Huskies representing the Pac-12 in its final year, taking on that team led by that man, the Michigan Wolverines and Jim Harbaugh. We're bouncing. We are house calling. Donovan Edwards, touchdown in the national championship. Extra point is up and good. D-Butt with the one-hand grab to start the national championship. And maybe D-Butt. Con man. What's the decibels over there? Yeah, Pat, the decibels are high right now. Let me tell you, it's 106.4. This might be the line. At decibel meter, we have actual gimmicks. Depending upon tonight, does JJ go to the NFL, which Mel Kiper has him as the 5th-rated quarterback in the draft? What does that mean, Mel?
Well, you know, it means that he's got the physical and tangible tools in his head to be a first-round quarterback. I think whether he wins or loses. Oh,
Donovan Edwards running into our lap. That's 2 for the Michigan Wolverines and 2 for Donovan Edwards. Pete Thamel, how long's that sign blocker been doing it, and how has he gotten to a level where he's the best in the game?
He's been a Michigan man for quite some time now. And obviously, he wouldn't have a job if it wasn't for that pesky bastard Connor Stallions. But Coach Harbaugh, you know, he found a place for him in the Michigan family.
A beautiful moment between the Harbaugh brothers on the sideline. The one on the right there, #1 seed in the AFC. The one on the left, up 17-3 in the national championship.
Third option, McMillan touchdown with a flag on Michigan. That'll stand 17-10. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Hey-o! Michigan has the rock. Tony dropped his mic. Tony dropped his mic.
Oh, no.
Oh, no knee.
Welcome back to the national championship where elite athletes perform and Tone Diggs does something to embarrass his entire family.
I'm ready if Penix goes down. Sling. Boom!
Snap, handoff, play Cora. Has blockers. Breaks a tackle. Touchdown, Michigan. Penix is left. He hasn't looked there yet. And the Michigan Wolverines are going to be national champions for the first time in a long time. Oh, yes, we got a streaker. Security spearing the guy's losing his pants. Cops on top of him. Wow. Cross body. Wow. Cop's got his knee on his sternum. Say, listen, Michigan man.
Oh. Bag 'em and tag 'em, boys.
I think Pink Shirt pulled a quad.
Pink Shirt is not ready.
What a win, dude.
Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Dan in Connecticut. Lovely place here on the 5 Energy phone line. What's going on, Dano?
Oh, what's up, Pat McAfee?
Dan, you are too young to listen to this show. I can tell. I think. How old?
I'm not Dan. I am Owen.
Mitt. Owen, how old are you?
It's so different.
I am at 8.5.
Oh, this kid.
8.5.
If you're telling us you're half age, you're too young to be listening.
That's a record.
Stinks.
What's on your mind, pal?
What do you want to talk about, Owen?
I want to talk about how inspiring this show is and how you're inspiring this whole entire world with how you're talking about sports and how you're talking about your life experience.
Thank you, Owen.
Owen, thank you.
Love you, Owen.
Thank you, Owen. I'm taking her on
And
the
also, fuck Boston College.
I will let Owen know, if you're still listening, Owen, you're inspiring.
Best kid ever.
Oh, and the way you talk about sports is inspiring.
Yes!
I didn't know 8.5 could do that.
Wow.
Shout out Owen.
That time.
Go, Owen.
Hey, Owen. New generation in Connecticut, I guess.
He was making me feel good, too, by the way. He's making me feel good, making the show feel good. He was talking us up. He was hyping us up, and then boom, a little.
Was this Aristotle's brother?
A little misdirection from Aristotle's brother, Owen, at 8.5 there. That was awesome.
I'd say he put his balls on your forehead, but I don't think they dropped yet. So.
It's impossible to be at the top at both of those, essentially. Like, it's
Dan. Another farting Dan Orlovsky situation just took place.
Danny Dumps. What do you mean? It's unbelievable.
Your butt was just talking. Okay.
I did not fart.
Dan. This is 2 times now, Dan. This is the Orlovsky thing.
You guys being serious right now, or are you messing with me?
Dan, listen to this clip. This is you just moments ago.
It's impossible to be at the top at both of those, essentially. Like, it's
Dan.
I mean, undeniable. You guys definitely just freaking idiots.
We swear.
You guys, 1,000%.
No, we swear. We swear.
No way.
So no one did that, Dan.
Those cartoons.
What did you eat?
I haven't even ate two guys.
Hey, if I were you right now, I'd go grab some food.
My wife texted me. She said, "Oh my gosh, McAfee Show, I'm dead." I go, "Babe, I promise you on everything, I did not fart."
Who runs your Twitter account?
AB. I do.
What's this all about? I would like to know, in that situation where your butthole started talking, what did I do?
I'm here to be serious with you, man.
What are you, chucking a glass of milk, eating some fruit over there, get you some coffee, get that butthole a little bit more active?
I haven't ate. I'm eating yogurt. I have 1,000 text messages right now of people going, "Oh my gosh." I'm like, I just wanted to have like a quiet Tuesday.
I don't even know why we're going to have another hour. Maybe run that clip.
Just, yeah. On loop.
We have the video. Shams, let's let you judge here.
It's impossible to be at the top at both of those, essentially. Like, it's...
I need to hear the context. I want to give our guy...
Shams, shut up. He said it sounded like a fart.
What did AJ vote?
It's a fart all day long, Kurt. You know that.
Has anybody voted no?
Dan.
I'll be the captain of Team No today.
We need you to do a tie-breaking vote. Is that okay?
Sounds good to me.
It's impossible to be at the top at both of those, essentially. Like, it's...
There's no doubt. I mean, I like how he just kept on going right there.
When he was talking, he didn't even break stride as that thing came out. He went and got the buggy, went to the store, grabbed some dude wipes to wipe those ass cheeks, just like I assume you do as well, Cabal.
You have to go dry, wet, dry. Toilet paper, white toilet paper. If not, you're really risking the rest of the day having the swamp ass. You know, Dan Orlovsky, man, he got to accept that, man. He got to wear that with a pride. One thing that really bothers me when people do not take credit for it. You know, if somebody says, oh, that was you that farted, I get upset when it wasn't me. I'm like, no, when have I ever not claimed it when it was mine? You should claim it.
But all those airports, people are traveling today, looking up at the ESPN, Dan Orlovsky farts. What's wrong with this guy?
The closed captioning person, whoever it is, they got it. I believe it said inaudible, muffled, and it said Dan farts, ! I think a couple times.
Wow. We are in a conference room in a hotel that is the home of the annual league meeting. It is wonderful down here in Florida. Jim Harbaugh was showcasing to me why he doesn't like the hip drop tackle. He was actually wrapping his massive arms around me and then saying, this is what we're trying to get out.
Jim Harbaugh's rules, this is his business card that he gave me.
Jim Harbaugh's rules to live by. You guys are drafting Caleb Williams #1 overall.
We'll see.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Woo! You did it. When RG3 comes out, you heard it. Yeah. Okay.
I think accuracy, is the #1 trait that NFL quarterbacks need to have.
Because so Penix.
Ooh. Okay. I think accuracy is the #1
Okay.
trait that
Didn't
say no.
Oh! Easy, K. Don't give anything up. Hey, you got a lot of leverage right now.
I'm not sure if you know this or not, but you guys are taking wide receiver in the first round, is what I'm being told, and everyone.
Hey, congratulations for doing that.
Good class for it.
Way to go.
Just the first round?
Whoa. Got 11 picks.
I thought the most impressive thing about it was a lot of people had the sense that this was going to happen, and not one person uttered it. It was a completely respect-driven thing for Aaron to let him do it the way he needed to and wanted to because he deserved that.
Obviously, I had nothing to do with the offense, but I made sure I had a conversation with Jameis every day, just for myself. It was like self-motivation.
Are you a bobcat or a deer girl?
Boom. Okay. That's good news.
I think I'm like a deer, guys.
1, 2, 3, all locked, do you think?
I don't know that yet.
Ooh.
Who could jump up there? Who could
Caleb Williams, I agree with it, 1. Okay. My guess would be Jayden Daniels at 2. And 3, there has been a lot of Drake May conversation. Here's the thing. These things,
Shafty. Sounds like you know more than what you're leading on right now.
Do I think they'll ultimately stay and make the pick at 3? My guess would be yes.
Fucking thank God, Jesus Christ.
If it's going to cause you that much agita, I'm going to definitely see if I can find out some more stuff that would give you more heart palpitations.
Oh, Shafty!
You don't need to be a prick. I just want a quarterback so I can root for football again.
Feels like that's probably the case. Conman's got a question for you, man.
Yeah, Shefty, excuse me.
Oh, no.
What? I am so so sorry.
You know what? That's okay. I don't hold it against you.
Did you kick one of those shoes up here?
It says rap. You know, get your kids on there, too. That's pretty sweet.
We went to Venice, and they had an artist draw it on it.
In Italy?
Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Cabal.
Oh, no. Stop laughing, Gump.
Well, it's a tough chair.
It's a good chair.
Ready, 1, 2, 3, jump.
Got an ACL.
Schultz, I'm gonna be honest. I thought we were out of here, but then I see you over there.
I ruined your,
You did not ruin it. This is a good piece of juice here to get out of here. Welcome back to Detroit, Michigan, the home of the 2024 NFL Draft. We've been lucky to be covering it all night. There's been some wild shit that's already taken place. There's been some surprises. We are currently on pick number 21 with the Miami Dolphins, which is in as we speak.
Let's go.
We took a break to go to the bathroom. Tone Diggs, let's go down the draft board to kind of see what has taken place while we've been gone. And congrats to your Pittsburgh Steelers getting Utanu, left tackle out of Washington.
Thank you, Pat. Yeah, since we were gone, we had just talked about Dallas Turner going to Minnesota after they had traded up. And then Cincinnati went with one of their needs at O-tackle with Amarius Mims, the tackle out of Georgia, who was very, very good when he played, but only played 8 games, so there was a bit of a concern there. Jared Verse, the edge out of Florida State, goes to the Rams. They made their first pick, I think, in like 35 years after they traded them all away.
Yep.
I know Bill, I think, is very high on Jared Verse. And yes, the number 10 overall player on Field Yates' big board.
Give him an A.
Huh?
Give him an A
give him
plus.
an A. Give him an A. We go back-to-back years, taking O-lineman Broderick Jones last year. Thank you for that, Bill. Faatanu this year. You build from up front, especially with Artie Smith. That's where we're at now. And then going Miami on the clock right now.
Okay, the Dolphins pick has already happened, but they're waiting to announce it in a matter of moments, so we'll see what that is. Let's go back. He said that you like that Jared Verse out of Florida State. Let's look at some of the film and find out why, Bill.
Yeah, really like Verse. This kid, of course, transferred down to Florida State, and, he really had an impact on the team. He can sort of like Latu, can play outside, can play inside. Powerful, explosive. There's so much to like about this guy. Here he is against Barton from Duke down at the bottom here, just power rushing Barton. You can see this kid's a very explosive, tough player, and that's Fisk, number 55, beside him, who may end up going later in the first round or I'm sure in the second. So those two guys really helped the Florida State defense. It's one of the best in the country this year.
I appreciate the fact that Verse and his Florida State team were so damn good. They're undefeated.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
They were. Yeah, so here he is again, a power rush, very explosive guy, can handle the running game in the C-gap off-tackle areas. And then, here he is again, shedding the block, so kind of snatching that tackle, coming inside. He gets off blocks well, he attacks the pocket well, and he's got a lot of power.
Dog craves power.
It does crave power. They lose Aaron Donald to retirement. Obviously, they bring back another pass rusher. Rams' first round pick in a long time.
Yeah, 7 years.
Feel like pass rusher's not a bad. That's like a safe, right? If you can get to a quarterback, you're going to win games regardless.
Yeah, well, you got to stop the run to rush the passer, and that's one thing Verse can do. He can handle the run, and he can rush. So you earn the right to rush the passer by stopping the run and getting ahead. That's how you earn that right. So, if you
it's
can
like
stop
wide
the run,
receivers blocking, right? Same thing. You earn the ball if you block down the field as wide receivers.
Bill says, hey, receivers, I remember this in the team meeting vividly. Wide receivers, you got 2 fucking jobs. Get open and catch the ball.
Okay. All right. Well, never mind then.
Hey, if they can't get open and catch the ball, they're no good in the passing game. I can't get open, I can't catch the ball, I'm no good in the passing game.
Yeah, bingo. I love that. So we got edge rusher, Verse going to...
Can we ease up on the edge rusher? He's a defensive end.
Well, that's an old position. That position's dead now.
Well,
It's edge.
You mentioned it. He's a defensive end, but he's really more of an edge in my eyes when you look at it. I think you mentioned he can play the run. He can pass rush off the edge. That's why we call him the edge rusher. Very balanced player, Bill. I agree with your assessment. I'm a little surprised he actually fell this low. High motor. Explosive first step, violent hands. Love this cat.
Yeah.
Bill actually didn't like where Field had him ranked.
Yeah, he would help any team.
Yeah.
He's a good player.
That Florida State defense could fly around.
Yeah.
Now, the Dolphins pick is in. We know what it is. We're not allowed to say it.
No.
We're not allowed to say it.
No.
Well, there's been a little bit of ruffled feathers, I guess.
Yeah. Who's mad?
Wow.
If the brass came down, fuck them.
No, well.
Well, what'd you have for dinner last night? Did you have steak? Did you have chicken? Did you have a pork chop maybe? What was the one that you had?
Yeah. What are you talking about?
Well, just
He loves
going
pork
through
chops, I thought.
Yeah, I'm a big pork chop guy, so I wasn't sure if that.
Well, I'm an end guy.
my brother.
I like the end of the pork chop.
Okay.
Yeah.
Connor,
okay.
I had a pork chop. I think Mr. Robinson was the guy that served it to us.
Oh, is that right? Oh, this is you, Mrs. Robinson.
In the trenches. Who does in the trenches?
So,
Albie?
you're talking about. Penn State's AQ
Rob
shit
Robinson.
was.
Oh,
Whoa!
What,
No!
Bill?
Don't you do Bill!
I was guessing.
Bill, don't get us kicked out of the ground. Jeez Louise. They're going to send the NFL security right over here and kick us off the ground.
Maybe even drones. They might just fly into this thing and just destroy everything.
I do believe there's been a creative group of drunks behind us that have started throwing things up in the sky behind us to get in the shot. I think I saw a cell phone with a flashlight on thrown at least 20, 30 feet in the sky. There it is right there. Yep.
That's a good move, buddy.
If you're still here at this time with how chilly it is, you're a real legend. We appreciate these people. They're saying, I got a text from NFL PR.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. McCarthy here is his name.
Okay.
275,000 fans were the attendance tonight, breaking the all-time day one draft record set in 2019 in Nashville with 200,000. So they're saying 275,000 people came through here throughout this evening.
Whoa.
And some of those shots we had, Bill, right behind you.
Check it out.
Yeah.
Bill, it's right behind you. Some of those shots we saw from earlier, place was packed out.
Oh, yeah.
Way to go, Detroit.
I'm going to take a picture of this.
Well, Bill, it's getting empty, Bill. It's getting empty.
Yeah, it's not as packed, Bill.
You missed it.
Hey,
packed now.
You missed it.
That Hutch poster, it looks 10 times doper at
It's
night.
still a scene.
Sick.
The problem with the poster is it's lying, but
What do you mean?
no dreams have ever been made.
I think you might be wrong, Colin.
Pat, there was a really cool moment when we were walking with Bill earlier when he got up onto the draft stage and turned around and looked out like to take it all in. It was one of the cooler things I've seen in my life.
Yeah, there's a lot of Bill chants in these cities. I'm happy you're getting your flowers. Now, let's do what you've done for 48 years. Let's look at that draft board with the Eagles on the clock, okay? Let's do a little look-see at what the team needs are, what our best available is.
Well, this is perfect.
Okay.
Eagles want a corner, and there they are. They're up there.
Yeah.
So this is easy pick. We're going right to the corner.
Well, I mean, I think so. Look, there's been hardly any defensive players off the board. A couple of defensive linemen, defensive ends, Mel.
Yep.
All right, but, it's Mitchell, Arnold. The question is, who do they like? Who do they like? And then, there's a lot of guys there. So, this might be a spot where if they don't like the top corner, which I would say all these corners are a little bit of, what flavor is it? If they don't like any of the top corners.
Oh, you're talking about the white one? Is that what you're saying? Vanilla?
I'm saying you got Kool-Aid, you got Arnold, you got Mitchell. I mean, it depends on what you're looking for and how it fits on your defense. If you want a man-to-man guy, I'm not sure that Mitchell is your guy. I'm not sure that Cooper is your guy. If you want a man-to-man guy, maybe it's somebody else on there. If you want just a good football player, guy that can return punts, then Cooper is your guy.
Yeah.
So,
what about the Philadelphia Eagles defense right now that they need corner, and what type of corner are they looking for?
You got good edges. You need corner. You got Slay, who's getting up there a little bit, but still a dog, still a very good corner. Bradbury didn't have a great year last year.
That's right.
You need a good guy that can come in there and play early. They drafted the corner out of Georgia last year in the second.
Ringo?
Ringo, I believe they drafted him. But I would love to see Arnold go in this pick right here in this slot.
But this might be a place where if you feel like maybe you trade back and take one of those corners, figure like there's not going to be 3 corners going if you move back 5 or 6 spots. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle this. But there's a corner there for him somewhere.
Vic Fangio, him coming over from Philly, what kind of defense does he like to have, at least in the secondary as far as man or zone?
Well, Vic mixes it up. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of. It's half of it's split safety, half of it's post safety. It's all man to man. It's either man to man or it's matched. And then as soon as the pattern declares, then they match it and they're on it. So, Vic was there 2 years ago. As a consultant. Then he went down to Miami. So, a lot of single coverage of the corners, and good to have good ones out there. Plus, as Deep-Up mentioned, Bradbury, Slay, they need some depth there, young depth.
Yep.
So you know this because of the amount of success that you had, and there's a lot of conversation about it. Whenever you lose your coordinators because you had success and somebody else wants them, trying to fill those roles are very tough sometimes. Like for the Eagles, they lose Shane Steichen, he comes to the Colts, he takes Gardner Minshew to the Pro Bowl. We almost make the playoffs with, no offense, but like backups across the board with Shane Steichen. Obviously, they have to figure it out on the offensive side. Last year, they had 2 defensive coordinators. Now they bring in Vic Fangio. How much of a change is that? Is that like too much for a team to handle?
Well, again, Vic was there 2 years ago. He left and went to Miami, and now he's coming back. It was a little bit of a transition last year with, in their defensive situation. But I think they feel comfortable with Vic, and I think that there's carryover from 2 years ago in that defense. Look, the best thing about the Eagles' defense is the front. It's hard to get the ball off. It's just they can rush a passer, and their corners have to cover, but they don't have to cover for too long.
Yeah.
And they play, and when you play from ahead, which they do a lot, then that's a good position to be in. They got a good pass rush. They just need a little more. I think you saw what happened, later in the year when they kind of, the second half of the season. They need more youth on defense.
There's not an off-ball linebacker at this point in the draft that you see coming off the board, right?
Well, you know what? It might be depending on how they feel about Cooper, Colson. Cooper's a spectacular athlete.
Okay.
He would help anybody on all 4 downs. Colson's got good size. I don't know if he's really their type of linebacker. He's a bigger, kid, but he runs pretty well. So if you want a linebacker, those are your guys. I think if you go to the best available board, you would be passing up some other players on our board. Again, understand everybody's board's different.
Yep.
Yeah, you got Mitchell and Arnold as the top 2 available on Field Yates' board.
Yep.
And we do believe they're going to go with a corner, probably a small school one.
Yeah, maybe a fast one.
That's what it feels like. Yep. Maybe a very fast corner from a small school where it's probably hard to get some comps.
Some action.
The Nationwide pick is in. Just like Nationwide helps millions of people prepare for their financial future, Peyton Manning's draft night drills are helping NFL prospects prepare for this year's draft. Nationwide is on your side, so you don't have to worry about fumbling your future or disappointing Peyton on draft night. Hell yeah, Nationwide. That made sense. It was a good time to put it in there, too.
Great.
We do appreciate Nationwide. The pick is in for the Philadelphia Eagles as Roger Goodell makes his way up to the podium.
The NFL has gone global. This past year, we played games in front of amazing crowds in London and Germany.
What?
Guten
This
Tag.
upcoming season, we will play our first ever game in South America in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Hola.
And we will be coming to more markets on a global basis soon.
It's Portuguese, actually.
Shit.
The NFL's International Player Pathway Program
We know.
helps foreign-born players
So me.
reach the NFL. Elite international athletes have an opportunity to compete at the NFL level and potentially earn a spot
Who's
on
the the
our
pick,
NFL
Roger?
roster.
Jesus Christ. I'm
One of
done
the
with it.
most
We get it. We're
successful
going
players
global.
in
Who the Eagles
program is the
taking?
Philadelphia Eagles, Jordan Mailata.
There we go.
Jordan Mailata,
Jordan
they're
is
talking about him
currently
being
in
in Zealand.
native
Picking him
Australia
again?
for the opening of a new NFL
He's got a
academy
big contract, right?
for high school football players.
Great football player.
To make the Eagles selection, let's join Jordan live from the Eagles draft party in Burleigh Beach, Gold Coast, Australia.
Oh, that's neat.
Take it, Jordan.
Down under.
Hey,
He's going to do a
mate.
shoey.
Australia.
Down under. What time is
down
it over there? Is it 18 hours?
He's on the side. They're missing it. He's on the side. They're
There he
going to
is.
have to move him to the
Rod
side.
looks good. Oh, beautiful.
Crushed it.
All right,
Nice.
Mitchell out of Toledo, small school, great speed. Corner is what they needed. Corner is what they went with. D. Butch, Toledo guy, making a first-round draft pick. That's huge for him.
I like it. A little action coming in here, getting obviously first corner, right? First corner off the board. This was kind of rumored to be maybe one of those guys. Bill mentioned it. All the corners kind of is your flavor. Like you said, it's not like a Gonzalez or Witherspoon like last year. Were clearly
right.
blue chip guys that separated from the pack. So all these guys kind of packed in there, and obviously they like them here.
What are your thoughts on somebody playing at Toledo and then getting drafted in the first round of the NFL? That's very abnormal, obviously.
Yeah, and I think what helped them a little bit was the Senior Bowl, playing against good competition there. But they played some good schools. They played Illinois. He had a big game against Northern Illinois with the 3 interceptions. But I think this is a big physical kid that'll help also play on special teams. So he'll help him on all 4 downs. But really is a perimeter guy, and this guy, he's got good skills, and I'm sure they'll develop him and, just be a better man-to-man player. He hasn't played, probably enough man-to-man against high-level competition yet, but, he'll get there.
Very clean dap with Roger Goodell, Mad Mel. I know it took a while to get to the pick, and you were certainly not thrilled about that. Sure. And it might be because the Packers are going to Brazil anyways, so I know you've been a little bummed out about it. What are your thoughts on the corner pick for the Philadelphia Eagles?
Yeah, I think you got to love it. Obviously, blew everyone's socks off at the combine, tested incredibly well. Let's be honest. Most of us up here, not Bill, obviously, would watch a guy like this, watch his tape. very few people know where the fuck Toledo is. They've never watched them play on Saturday, you know. But again, like Bill mentioned, goes to the Senior Bowl. You know, has some of that outstanding competition from all the big schools in the nation. And again, I go back to the combine. He runs that 40, and it kind of, you know, everyone's eyes open up. They say, okay, this guy, you know, maybe he's not just, you know, some also ran from Toledo. If this guy, if we see him in the SEC or in the Big Ten, you know, we might be talking about a middle of the first round guy.
To your point, not a lot of people have seen this guy play football. Let's look at some film, shall we, Bill, on Mitchell out of Toledo.
Good length, good size. That certainly, and obviously good speed, as Mel mentioned here. So here he is down at the bottom. You know, he's got no help, so he covers this post pattern, you know, and just runs down this post pattern here and breaks it up. Speed, size, length, and a good competitive guy.
Who's he playing against there, Bill?
And a top shoulder.
Me?
I think that's San Jose.
No, Toledo.
He's at Toledo.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That's a test, and you passed.
Yeah, you're right, Bill, obviously.
Here's a good break on the ball. This is one thing he does a lot of, is he kind of sits on these routes and you know, is able, this is against Illinois, okay, so, you know, good competition here. But here he is closing on this under route. Again, you can see his length. He gets his hand in there. He has a lot of pass breakups. Doesn't have a lot of interceptions. I'd say his hands need some work. But that's something that you could probably improve on.
Well, and that's why he played corner, because he's got bad hands. Darius knows that.
Yep.
AJ, the Philadelphia Eagles team, you know, that's a good culture to kind of get dropped into, you would think. They lose Jason Kelsey, but Sirianni's still there. What are your thoughts on adding a guy out of the MAC?
I mean, it's a great opportunity for him to come in there, come to the Eagles. Yeah, we know their season didn't end the way we thought it would, but Vic Fangio, I'm sure, will bring him along. And I think as a young guy, as a corner, I don't know if like D-Buck can tell us, but confidence is everything, I feel like. If you're out there and you're that guy, I would imagine Vic Fangio and the coaches and the rest of those players are doing whatever they can to try to, I don't know, bring him up to speed and make him feel like he's part of it, because you can't have any doubt out there if you're out there manned up one-on-one.
At all. And the first thing I look at with most draft picks is what meeting room are they going into. Darius Slay, everybody knows, if you've been around the league, he's a great pro, going to be a great teammate. Same thing with James Bradbury. So going into a great meeting room, and then the pass rush. You brought over Huff from the Jets. He's out there. Jalen Carter, we expect him to take even another step this season. So if I'm a corner, it's one of those good situations you can go into and say, you drafted high, so you're definitely going to get a good shot to play early. So I'm looking forward to him out there in Philly.
Just real quick, I'd like to say that we knew that was going to happen.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we knew that was going to happen.
He was getting a haircut earlier. They showed him on TV. He looked great in the hotel.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like.
Ford said it.
We have the board. You said it. The board basically told us exactly. You said it's the easy one. They need a corner. There's the corner. That was literally Fields' #1 corner. Here we go, Field Yates.
Yes.
There we go, Field
Okay, Fields. Climbing up the board, and you talk about confidence. I mean, could you play with a more confident guy in CJ GJ? Like getting him back, the guy who's bringing ski mask to Detroit, like that is someone that you want to play. I mean, granted, he still needs to kind of make amends with the people of Philadelphia after he said that was the worst part about Philadelphia.
Make a play.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. We can go back down to our draft board down in Tone's dojo. Jacksonville needs what, Tone Diggs?
DN, corner, D tackle is what's listed here. So when you go take a look at that, the only projected first rounder left in that situation would be Darius Robinson. But they've also been projected to maybe take a look at a wide receiver in this situation. So, you know, when you go take a look at the wide receiver, the next wide receiver that could potentially come off the board, and when you're looking at the big board, is Brian Thomas or A.D. Mitchell. So I wouldn't be surprised if, maybe they go there, Pat.
Where exactly do you think?
I don't know. Was Malik Nabers taken?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was.
Did he play with somebody?
Who are you thinking? What are you saying, Tone? You're saying LSU wide receiver?
Maybe. There's a chance. I don't know.
Wait, who do you play with?
Thomas Jr., wide receiver, LSU.
Another weapon for Trevor Lawrence. Obviously, this was a guy who was very high on a lot of people's draft board. Led all of FBS, I think, in touchdowns last year.
17 touchdowns,
right? Absolute stud. Good for Trevor Lawrence here, getting another weapon.
Yeah. No, this guy's got, breakaway speed, good size, good-looking kid. Played with a lot of other good players. Obviously, the quarterback and Nabers, Taylor, the tight end. So, they have very explosive offense. But, he's a good complementary receiver. He's take the top off the defense for sure.
We've thought that Visor and Doug Peterson were going to go on a run straight to the top. They've had a little bit of it. They've gone, a little bit of adversity, gone. We got a chance to see him at the Combine. Oozes cool. Another weapon for Trevor's not a bad thing, Con, man.
Yeah, unbelievable. And you look at what they did kind of in the offseason. They just grabbed Eric Armstead from the 49ers to add to that D-line with already Josh Allen, who they got a deal done with, Travon Walker, who was the number 1 overall pick a couple years ago. But, Coach, when it comes to later in the draft, we were talking about the Colts and how, they need a corner, also pass rusher plays. When you're in the division for the Jags, are you ever, let's say, in previous drafts, are you ever looking at what your division opponents are doing? For instance, because the Colts didn't go corner, do the Jags maybe think, okay, maybe we go after a weapon to kind of put them in a bind? And because Tennessee grabbed L'Jarius Sneed, kind of another weapon to go up against Tennessee, is that ever a thought later in the draft?
I think you might look at the team as a whole. I don't think you draft against their draft.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just too far in advance, and I'd say it's too much unpredictability. But if you're going to have to cover Tyreek Hill and Waddle twice a season, you better get somebody that can cover them.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to have to, play against Josh Allen twice a year, you better get somebody that can tackle them.
No, there's a lot of Josh Allens coming into the league.
Yeah, Drake May.
Hey, it's a big year for Trevor Lawrence.
But I do think you got to, be cognizant of that for sure. And really, I learned that lesson from Coach Parcells. When we were playing teams that had played good 3-4 defenses that had good nose guards, Bill's thing was you got to have a good center, and he was right. And so, when I got Kevin Maye, who's one of the best in the league, all-pro, year after year at the Jets, and that was a great, that's Bill's vision. Bill can see things and then do it. And he could see a problem, and then he would solve it. And so.
Hey, that's one of the
great things from him.
We got an immediate threat right here, right in front of us. We need to stop him from getting to the quarterback and stopping our run game. Seems so basic, but whenever you point it out, it's like not everybody does that. Obviously, Tuna's a genius, as are you. You said big year for Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The last thing we need is for him to look like Tony Khan, who took a Meltzer driver. Just the other night, Wednesday night, he took a Meltzer driver, I do believe.
That's right.
Guy's got a broken neck, and he's battling through so he can pick up Brian Thomas Jr., and that mustache is never not going to be sweet. And Doug Peterson's 3 seats away going, the fuck is going on? Back to Trevor Lawrence, though. Go ahead, Matt Bell.
Well, I was just going to say, I understand, keeping up with the gimmick. Someone should tell Tony Khan, hey, if you have a neck brace on, don't fucking move around like nothing's wrong. You stick with the gimmick and look straight ahead like your neck's broken, okay? What are we doing here?
Thank you.
Okay, well,
about time.
Let's talk about the quarterback down there for the broken-necked owner. Trevor Lawrence, it is a massive year.
Yeah.
Had success. We've seen glimpses, but still they haven't really.
Yeah, huge year. He was kind of, crowned coming into the league. Top pick. Hey, he's the next one, next Peyton, next this, next that. I don't think it's been as smooth as a lot of people would have anticipated with him. You lose a weapon like Ridley. You obviously replace with Thomas. Big year for him, for that team to make that step. They started off great last year. What was it, week 12, 13? They were like the 1 seed.
Oh, yeah.
And then kind of fell off a cliff. But big year for him. So I like that they're building around him, giving him a good opportunity.
Hey, now, this is going to go way back. When you go to the Patriots 25 years ago, hadn't been a lot of success, hadn't been a lot of home playoff. I think it's
wait a minute. Hold on. In '96, we lost the Super Bowl to Green Bay on a kickoff return.
Okay.
Desmond Howard.
And then 97, 98, 99, with all those draft picks, the team was really in bad shape in 2000, way over the cap. And then it started to rebuild after that. But Coach Parcells had a pretty good foundation there, when he drafted McGinnis, Ty Law, Lawyer Malloy, guys like that.
So I apologize.
There wasn't really much gained in the 97, 98, 99 drafts. Kevin Falk, Damian Woody played a little bit, but those 3 years were kind of lean. And then things, got a little bit better, once Brady and, Harrison and Corey Dillon, some of those guys came in, Matt Light, Seymour, it was a combination of things.
Okay, so let's talk on that, because like the Jacksonville Jaguars, they had success way back, like Brunell and obviously Fred Taylor.
Jimmy Smith.
There were some good players, but when Doug Peterson goes there, it's like, hey, we're trying to create a winner down here. The ownership has moved a lot of money. They've redesigned things. They're trying to do it. The pressure on Doug Peterson is to win, obviously, and same with Trevor Lawrence. At what point do you think they either give up hope or feel like they're getting close?
Yeah, it's been interesting. The Jaguars, in 14, we beat them in the playoffs in a tough game. They had a good football team, and then they were down and they came up, had that year in 14. They had 2 big years in free agency. Then they kind of slid down after that, and now they've, bounced back up with a lot of high draft picks. So, they're kind of in a little bit of a different spot right now where they're starting to sustain their success a little bit. Of course, a lot of that has to do with a good quarterback and building around Lawrence. So it'll be interesting to see how they do here as they stack up against now Houston, who's also piled up a lot of draft picks and a lot of good players. It's going to be an interesting division.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Dallas Cowboys have made a trade to the Detroit Lions.
Whoa!
Here we go.
Crowd is rushing the
Lions
stage.
are on the clock as the Pride here sprints to the stage. There's a couple people that traveled from out of town who are still standing back here by us. Other than that, the entire city of Detroit has sprinted up to this stage. They obviously spent $152 million in guaranteed contracts over the last 2 days. They get to the NFC Championship. Both their coordinators are back, and now they're making a trade with the Dallas Cowboys to get up to pick number 24, Conman.
Yeah, I believe Brad Holmes at the Alabama Pro Day was very, 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 very impressed with Terrion Arnold. So this does feel like one of those situations, even though we said it with the Vikings, in the division, a lot of weapons. Lions need a lot of secondary help. They got Hutch already up front. This one does feel like, okay, Terrion Arnold finally, Bama corner. It's a staple in the draft in the first round. He has to come off the board now.
They signed 2 corners this offseason, too.
Yep.
Robertson from Vegas Raiders, and then Carlton Davis is
trade.
Tampa, so
Yeah, both perimeter guys. Kenny Moore's got to play inside.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
From Bama, Branch.
No, sorry.
Branch.
Yeah,
Branch.
Yeah.
Kenny Moore's in Indy.
Yeah, I got
I understand.
you.
Yeah,
I'm
Colts
sorry.
are. Hey,
Sorry.
I understand. You're talking about the AFC South powerhouses before this big trade took place. So you're talking about the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, well, who was the first one to sign Kenny Moore? I believe that was Bill Belichick and the New England Patriots.
Yeah.
How about that? Huh? How about that? Who had him?
Try to get Kenny to the practice squad, but
he wasn't going to make it. Never going to make it. Now he's the best nickel in the league.
Well,
good eye, Bill. Good eye.
Yeah, great eye, Bill. Okay.
Per usual.
Yeah, okay. Indianapolis Colts is where Kenny Moore, okay.
Yeah.
Name, skill, money, life, housing, whole thing.
That's because Bill felt a little bad about all the beat downs that he gave to the Colts over those years. And he said, you know what? Take Kenny. It's fine. We'll give you 1.
All right. I don't know if Bill did any of that.
I think so.
But I would understand if you did. There were some tough games. Tough games.
Fun ones.
Yeah, but the balls weren't inflated.
Don't even bring it up, you son of a bitch. You know what happens to balls when it gets cold out? They deflate a little.
Yes, right
that was a witch hunt. That was a witch hunt, and it was proven. It was proven. It was already a proven witch hunt. Let's not even bring that up. Proven by science, not Roger's science.
Bill Nye?
Science. Yeah. Bill Nye would say, you know what?
He did.
The NFL fucked up. They went after the Patriots. That's what Bill Nye would say.
We got a banner out of it.
Yeah, Bill Belichick, we appreciate you. I want to let you know, while you're experiencing all that, I hope you understand that on the Colts side, all the players, coaches, anybody associated with the Indianapolis Colts, we wanted that fucking thing to disappear quicker than you did.
Yeah, just like the 2014 AFC Finals banner.
Only beat us by 50 that game. And if the balls just had a little bit more air in them.
It's a game at
halftime. Who knows what would have happened?
We don't know.
I do believe Garrett Blount outscored the entire Colts team on the ground. That's handing the ball.
Let's talk about the Detroit Lions, okay? And there is a chance that they get a corner here. And there is a chance it is the guy from Alabama who's at the top of every conversation there. And what the Lions have been able to do with MCDC and Brad Holmes as quickly as they've been able to do it. Like whenever he comes out, MCDC, Dan Campbell, and says, I'm gnawing kneecaps, I'm doing all this shit. As another head coach in the NFL, the greatest of all time, when you watch it, are you judging him? Like when you first get introduced to Dan Campbell in Detroit, what are your thoughts? And then what they've been able to do, how did you kind of take it in?
Yeah, well, I've known Dan for a while, and I have a ton of respect for him. You know, he was a good, hard, tough football player. You know, tight end, played for Sean down at New Orleans, and you know, so cut a little bit from the Parcells tree, and I know he does that. Aaron Glenn, I coached at the Jets. You know, Aaron loves corners, so I'm sure he'd like to have one. You know, and they have Hutch, and you know, I got a good front. So you know, I see the corner be a good need for him, and there's several guys up on the board.
They've done amazing here in Detroit.
Oh, that's sweet.
Here we go.
This is cool.
None of them can beat IMG.
Our girls flag football players representing the first
I don't know.
four
Lapierre's
schools
pretty good.
that competed in the Michigan Girls Flag High School Football League and local high school football tackle students.
King jerseys are sick.
Yeah, King jerseys
These
are
young
awesome.
men and women embody NFL values of respect, integrity,
think those kids are cold.
resiliency, and
What?
responsibility to their teams. Congratulations on your accomplishments in your academic and football careers. Now to make the selection, please welcome Ellie
Are
Fagg.
they all wearing the same shoes?
Here we go, Ellie. Yeah, it looks like they got suited from the ankles down.
Yeah.
Welcome to the
The
NFL.
Dallas Cowboys have traded the 24th pick to the Detroit Lions.
Good pop, good pop, good composure.
With the 24th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Terrion Arnold, defensive back, Alabama.
There it is. There we go. The conversation about a corner being picked up by Detroit happens here with a trade of Detroit going up and trading for Dallas. I know you have some film. Let's look at Terrion Arnold, obviously stud out of Alabama.
Yeah, so Terrion was, one of the two good corners down there. Kool-Aid was the other one, and maybe we'll see him later on in tonight. But here he is playing at the top of the screen. Terrion's a tough kid. He's a good tackler. So you can see right here in the open field, does a nice job breaking down, wrapping up on the tackle. And, he's obviously been well coached by Coach Saban. So this is a big play. The final play of the game, they're, up by 4 points against Texas A&M. And here he is really making the play of the game, breaking up this pass there on the goal line to preserve the victory. But there's some plays where he just, loses concentration. There's just too much separation here on this route. And that happens to him, a number of times. I'm sure Coach Glenn will get that straightened out, but, he's got talent. He just, at times, just like I said, here loses focus, gets out of position and misses a tackle. And gives up a big play to Texas. So I think this is, just a consistency thing. There's enough talent there. He's a good kid. He's a good teammate. I think he'll fit in well in Coach Campbell and Coach Glenn's culture. Just really needs to work on, more consistency with his fundamentals. This is a nice play right here on the coverage, but then he kind of loses it at the end. And this happens to him where he gets back shouldered a couple times throughout the season. This is twice in the Vanderbilt game. Where he's just a little too high on the receiver and, doesn't react quick enough. So good talent, good guy to work with. Will develop under Coach Glenn's coaching and, consistency.
We got to know if he's getting drafted here with this group, he's hard-nosed.
Yeah,
and he has respect for him. I assume that's one of the first things he's looking for corner.
Yeah, I'm excited to see him in that building. You mentioned being coached by Glenn, and I can kind of see some similarities, some issues I had coming into the league. Maybe sometimes just being a floater almost. You're a good athlete. Maybe peaking sometimes when you're coming out of certain breaks. Something you can definitely get coached up and fixed. But he has the talent. He has the competitiveness. And off the field, everything we've seen from him, he's just a great guy, great character. So I'm excited about this pick.
What's going on, Mad Mel? Why are you shaking your head?
Well, I may have seen who the Packers have taken.
Well, it's fair to say it's not.
What are you talking about? That guy's trained by one of the best offensive line coaches.
Yeah, I understand. Fucking AQ Shipley trains the guy. I basically put all my chips in this basket. Kind of set myself up to really be disappointed, and here we are once again.
We don't know the pick yet.
I do know the pick. I won't fucking say it because I don't want to get chastised by anyone from the NFL. But fuck! I mean, it was gift wrap for me. It was gift wrap.
Wait, what'd you want him to do? What do you mean?
What do you think?
I'm going to smack the fucking new teeth out of your mouth is what I'm going to do.
What do you want him to do? People don't know.
Yeah, safe to say they didn't draft Cooper DeJean, okay?
No, we don't know.
Yeah, well,
we don't know.
I do know.
Tell you what, the big board would have taken Cooper, I think.
Let's go down to the big board as the Green Bay Packers are on the clock as Terrion Arnold is getting introduced to the Detroit faithful here.
Let's take a look at the big board here. So we got A.D. Mitchell at 21 left here, and Packers aren't going to go wide receiver. But next on that list is cornerback from Iowa, Cooper DeJean.
So maybe.
But if we were to look farther down, I don't know, say somewhere around 35, okay? Maybe Bakhtiari's gone or something like that. Maybe they need to draft a tackle or something this year. Maybe they look at that guy. But if you go over here to the the horizontal chart, he wouldn't even be. I don't think he'd be the best tackle listed on
Field Yates'
board.
board, yeah.
But who knows?
Yeah, so maybe they do go with a tackle because they lose Bakhtiari. You know?
Protect Jordan Love. It's a great pick.
Yeah, Jordan's young. The offense is young. Going to need to protect the blind
And
side.
O-line did well last year, too. Even with Bach being out, they did well protecting.
Well, they're used to it because Bakhtiari hasn't played a fucking snap in almost 3 years. So, they were used to, kind of playing without him. But I'll be honest, listen, and I know better, okay? I know better than to throw stones at Gutekunst. I mean, everyone remembers when they drafted Jordan Love and made a fucking ass out of myself, went crazy, and turns out, hey, I was pretty happy about that pick last year. It's a selfish thing. I understand. I understand I probably shouldn't overreact. But the joke's on me because I think I may have broke my hand slamming the table.
Pounded the table.
That was pretty fucking stupid.
Pretty frozen.
Yeah, not great. Not great.
Food poisoning this morning, broken hand is the evening, and a tackle that you've never heard of.
Yeah,
probably getting drafted to your team you love.
AQ trains him, so there we go. AQ loves the guy.
Gritty.
Yeah,
Gritty.
Exactly.
There you go. Hopefully he flushes the toilet and AQ doesn't.
There's people now mentioning from the back that there's no way that was food poisoning. It was probably the 22 Jack and Diets you drank last night.
Whoa, not that many,
They're
right?
pointing fingers over there, man.
Not
said that.
many,
Is it Bruce?
Wait, hold on. Did they mean that because we all ate off the exact same plates and
Yes.
we all ate the exact same food?
Yeah, family share plates, so we're all eating the same food. Ty got food poisoning. We're all okay.
I don't know if it was food
Hey,
poisoning.
can we take a look at that board here and see what Dallas did?
Okay, Bill. Let's get us back on track. All right, get us back. There you go. Bill.
Yeah, good call. Let's go back to the
Coach,
board.
what do you want to look at, Coach?
Yeah, so where's Dallas now? What are they looking at? This is a good situation to talk about here. Dallas has who ahead of them?
Dallas has Buffalo, Arizona, and Tampa ahead of them now that they traded back.
Okay.
And it doesn't look like any of those teams have very similar draft needs, if that's what you're talking about.
Right. Yeah.
Whoa, Tone, what you put the name up next to the Green Bay?
What?
They didn't make a pick
Oh,
yet.
shit. That's my bad. I thought that's on me.
He's guessing.
Who's that?
That might be the pick for the Green Bay Packers. We're not sure. Once again, we are not 100% sure.
TBD.
Until Roger Goodell announces it, we're not sure.
But it is interesting that, the Cowboys traded down from 24 and tackle was one of their needs, and then the next pick is a tackle. So
but again, there are other tackles up there.
Correct.
People have talked about the highest player on the board is Cooper, and he's a local kid from A&M. He's a heck of an athlete. He would be a good fit in the Dallas system. I don't know where they have him rated, but that might be Field might have that one.
Okay.
Field might have that one. I don't know. But they could certainly
the linebacker out of A&M.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if they want another tackle, let's see who's left up there.
Okay, so the Packers pick is in. It is officially the tackle out of Arizona.
Select Jordan Morgan.
Yeah. Hey, way to go.
Yeah. Good pick.
Packers.
Good pick.
Hey, that's a smart pick.
Smart.
Offensive lineman hit at a higher rate than any other position in the first round. That's smart play by Gutekunst.
Protect Jordan Love.
Right, so but Morgan's he's a left tackle all the way. He tore his ACL and then came back and played his senior year at Arizona last year for Jed Fish. And of course, Fish did a great job of that Arizona program, put him in the top 10 after being the worst team in college football when he took over in 2021. But Jordan is really a high-quality kid, very smart, good pass protector, very athletic, and he'll be he's a good football player. He's a left tackle, and so I don't think there's any doubt about that. And he just needs to get a little bit stronger in the lower body, but this is a good football player. He's got a good future.
You think he needs to relax a little bit over there? The Green Bay Packers fan, Mad Mel, you think maybe relax just a tiny bit?
Well, I'm just saying, what the problem is when you don't have a tackle. They don't grow on trees. I mean, these guys that are 6'5", 315 pounds that are really athletic, this draft has a bunch of them, so this isn't a bad time to take one. And he's a good player. Morgan's a good player.
Okay, so we saw the Packers go with the tackle.
I'd say there's no way he was getting out of the first round. I think there were other teams that would have taken him if they didn't, so they probably,
Sounds like you like him a lot, is what that sounds like, Mad Mel. So maybe you're
making me feel a lot better.
Yeah, broken hand for no reason. Now, the Packers go with tackle. The Lions go with corner. The Minnesota Vikings have had 2 picks. One was Dallas Turner, and one they traded up one spot for to get J.J. McCarthy. Joining us now, ladies and gentlemen, the head coach of the Minnesota Vikings, Kevin O'Connell.
Yeah,
hey, Kev.
KOC.
What's up, Kev?
You look so cool. You look so cool. Bill Belichick obviously has been talking you up all day. We thank you for joining us. Let's start with J.J. McCarthy. When we talked to you down at the annual meetings, we're trying to put words in your mouth. We're trying to make you tell us who you're going to go with. Why was it J.J. McCarthy ultimately, and how excited are you to kind of dive in with him?
Yeah, I think for us, we went into this process. We really knew, we wanted to have the ability to identify a quarterback in the future in this draft. Obviously, we acquired pick 23 to give us kind of that flexibility to be able to, really play out a lot of scenarios, knowing that we weren't the only ones that viewed this draft class, as a very deep group, especially at the top, like it ended up playing out. But we went through a great process, between obviously the combine interview and getting to see JJ throw the football there at the combine, but then spent about a whole day in Ann Arbor, on his home turf there in the classroom setting, out on the field, and really got to know the player, got to know the person, really give him an idea via some installation of some of our offense that then we were able to go out on the field and work through and really see kind of a translation from some obviously success at the highest level, winning a national championship, a lot of the great things he was able to do, demonstrating his physical skills on his tape, but we were able to really get a great feel for where JJ's at, his high-level intelligence and just kind of some of the traits and intangibles that I was really looking for as we attacked this process. Really happy, excited, to say the least, to add JJ to our team.
Hell yeah, and we can't wait to watch what you do with him. And obviously Sam Darnold's there, so you can take your time, do whatever the hell you want to do. I think all Vikings fans will be excited to watch it unfold. And last question for me before Coach has one, and obviously a couple others do. How much did it factor into with JJ McCarthy? Like, the dude didn't bitch. He's a hockey player in the past. He's a tough guy. They ran the ball 32 straight times, okay? He could be in the Heisman conversation. They're undefeated. He didn't say a single word. Feels like everybody loves him, and he's humble, and he just works his dick off. Like, is that a part of evaluating him as well in this whole thing, or is it just on the field? What did you learn about him, the human, that makes you excited to have him in the locker room?
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I don't know if I've been a part of an evaluation process where you really get to know not only JJ, but other people there at the school, people, teammates. There's plenty of them in this draft, obviously, that will hear their names called over the next 2 days. But what you really find when you dive into it, you really start to ask people genuinely what they feel about JJ. Is there's nothing but love and admiration for the person, the leader. He really implored his teammates via being committed to a great culture and understanding what it meant to try to help his teammates become better players, and the love that those guys had for one another. It's not hard to see why they were able to have success as a football team, and really, when you think about when his teammates and his team needed him the most in some big moments, in some big football games against some really, really good defenses, he was able to answer the bell and go make a play to either extend a drive, convert a critical 3rd and long, maybe a red zone opportunity where they're able to punch it in and get 7 instead of 3. It's winning football, and it's the type of thing that J.J. McCarthy has really strived to do his whole football career and been successful at every level. And we're just excited to add him into what we feel has been built up as a pretty phenomenal culture here in our locker room due to our players. And I know the amount of text messages that I've received from our guys about not only JJ, but I definitely want to make sure we spend some time talking about Dallas Turner, because couldn't imagine when this day started that we would add these two types of players to our team.
Hell yeah. Coach Belichick has a question for you.
Hey, Kevin, congratulations. I'm sure that Dallas was either the highest guy on your board or close to the highest guy on your defensive board. So, this feels like a great team-building draft for you. You got two great guys, not just great players, but great people, great guys, one on offense, one on defense, and building the team is what it's all about. So, congratulations on that. I've said a lot of the same things about McCarthy that you have. This guy just knows how to win. He makes the right plays. He makes good decisions, whether it's running game, passing game, 3rd down, red area. He does a lot of the right things to help you win, and doesn't turn the ball over. So, congratulations. And when you build your team with two good leaders on either side of the ball, that's a great way to bring other guys onto your team because, these guys will rise to the occasion. I have no doubt about that. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, Coach. You know how much, you mean to me personally as not only, a former head coach of mine, but, somebody who's become a mentor of mine over these last few years since diving into this coaching world. But to hear you say that about these players, that's how we felt about them. The idea, you're absolutely right, of adding one of the top defensive players on our board, a guy that, not only Brian Flores and his staff, but our personnel department, our whole entire organization really thought Dallas Turner was one of those guys that if somehow the offensive wave that ended up happening between quarterbacks, receivers, and tackles, if that somehow happened and we had an opportunity to go get Dallas, we wanted to try to exhaust every option to do that. So, guys, when you think about the two players we added, critical impact positions, like you said, but guys that are leaders, guys that are tough, guys that love football, guys that will take advantage of hopefully being in a premier learning environment to become, what we believe they're capable of becoming, was a huge factor in really making the two moves to solidify getting the opportunity to get those players. But you nailed it on the head as far as it's not just the production, which they both had. It's not just the success that they both had. It's in two of the premier football programs in college football. It's really what you're adding into that locker room and into your meeting rooms and onto the grass every single day is guys that love football, that are tough, that are smart, but most importantly want to go win and be great for the greater good of the team. And quite honestly, as the head coach and very going into this night, my excitement level was matched really with some nerves of wondering what we would be able to add, and to know that we got these two players, I'm absolutely elated.
Yeah, well, congratulations. Thanks so much for coming on with us, Kevin. Appreciate you, man.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Coach.
Hey,
Thanks.
Good booking by Bill, by the way. It's phenomenal. I guess when he sends a text that things happen, especially for a guy that coached you up. We found a photo from back in – Bill, he could spin it, huh, KOC?
Wow. He could.
How big he is.
Hey, Kevin had an arm now. He had an arm.
What he's not saying is I had an arm, but we didn't always know where that ball was going to go. I think, I'll tell you what, I'm not telling you guys something I haven't told Coach, but the amount of football that I learned and just being willing to listen every single day, not only his leadership, but the great football players that he was able to put together on that amazing team and all those teams over those years. I couldn't have gone to a better place for me to eventually, continue on this journey. And my love of football was only stamped there by being around the greatest, coach to ever do it. So,
appreciate that, Kevin.
He knows how I feel about
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Hell yeah, Coach. Well, Coach,
thanks so much.
That's awesome to hear, I assume. Coach O'Connell, congrats on a great night. I can't wait to see what you guys do the rest of the weekend. And you look really cool, so you should maybe take a couple photos in there. You got a good fit. It's a good fit right now. You look good.
I decided to make sure that Coach Belichick will have some love for this. That's the Hall of Fame tie that Bud Grant gave me unfortunately before he passed away. But it's I figured we'd throw that on there for Coach.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Hell yeah! All right, KOC. Kevin. Have a great weekend. Congrats on your new quarterback and your edge rusher, ladies and gentlemen.
Appreciate you guys, man.
You too.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kevin O'Connell.
Yeah, Kevin.
People talk about the draft of like how great, the 83 draft was and all that, but it's really about team building. It's like, how do you build your team? 50 years ago, this was the greatest team building draft of all time, the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, yeah.
Swan.
Oh, yeah, brother.
Stallworth, Lambert, Webster, and Donnie Shell as a free agent in one draft.
Jeez.
Five Hall of Famers in one draft. Donnie Shell's free agent.
Could you imagine if the team was to pull that off?
You're talking about building a team. Now, what happened after that? But 4 Super Bowls. Right?
4 of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
One of the greatest dynasties in the history of sport. One of them.
Not the, but one of them. One of. Not the.
Yeah, Steel Curtain was born.
So after that draft, they win 4 of the next 6 Super Bowls. So you talk about team building drafts. No, you can look at some other ones, Ray Lewis and Jonathan Ogden with the Ravens, and, Packers drafting Forrest Gregg and Bart Starr, and, those are 2 Hall of Famers. He's got 5. 4 drafted and 1 free agent.
Detroit's going to try to do the same thing. They've had a couple back-to-back drafts where they've had like 5-6 starters immediately out of the draft. It's crazy. You look at what Minnesota just did. There's a chance they can get going.
But not starters.
Hall of Fame. Yeah, I got it. Those levels. I get those levels. You're talking about levels and Hall of Famers. One just walked up on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a legend in every conversation here. Detroit Lions hero, Barry Sanders is here. Thank you so much. Hey, set up right down here. Take the ball.
Barry, an honor. As always, an honor.
Great to see you again.
Yeah.
Proud of what you talk.
Okay.
Always an honor.
How'd you get him up here?
You're right over there.
Awesome. Yeah.
Right there. Yeah, pop in there.
He actually.
You're taking mine.
You're taking mine. He's going to the bathroom.
Go on. Yeah, I got a dump.
Good
luck.
Hey, good luck out there, con man. Hey, Barry. Detroit showed up. 275,000 people here tonight. It's the record for the first night of the draft. So let's go, Detroit.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Surprised at that?
Yes.
We've been waiting for this, man.
Yeah, but it's a little.
Won this.
It's a little chilly,
No, we don't care about that here.
Yeah.
Hey, we don't care about that.
Football
weather. We've been waiting for this day for a while, and you can see how people showed up. Lions fans yelling at us.
Yeah.
No, they're ready, man.
Let's talk about the Lions move. Let's talk about the Lions move. Trade up, get a DB, Terrion Arnold. I think a lot of people had him as the top corner or maybe second top. What does this do for the Lions, and why do you think they went this way, Barry?
I mean, you look at all these dynamic young quarterbacks coming into our division. We gotta have somebody neutralize that out on the corner. And I think also you look at just our defense. And bringing in a personality that can really mix well with the guys that are there, that has success. We were just a few steps away from a Super Bowl last year.
Oh, so close. Had to lead late.
Steps, absolutely. So bringing in a guy who's a proven winner from a great program, who is a player, and you figure can really fit into that scheme and those personalities in the locker room.
Barry, isn't it crazy that we're at a standpoint now, and I know for you, Lions and everything, but like as a national group, we have Foxy back here as a diehard Lions fan. He saw you walk in.
There's some Lions fans in here?
Yeah, one.
Yeah, right
down there.
Hey, Lions fan.
Yeah,
How you doing over there, buddy?
Yeah, he's got a little zipper burn currently whenever you showed up on his baby maker or whatever. But last question for me. Before, we just have trust that Brad Holmes is bringing in the right guy. And we trust that MCDC is going to do his thing. It seems to be a whole new era of football and trust with the Detroit Lions. But for me, that jacket needs, what is that jacket? Is this Detroit Lions? What is this jacket? This thing is phenomenal.
You like that?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, appreciate that, man. Well, it's a starter jacket, starter goat jacket, right? It's officially called the starter goat jacket.
Look at that.
If anyone's interested, they can go to homage.com/goat and find out more about how to purchase one, all that good stuff. I think they said we may have an extra one for the host of the show, something like that. I know it's not.
Where is it?
I know it's not necessarily the blue that you normally wear.
Hey,
but
hey, the Honolulu Blues okay with me, man. The Lions are a great team. Yeah,
we gotta get Bill one.
Mad Mo has a question for you, Barry.
Yeah, Barry, how rewarding is it when you look at what the Lions, I'm not talking about the draft, but when you looked at what the Lions have done the last couple days, when you're paying guys these massive contracts, homegrown talent, how good does that feel when you see, you understand the Lions are drafting these guys and then they're rewarding them as kind of blocks for the future of this team with Amon-Ra St. Brown getting a massive deal the other day, and people, exactly. And then people are talking about Jared Goff as well. How good does that feel as a Lions fan and obviously as one of their most famous alumni?
No, I mean it feels great because you look at what Jared has been able to do here, right? I mean he's really rejuvenated his career and really won this city over because I would say maybe after that first season. I think they were ready to march him out of here, right? And he's turned a big corner. Obviously a great year last year. signing Penix, one of the best young tackles in the game, in the business. I think it's maybe one of the highest paid linemen in history, whatever. Amon-Ra St. Brown, I mean, that guy's just been phenomenal. What he's able to do with his talent. He's always open. He's always dependable. And that's what you have to do. You know, you have to keep those guys are really like the pillar of this team. And then in the short time they've been here and been together, you know, you look at like each year going back when Coach Campbell first got here, right? I mean, you could see something building here. You know, at the very end of that first season, it was a long season because we lost a lot of games. Sure. But the very end of that season, they stayed with it, won a few games, and then last year, 22-23, obviously we won a lot of games, just barely missed the playoffs.
Came out of week 18, yeah.
But you can see that this team was going in the right direction, and they were ready to take a stranglehold on that division, and that's exactly what we did this past season. And rewarding the Lions fans was something we've been desperately.
Yeah, taking care of the team is the right move. Sheila Ford Hamp seems to be doing that alongside the team. Bill's got something for you, Barry.
Hey, Barry, I just want to say, first of all, it was an honor covering you in the top 100. You know, but
that was phenomenal. That was phenomenal.
But of all the players that I've defended as a coach, all right, nobody was harder than you.
Wow.
And I remember telling
That's
our
amazing.
team, we played you on a Monday night, and I remember telling our team when we were running practice, every time you get the ball, I said to every single guy, everybody is at the point of attack. You get the ball running to the right, the left corner is at the point of attack. The nose guard's at the point of attack. The free safety, everybody's at the point of attack when you had the ball. Nobody had the ability to attack the field like you did. Thank God we had Lawrence Taylor. Thank God we had Lawrence Taylor.
Carl Banks, Lawrence Taylor.
Nobody was harder to defend. I didn't coach against Jim Brown. Nobody was harder to defend than you were. Barry, you were phenomenal.
I appreciate that, Coach. Thank you, man.
And a better person than a player. Love you as a person.
I'm glad I didn't have to see you that often as well.
I'm glad I didn't have to see
Lawrence Taylor. Well, that as well. That too.
Lawrence Taylor.
That too. No, yeah. No, I
so
remember
much respect,
coming to the Meadowlands and you know, just seeing like you said, Lawrence Taylor and Carl Banks, Harry Carsons and all those guys. Obviously, you know, Coach Parcells, the head coach, and you, the defensive coordinator. I think you guys won it maybe that year around then. You know, that was sort of like my welcome to the NFL time right there. We're playing against guys like that, and obviously coaches like yourself. But thank you for those words. And I was always highly motivated.
Hell yeah.
Going up against the best.
Yeah.
And so, you know, Coach definitely brought out the best in me. So I appreciate you.
That was one of the biggest fights that Coach Parcells and I ever got into was over you. And it was honestly, it was hysterical because I said, look, we got to have some fast guys on the field because you can't catch barely. You got to have a lot of speed out there. And Bill said, yeah, well, we need speed, but, I mean, we can't put a bunch of 160-pound guys out there. Like, we got to get some – because you're run and shoot.
Right.
We got to get some guys out there that are big enough to tackle them because you're strong. You broke tackles. And so we're going back and forth on that.
I felt like you guys shut us down pretty good, though, honestly.
We had a good day.
What,
I feel like
250?
Yeah.
3 touchdowns.
Have you heard about his college? I mean, obviously, you've heard about it.
Yeah.
They just ran his stats, though, because what was it? No. What was the name of the doc that came out about you?
Yeah.
Run, Barry, Run.
Yeah, Run, Barry, Run. Yeah.
Bye,
Barry.
Bye,
Barry. I'm sorry.
There it is.
Barry,
I forget what it was. We all watched it. They had a graphic on there about his fucking college season, one season. He averaged 250 yards a game, like 4 touchdowns. Yeah. And there was one team that held him to 130 yards in 2 touchdowns. It's like, Barry Sanders had an off day today. It's like unbelievable. Game changer league. Here it is. Look at this shit. This was his
oh my God.
1988 college season.
332, 293, 312.
Yeah, but look, 157 one time.
Yeah, I mean, right.
Hey, 154 another time. Missouri had your number.
They did. They sure
did. Anybody else runs for 150 yards and 2 touchdowns, they give him a game ball.
Yeah, you know what he did?
For Bears, an off day.
He just handed the ball to the ref and then walked back like he was going to get 4 more.
Insane.
You don't know what a nightmare it was trying to defend Barry Sanders.
Hey, Barry.
Amen, man.
I hope you felt all the love from us. I hope you felt the love from Detroit.
Oh, absolutely.
And we appreciate the hell out of you, man.
Yeah.
Thank you for stopping by.
Appreciate it, man.
There's been a new pick for the Kansas City Chiefs that we need to get to right now. You want to talk about speed?
They trade up?
Xavier?
Yeah,
Xavier,
Xavier
right?
Worthy.
Oh, yeah, they had to.
Yeah, they
Xavier
traded
Worthy,
up.
Kansas
They
City
traded
Chiefs.
up, right?
Yes, Kansas City to get Xavier Worthy.
With
now,
the Bills.
What a perfect player for Andy Reid in that offense. Now, you talk about being able to win a Super Bowl with the worst weapons that they've had in an amount of years. They trade, they bring in, they sign. Now they draft the fastest guy at the combine. He ran a 4.21 or whatever the hell it was.
Just to replicate Tyreek Hill.
Okay, and they've been trying to do that for years now. Kadarius Toney was supposed to do that.
Yeah.
Now you got Xavier Worthy to do it. That's just a weapon that you can't really.
What the hell's going on here?
What is that?
Bad Mel sound.
Who'd they trade up with?
Believe Buffalo.
Okay.
It signed Hollywood Brown this offseason, too.
Oh, yeah.
Jeez,
Yeah, they traded with Buffalo. They come up to 28. Buffalo went down to 32.
Okay. Buffalo, Brandon Beane was supposed to come on the show after they made their pick. Trades out. We're not going to wait for him at 32. No way in hell. Barry, keep crushing it, man. Homage.com, HOMAGE.com.
.com/GOAT.
/GOAT.
Let's go.
That jacket's sick. I didn't know this was all happening. This is all a surprise to me. I just saw the jacket and said that thing is
No,
sick.
thanks for doing it, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Big bad
Appreciate
Barry.
it.
It's awesome,
Yeah.
Barry.
There's only 154 of those jackets.
Ooh.
So let's not be giving
There's
me
a limited
any.
edition. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
You're the man. You deserve it all. Look at that. Look at that.
Got
Hall of
stats in
Famer.
there.
Nice little pass.
3,000 attempts, 15,000 yards, 109 tuds, 5 yards per carry, MVP, 6-time All-Pro, Offensive Rookie of the Year, 2-time, 10-time Pro Bowler. How many years you play?
One of Coach's former players, Carl Banks, is behind this.
Yeah.
Maybe you know that.
Oh, I know.
But yeah. But I'm sorry. You said how many?
How
10
many years did you play?
10 years.
How many Pro Bowls?
10. 10.
It's pretty good. Pretty
But
good.
Pat,
From a jump.
Pat, what the most amazing thing of all is every game the defense went into, we got to stop Barry Sanders.
Yeah.
We got to stop Barry Sanders.
Game
Let him
record.
throw. The more they throw, that's less carries for Barry.
And instead, Barry's
Oh, my
doing
God.
all the shit.
Still couldn't, I mean,
Levitating his cuts, sometimes levitating.
God.
You're a beast. I assume you could
Nightmare.
still do it if you had to.
If I had to,
Yeah. If I had to, I don't know.
4th and 1,
I haven't tried
we
in a
could
while.
give it to him.
Yeah,
haven't tried in a
one
while.
play.
One time, we
Fourth-
could give it to
yeah.
him. 4th
Gotta
and
have
1.
it.
Hey, you're the
Gotta
man.
have
This
it.
current offensive line, Lions offensive line, I'll give it a shot.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, Barry Sanders.
Yeah,
Appreciate
Barry.
you, Barry.
Awesome, man.
Let's do it again sometime.
Yeah.
Do it again.
Oh, yeah.
Let's head down to the dojo to
Barry,
recap the last three
You're the
picks.
best, man. You're the best.
All right.
Love you. Love you, man.
All right, man. Great seeing you, man.
Appreciate you.
Keep killing them, man.
Yes, you too, man. These are awesome.
What do we got going on down there?
Okay, Tone, let's look at the draft board. What happened while we were talking to the GOAT there with a sweet jacket on? This board's getting thin.
The last pick that we covered was Green Bay, Jordan Morgan. And then after that, Tampa Bay took Graham Barton from Duke, who played tackle for Duke, but they think he's going to play interior O-line.
Right.
And then after that, Arizona went with a need at DN with Darius Robinson out of Mizzou. KC then traded up with Buffalo, who a lot of people would say is a wide receiver needy team. Took the wide receiver, Xavier Worthy out of Texas, who did run that 4.21. And then, as Coach Belichick said earlier, Dallas traded back and still got a position of need at 29 with Tyler Guyton, who Coach Belichick said that was going to happen pretty much.
Okay, well, we didn't get to see any of that because Foxy's over there dapping up the entire Barry Sanders family. And I understand that has to happen. Foxy, obviously, massive Lions fan. So we can hear what you're saying. We certainly couldn't see it.
Sorry.
But it's all right. The draft board's getting thin up there.
We're getting there.
Now
Can we talk about Robinson?
Absolutely.
Can we talk about Robinson?
Chop.
Yeah. I mean, this kid's really, again, a great football player, great teammate. Came back to Missouri. Could have come out last year, would have been a high pick last year. Came back to Missouri and played more at defensive end. Instead of playing inside as a 3 technique. Had a really
He was
good
an
year.
edge. He was an edge.
Defensive end.
Nah, he was playing edge.
He was an
Bill.
edge guy.
And this guy is 290-some pounds, strong, fast, tough. He brings a lot to your football team. We got him.
So we got some defensive guys that are getting picked here. I wonder what the total number will be for offense versus defense in the draft. Remember, 19 was the record And the way it started with 10 straight offensive picks, we assumed it was going to break it pretty mightily. I don't know where we stand at with stats. We got caught up in some great conversations there. KOC, Barry Sanders. This has been a great night.
Oh, yeah.
I got it. There it is. Unbelievable. I mean, Barry said that jacket is one of the sweetest jackets that I've seen walking around. There's been some cool shit.
Carl Banks has been doing this since I was with the Giants. So from the mid-'80s, he's been doing this for, I don't know, whatever, 40 years.
Yeah, he's the Bill Belichick of jackets.
Leather jackets. I mean, he designs clothes. Carl Banks is a great entrepreneur and a clothes designer. He does a hell of a job.
I literally had no idea that jacket was a thing.
At all.
I literally just looked over and was like, what are you talking about what you're wearing?
I want that.
Because we just saw the Broncos roll out some new uniforms. They're shit.
Oh my God.
Terrible.
Don't look at him, Coach.
There's some other jerseys that are good. I saw that jacket. I'm like, is this new team apparel?
Yeah.
Because Detroit's doing it all right now. The Ravens are on the clock. Obviously, they bring running back Derrick Henry in to the backfield alongside Lamar Jackson. There's always a big conversation about how much respect you have for Lamar Jackson. Is that accurate?
Yeah, absolutely. And we brought in Lamar, spent a lot of time with him, and the Ravens traded up to take him at 32, in 2019, and they built their offense around him with speed receivers and a power running game, and so it's a perfect fit. Coach Harbaugh, Eric DeCosta, those guys have done a great job of building around it, and now they've added a good defensive corner here.
What? What do you mean?
How do you know?
How'd you know?
What are you talking about?
Belichick.
They're going to take a corner.
What?
Oh, my God.
Wiggins.
And they did.
Oh,
Wiggins.
they did. Good
wow.
call, Bill. Jeez, that was incredible out of Clemson.
Fast.
Nate Wiggins, cornerback, going to the Ravens. Long, fast, fluid. Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie is a comp that NFL Network is giving to him.
I don't know about that.
Well, DRC was
call somebody.
DRC was weird.
Hey, Revis then?
Yeah,
is that better comp? Revis or
no? He's undersized.
Hey, we got some film, I think,
fast.
right? We got some film.
we do. Yeah.
Let's run us some film here on the newest cornerback.
Okay, so he weighed in at 185, but he played at 173. Call him 175. This is not a big kid. He's very lean, but he's fast. He has excellent coverage skills. You want somebody to play man-to-man? This guy is a good man-to-man corner. He sticks to him like glue when he's on. And good ball skills. You can see him high point the ball there. I'd say every once in a while he kind of loses focus a little bit, but this guy can really close on the ball. Here he is again. You can see just
good film.
Great acceleration and get some BBU there. Good looking play. This kid's a good player. Here he is on top. We saw this play earlier with Maye, but you just can't be late and sloppy with this guy. He's going to make it pay. I mean, he's got good hands, good ball skills, and he can close space in a hurry. So, the Ravens pass rush, I say this is, he's undersized. And so here he is getting covered up on this tear screen. And
proper leverage.
He's not
at
a
least,
big factor in the running game, but, that isn't what they got him for. I mean, you got to look at what he can do. And here he is against Devontae, who's a big receiver for Carolina. And, these are the guys he's going to have a little trouble matching up with, are these big guys. And, Devontae gets him here. He covers them, but, I'd say that'll be the bigger challenge for him. But this guy's a good cover player.
In the Baltimore Ravens, if they draft somebody, that's another team where I'm like, a tough player. Like, tough guy. Like, that's a tough guy that probably go in there. Like, their culture is a hard-nosed style of football, offense and defense. I think it's a massive compliment to get drafted to some places. The Ravens seem to be one of those spots.
Yeah, they do a real good job. They've built a good football team consistently over, it's going almost a couple decades now. So they you got to give them a lot of credit. They're year in and year out. They're tough.
Thus far, 20 offense, 10 defense. I'm being told right now.
That's the record. There it is.
Okay, so there is the record for. We've passed it, I guess, a couple plays.
True, yeah.
But the Ravens, get better here as we have a couple picks left. Tone.
So we have San Francisco and Buffalo left.
Yep. Buffalo's 32. San Francisco's 31. Congrats.
What does the tackle board look like for San Francisco here?
I'm counting 21, by the way. So somebody check something. What are we talking about? The tackle board?
Getting wiped out. Look at that. Look at all the tackles that we started with, and what's up there is still some depth at receiver.
Yeah, there is some depth at receiver. A.D. Mitchell's, Leggett, Worthy's gone. Okay.
Tone.
What?
Our board can't be fraudulent.
Don't just throw it. Don't just throw it. replace it.
You know who the top corner left is? Cooper DeJean. I wonder why the Ravens didn't take him, huh?
Why do you think that? What's the reason, Tone?
What is that,
What
Tone?
do you think? What are you trying to say?
I don't know. I don't know. You tell me, D-Butt.
Hey, it wasn't their flavor, all right? Wasn't their flavor.
Come on. What flavor is it?
Vanilla's delicious.
Bill talked about different teams like the different flavors. But,
and I know what Bill was saying, too.
Can we go back to that board for a second?
Yeah, get back on track, Bill. Thank you. Get us back on track.
Look, this is real now. This is real. We are sitting in a draft room, and here you go, Pat. This is your call. All right, you've got Cooper up there, who's clearly the highest-rated player at linebacker. Clearly.
Oh, up here. Sorry.
Right. All right, and we're gonna skip over. Joe Blow.
What?
All right,
He's a good player. Character. Yeah.
Okay.
A couple felonies. 3 felonies.
And so you've got depth at receiver, so you can take a good receiver, or you've got depth, maybe get a receiver in a second round if you need a receiver. You know, the tackles have been picked clean, so those teams that were thinking, well, I'm going to get a tackle in the second round, it's pretty thin now. It's pretty thin. And so now you're looking at a couple corners. You're looking at a high-rated linebacker on Fields' board, some depth at receiver. This is where you go to the best available and say, all right, are we going to go to a position or are we going to take a highly graded player? And this becomes a real conversation. And if you say, okay, I'm going to take a receiver, maybe you trade back like Buffalo did. Maybe you trade back and say, all right, well, there's a couple guys there I like. I'll trade back and get another pick. I wouldn't say Buffalo's like a rebuilding team that needs a lot of picks, but unless there's somebody there they just absolutely love, which I would say Leggett, to me, is really a good player. I'm surprised he's still on the board. I mean, I really like this kid.
So let me tell you, if we're going to talk about it, because we got a Ayuk situation brewing in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Then Debo's name was thrown into it by Michael Lombardi the other day. Yeah. He was like, well, maybe they end up trading Debo so that they can afford that. And they have Mr. Irrelevant as quarterback, so it's not that big of a check taking its quarterback position. So maybe you do add a wide receiver because you have no idea what the next few months look at the wide receiver department for them because of contracts and salary cap and everything like that. Is that a fair way to look at it?
Well, the only way you can replace money is with, draft choices.
All right, so you like Leggett, you said?
Well, I think he's a great player.
We like Leggett.
Yeah, we love Leggett.
We love Leggett.
We've been saying that forever.
Put it in, Raj.
Love his accent, too.
Great accent.
Yeah. Top tier.
He is a fucking country boy to the max.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
A little slow.
Pearsall.
Whoa!
Wait, how do you know? How do you know?
Remember, we don't know.
How do you know, Coach?
We don't know.
You already know?
Let's go to our draft board.
Wow.
Let's go to our draft. No, you didn't.
Where'd you see it?
Bill.
Did O's tell you?
Let's go to our draft board.
Come on, O's.
What do you want to look at, Pat?
Let's zoom into the wide receivers down lower, though, than the top ones.
Like this low, or?
Yeah, that's what we're thinking.
Above Polk.
Yeah, that's what we're thinking. Keon Coleman, hell of a player, too. So maybe they'll
Might
think
be
about
him.
maybe they'll think about Keon Coleman.
Florida State, similar colors.
I don't
San
know.
Francisco.
San Francisco likes seniors. Okay?
Yeah, but hold on though. There's Christian McCaffrey's over there. You bring in Lad McConkey.
Can you imagine the duo?
Now you got the Lightning Whites.
Yeah.
You got a star next to him.
Here's the thing, and but you know this.
Ricky is a Lightning
You
White.
can't play wide receiver at San Francisco unless you will block.
You got to block your ass
If
off.
you don't block, you're not playing receiver there. So whoever it is, it needs to be good with the ball in their hands, which Pearsall is, and has to be tough and willing to block, which he'll do.
Oh, you got it right.
It's him.
It is Ricky Pearsall.
Holy shit.
Way to go, Coach.
Look at that catch right there.
48 years.
Nostradamus.
48 years.
Wow.
Are you O's the mentalist?
Hold on.
Jeez Louise. The Niners obviously beat the Packers in the NFC Championship. They would inevitably lose in the Super Bowl, but they're in the middle of what could be a dynastic run. Ball goes a couple different ways, but they're good. They're. Add Ricky Pearsall. How do you feel about it, Mad Mel?
Yeah, I like Pearsall's game. Obviously very athletic, can go high point the football. I just don't understand. I mean, does this mean that Brandon Ayuk's gone? Are they kind of considering? I mean, I know we heard John Lynch say, hey, listen, I want him to be a 49er for the rest of his career, but does this seem like a situation where they could maybe, trade him and grab a couple day 2 picks tomorrow?
Maybe, but Mel, he's under contract. He's not gone.
Okay.
He could retire. I don't think he's going to do that.
Fair point.
That is true. Isn't that crazy that we as the media talk about players that aren't happy and everything? At the end of the day, it does not.
Yeah, they don't give a shit if he's
What are the options? If you sit out, it's $30,000 a day in training camp or whatever it is. It's $30,000 a day, so they're not even going to sit out.
What about?
Okay, Panthers are coming up. I'm just telling you, they're coming up for Leggett.
Okay.
They're
Bill,
coming up for Leggett.
From the area, correct? From the Carolinas?
He
went to South Carolina, but I think he's from there as well, I thought.
If I had to guess, that's what I think they're doing. They're coming up for Leggett.
All right, their new coach, what's his name's escaping me?
Dave
Canales.
Canales.
Yeah, Canales. He had the interview yesterday, and Leggett said that Canales said they were going to take me at 33, and Canales said I told 50 guys that would be interesting if he does go 32.
Yeah, if you get this close to a guy, though, that you've been telling you like him for months now,
Well,
why
you know
not
what?
go
Look,
up and get one?
I mean, here's something to think about. If you think you really got a good player, you have the fifth-year option at 32. At 33, you got him for 4 years. So if you were coming up to get a player at a highly paid position, tackle, quarterback, corner, pass rusher, receiver, it's probably worth it. If you're coming up for a center, that doesn't really make financial sense. The player's still the player. I get that. But as far as the fifth-year option, that could come into play here if you think this receiver is going to, is really a good player, which.
Well, 5 years from now, there's a chance wide receiver market's $50 million
Exactly.
a year.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, D-Bud.
Nah, that's exactly what I was going to say. With what's going on in the wide receiver market, we saw A.J. Brown get another deal today. Who got paid yesterday?
Amon-Ra.
So, yeah, that price is only going up with receivers.
AJ, whenever you think about the Carolina Panthers, do you think about the GM?
Dan Morgan.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what I mean. I'm a little biased. I love watching Dan Morgan play football when he was a player. Now as a GM, this is a big deal for him. Big draft, don't you think?
Yeah.
I mean, let's see. New head coach, new GM. What are they going to do?
Pick his ass Bill.
Is it in?
Yeah, pick his
Well,
feels like Bill
is it
might
in or
know.
not?
Well, they got the quarterback last year.
Yeah, what do you think, Bill? Like, what do you do? How do you surround a guy like Bryce Young to try to help him grow from year one to year two?
Well, I think that's, look, that's your job as an organization. Does he need more protection? Does he need a better running back? Does he need a receiver? What does he need?
Everything.
Everything. I was going to say, they got about 100 holes to fill, so,
But look, I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised if you're looking at Carolina's draft board if Leggett wasn't sitting up there like the North Star. Like, we got everybody else down here. There's Leggett. We need a receiver. It's a no-brainer.
Trade up one pick.
And we got to trade something to go get him.
Especially if you think Buffalo's maybe going to go up to get a receiver because, they lose Diggs. Yep.
By the way, I mean, is the easiest way to keep losing in the divisional trade your pick to the Chiefs so they can get the fastest guy? Like, what the hell? What's the thought process there, Bill? Like, during the dynasty, the greatest of all time, let's say, the Colts call you with Peyton Manning, and they're like, hey, we want to get this guy because he's really good at catching passes. Are you making a trade with a rival in your own conference? Like, that doesn't make any sense. I love it because that means the Bills are going to suck again, but still, how the hell do you make that pick in that
Bills
trade?
never suck.
Excuse me. Come on. They will fall short again. I didn't mean that. They're not going to suck. They'll fall short again. But what I'm saying is, like, how do you kind of justify making that trade to the Super Bowl champions to make them that much better?
I think you got to start. I think you got to start with your team, and instead of worrying about how you're going to mess everybody else up, what do we need to do to get better? What helps our team the most? And that's really what you got to do. If you worry too much about trying to mess everybody else up, then what are you doing with your team?
Yeah.
So
but why'd
I
you
don't
do
know
that?
I don't know what Buffalo's board is. I don't know exactly what their overall strategy is, but I'm sure they have a good one. They've proven that. They're doing what's best for Buffalo. You can't worry about what Kansas City's going to do or what the Jets are going to do, what somebody else. Just worry about what you're going to do.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you're talking about teams getting better and everything. We got better this year. Yeah. You know why? Because your old ass is here, dude.
Oh, yeah.
You crushed it tonight.
Hell
We
yeah.
appreciate
Thank you.
Coach.
Unreal.
Now, you started tipping picks, so we'll see if Roger Goodell calls you in that entire thing. But you were awesome here tonight. We appreciate the hell out of you, man.
Well, I tell you what. I enjoyed working with Mel. Back in '94, so that was 30 years ago. When Bill Tobin said, "Who is Mel Kiper?"
Right.
Like,
famous
Mel
line.
Kiper. He knows his stuff.
He knows
He knows his stuff.
This one certainly does. Ain't there,
Mel
Coach?
knows his stuff. I don't know about Bill, 30 years ago saying that, but Mel knows his stuff.
All right.
Amen.
Good job.
You're damn
Amen.
right.
Thank you, Bill.
So do you, Bill.
Yeah, so do you.
Hey, So Leggett did get drafted to the Panthers.
Yeah,
We
of
just
course.
like every other pick, we had it 10 minutes beforehand because the internet told us, and that's not our fault either.
Nope.
Our show's on the internet.
Yep.
So when the internet is saying exactly what's going to happen, it's hard not to just be like, boom, this is how it goes. But Bill Belichick did it the entire night. So
What did Carolina give to move up one spot?
I think it was a sixth.
A sixth.
Yeah, fifth or a sixth.
Yeah. So you know what? I mean, if you like the guy that much, that was a Ty Warren pick for me. You gonna give up? You just feel like you got to do it.
how many trades did you make while you were GM? 95.
Yeah, I only made 95.
That's it.
That doesn't count the 96th pick I made when I traded with Jimmy Johnson 2 days before the draft because it wasn't a draft day trade.
So
you kinda got
96.
screwed. Yeah, 96.
Really, but
Who's counting? Yeah.
Yeah. But really,
Not us.
probably the most interesting trade was the Randy Moss trade.
Hell yeah.
I mean, that was after the draft, the first day of the draft, because we've been trying to trade for Randy Moss for 2 months, literally. This was like childbirth. I mean, it took forever. And so after the first day of the draft, I talked to Mr. Davis. I said, well, are we going to make this deal or not? And he said, yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it for your 4th. And I think we were picking like 7th in the 4th round. And so I said, well, we got to get the guy in for a physical. We can't take his contract. We're going to have to renegotiate his contract. And Mr. Davis said, well, that's your problem. If you want to trade for him, then all right, trade. Then you get it done. I said, all right. So I said, okay, hung up the phone. This is like 11:30 at night, right after the first day of the draft. I call up Randy, said, hey, Randy, this is Coach Belichick. Boom. Hangs up the phone.
What?
Why?
I thought you were full of shit.
I'm like, let me try this again. Randy, it's Coach Belichick. Who is this? Who's pranking me? Who is this? Bam. Hangs up the phone. Randy, this is Coach Belichick. We traded for you. What? Is this a joke? This better not be a joke. Who is this? No. This is all right. Really? I said, yeah, but look, we got to get this done by tomorrow at noon. He goes, all right, what do I need to do? I said, you need to come up, take a physical, and we need to renegotiate your contract. It was by noon? I said, yeah. He goes, well, I'm in Houston now, but I got a plane. I'll be there.
Nice.
Oh, man.
So he flies, and he's there at 8 o'clock in the morning, comes in and takes the physical, the old.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Make sure he's
98.
alive.
Okay, you're good. We renegotiate the contract, and we're done at 10 o'clock. And first thing he says to me is, where's the playbook?
Oh, that's awesome,
I
man.
said, well, right here. I mean, we got it. Let's go. He said, okay, because when I walk out there with the first team with Brady, I got to know all the plays. I can't go out there and make mental errors and screw up. I got to know his offense. And he was smart, man. This guy was smart. And so I sat down. I watched a lot of film with him. I said, Randy, we never had a guy like you. And he said, I go, on this post-safety coverage, this is awesome. He's like, on this post-safety coverage, what are you going to do? He goes, Coach, you ain't going to see any post-safety coverage against me.
He's right.
He goes, you're going to see cover 2. We haven't seen cover 2 in years, right? He's like, you're going to see cover 2. And he was right. And then he would say, well, here's how I'd run this route. Here's how I'd run that route. And I started thinking, well, we got to start giving Randy some routes that, if we're running this and they play cover 2, how we can move him into the slot. He's like, move me into the slot. I said, yes, you can get in the middle and cover 2. He's, all right, good. 25 touchdowns. 25 touchdowns.
And so many.
Yeah, opens up the running game, too.
Still got the record.
Unbelievable
But I'm telling you, it was
great teammate.
Randy, come on, man. Randy, I'm trying to.
I got time.
Bill, you're a legend as a coach, legend as a GM, and I think no matter what you choose to do forever, if you remain in television, which we would all be very lucky, you're going to crush it. If you get back into coaching and GMing, we'll all be pumped to watch it. All we know is tonight was awesome, and thank you.
Is there any chance I could be on your show during the fall?
Yeah,
because
like Mondays?
Yeah, maybe something like that.
It's a good day.
Because look, I was in Detroit. I got fired twice in Detroit.
Okay.
In 76 after the season, they fired us. Right? but then they couldn't get Knox to come, so they rehired us and then fired us in 77. And so I don't want to get fired here tonight and make it a hat trick.
No, how about you get hired? How about every Monday this fall?
Hey.
Oh, yeah.
Boom.
Damn.
Hey, let's go. Let's see if we can work it out.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can work
Get
it
a
out.
physical. Got to fight in, you get a physical.
Yeah.
There it is.
Congrats to all the teams making their picks this evening. Congrats to all the players who have their dream come true.
Oh, yeah.
We're all incredibly proud of you. To all the boys, great work. Behind the scenes, great work, everybody. Tone, down in your dojo. Good work, brother.
Tone. See you, Tone.
Good work, Tone.
My pleasure.
To all the production people that set this entire thing up in this magical space, thank you, thank you, thank you. Legitimately, obviously, there's a lot of moving pieces to this whole thing. ESPN helps out immensely. Hopefully, we didn't piss off the NFL too much because we got Roger Goodell on the show tomorrow.
Yes.
Live from right here, noon to 3-ish. We're lucky to be here. We're thankful to be here. You crushed it, man. Can't wait to see you in the fall.
Awesome, man.
Boys, great work. Mad Mel, any final thoughts as we get out of here on the 2024 draft?
What a fucking night. One I will remember for the rest of my life. Bill, I appreciate you, not kind of killing my credibility too much. Obviously, you are the GOAT of this shit, but I am the king of this shit.
I respect your opinion.
I appreciate
We may not
that.
always agree, but I respect it.
I love it.
That's
love
what life's all about.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
All right, from all of us to all of you, thank you for spending your evening with us. I think it's only like midnight.
Yeah.
Not that bad.
Not bad at all.
Way to go, Raj.
Good work, Raj.
Way to go, Raj. We'll compliment him on that tomorrow, and we'll see you then. What's that, Buzz?
Detroit's broken the day one draft attendance record.
Yeah.
Held by Nashville. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
That's
275,000. You were booking Kevin O'Connell whenever I made that announcement.
That's all. No big deal.
Huge night here, historic night, and I assume the rest of the weekend's about to be fantastic. We can't thank you all enough, all right? Be a friend, tell a friend something nice. It might change their life. We're in this thing together. Hey, team on me. Team on three. 1, 2, 3. Team. Goodbye.